Blackstone presents The Adversary by Brian Andrews and Jeffrey Wilson. This book is read by Ray Porter. Prologue. The Grinder. Phil H. Bucklew Naval Special Warfare Training Center, Naval Amphibious Base Coronado, California, 10:15 local time. Seaman First Class Jake Kemper sat with his SQT classmates in a notably short row of graduates. After boot camp, the soon-to-be minted Navy SEAL found the crackerjack uniform he was wearing today, the enlisted Navy whites, uncomfortable. But this past year had dramatically changed his perspective on discomfort. Today he sat straight and tall, both black shoes firmly on the deck and hands resting on his thighs, beside his best friend and teammate, Randy Ketron, along with a dozen fellow sailors. They were arranged in formation under a canvas tent on the Grinder, which provided refuge from the blazing sun. The last 48 hours had been a blur of excitement and celebration, but all of it, from the banquet to the powerful knife ceremony, to the celebratory brunch with his mom and her husband, paled in comparison to this moment. The men beside him were about to receive the rarest, most coveted warfare pin in the world. In a few moments, he too would have the gold trident, the symbol of the Navy SEALs, and the legacy of all the frogmen who had come before him, pinned onto his white uniform blouse. It hardly seemed real. Less real still was the man who stood at the podium, flanked by a flag and senior officers from the special warfare community. Unlike most visiting VIPs, this man was also surrounded by men and women in black suits and dark glasses, communicating via earpieces and folding their hands in front of them, scanning the crowd. Jake understood that there was always a VIP of some sort at SQT graduation, but today's guest was highly unusual, and his presence was perhaps the real reason that the men of Class 348 sat particularly tall and straight. Jake stared and listened in awe to the legendary Navy SEAL Kelso Jarvis, who now served as President of the United States. More than his current job at the White House, at this ceremony, it was Jarvis's years spent in the teams, especially his years as commander of the Tier 1 SEALs of JSOC, that earned him the hushed respect of his audience. The education you've received over this past year is far better and far more valuable to this country and her citizens than any degree from an Ivy League school, Jarvis said, looking out and nodding at the men waiting for their tridents. And if memory serves, it was also considerably wetter and sandier. The crowd laughed, and so did the brass behind the president at the podium. For our civilian guests and visitors, I will share what these men before me already know, that the crucible of BUDS and SQT, as grueling as you may have heard it is only the beginning. It prepares you for a lifetime of training, learning, and self-improvement, sharpening your mind, body, and skills into a weapon worthy of the greatest nation and the men who earned the nickname Frogman. The trident you will receive today is not a license to operate. It is not a license to kill like in the movies. Instead, it is a license to learn. When you leave here and join your teams, the real work begins. That work is the origin of our unofficial motto, "The only easy day was yesterday." I can tell you from decades of experience in countless operations where I strived and only sometimes succeeded to be the best man and operator I could, that this motto truly epitomizes the teams. As Jarvis spoke, Jake felt his mind drift back to a time before buds, before freezing in the surf, before rolling in the sand to become a sugar cookie, before learning the fundamentals of fighting as a special operator. He remembered his father's funeral and shaking hands with Kelso Jarvis before he was even DNI, much less president. He remembered every word that Jarvis had spoken to him on the most traumatic day of his life. But he also remembered the awe he felt in the man's presence, despite the pain and denial from losing his dad.
"You used to be my dad's boss."
"Yes, and I never stopped being his friend. With the exception of you and your mom, I knew your dad better than anyone on the planet. I know he was counting the days until the war was over and he could be with you again." Jake felt his eyes go blurry and clenched his jaw as the visceral memory played in his head. Jarvis had then pressed a worn golden trident into the palm of Jake's then uncalloused hand. "Every SEAL owns a handful of these, but this one is special. This trident was your dad's first, pinned on his chest the day he officially became a SEAL. He had been saving it for the right time to give to you. I know it's not the same, but that honor now falls to me." Jake had hugged Jarvis after that, clinging to the SEAL as a surrogate father in a moment of need. He exhaled, centering himself, and his mind continued down memory lane, retracing the journey that had brought him to this ceremony. He recalled the Georgia Aquarium in Atlanta, where his pulse quickened at the memory of the terrorist gunman preparing to slaughter innocent families. In that moment, he hadn't thought, he had simply reacted and saved lives. That had been the turning point for him. It wasn't the adrenaline, the violence, or the terror he had experienced that defined him, but the instinct to protect. As his commander-in-chief spoke of brotherhood in battle, Jake felt the weight of those memories. But despite everything, this moment couldn't hold him. Finally, he forced himself back into the present, ready to embrace the here and now. It was the purpose. In that moment, but more so in the moments that followed, he had known beyond any doubt what he was created for. He was here to protect people. He was here to defend those who couldn't defend themselves. He was destined for a life of sacrifice, a path that had nothing to do with his dad. Whatever Jack Kemper had or hadn't done in service was irrelevant. Jake had earned his place here as a man and a SEAL, far removed from the shadow of his old man. He simply couldn't be anywhere else. Jake's subconscious took control and dragged him back to a particular childhood memory. Suddenly he was standing on the beach playing in the surf with the mountain of a man who was his father. Maybe Jake returned to this memory because it had been one moment when Jack Kemper had been nothing more to him than Daddy. He wasn't a steely-eyed frogman because little Jake had no idea what that meant. He wasn't yet senior chief or even chief. He wasn't even a member of the Tier 1. They had been happy. Mom had been happy. That memory was from before his dad left, before he'd walked away from Jake and his mom, choosing the teams over his family. He felt his cheeks flush and his fist clench as his mind forced him to do battle yet again with the adversary inside that had been tormenting him for years. But no matter how hard he fought, the result was always the same. Slay his demons today, and they would come back tomorrow with a vengeance. "Not now," he silently chastised himself. "Don't do this now." He forced himself to take a deep breath and ground himself in the present. He swept his gaze across the men gathered with him, and suddenly, like a violent lightning strike, he felt grace toward his dad. a grace he'd never felt before. He understood the weight of the choices his father had been forced to make and the sacrifices that came with those choices. His father, in his flawed way, had been trying to navigate a world that demanded everything from him, his time, his loyalty, his very soul. In that moment of clarity, Jake felt the anger and resentment that had built up over the years begin to dissipate. He saw his father not just as the man who had walked away, but as a SEAL who'd wrestled with his own demons, a man who had struggled to balance honor and duty with love and family. It was a realization that brought with it a sense of peace, a release from the burden of blame he had carried for so long. Surveying the teammates beside him, the SQT instructors standing in the wings, and the senior SEALs on the podium, Jake suddenly understood. There was nothing in the world that could make him abandon his new-found brothers to harm. Nothing and no one. Jake's gaze settled on Ketron, his best friend and teammate, and he considered how much they'd been through together. Noticing, Randy turned to Jake and raised an eyebrow. But before Jake could say something, applause erupted and the moment was gone. Maybe Senior Chief Jack Kemper never had a choice. Just as I can't imagine a scenario where I would abandon my team. Jake turned back to the podium as the President of the United States raised a hand, silencing the crowd. I will now turn it over to Captain Wilder, who will call out the names of the men whom I have the great honor of welcoming into the brotherhood I cherish by pinning on their tridents. Many of you may prefer that your warfare insignia is pinned on by a family member or an important person in your life. To that I say hooyah! Do not let the position I now occupy sway you from making this moment mean all it should. I am not here as the President, but as a brother frogman. With that, Jarvis moved away from the podium to a table lined with gleaming gold tridents. He was joined by a handful of civilians and one fit two-star admiral sporting his own trident above rows of ribbons. Jake's mom had insisted he let President Jarvis pin his trident. She waved at him now from the seats beneath another shaded tent. Jake smiled but didn't wave back as he stood. As he and Ketron followed the line from their seats, passing in front of the bell in the center of the grinder, the symbol of those who had chosen a life outside the teams, he allowed his eyes to scan the crowd, where proud families, some in uniform but most in business-casual civilian clothes, jockeyed for position to take pictures. Jake recognized one uniformed figure immediately and stifled his surprise. Commander Redmond from the Tier 1. The stocky, powerful-looking SEAL officer flashed Jake a smile and a thumbs up, then took a picture of Jake with his phone. Redmond was dressed in summer whites instead of the digital camis Jake remembered when the SEAL officer had visited him in the infirmary during Hell Week. Is that the dude from Hell Week? Ketron whispered from behind him. Quiet, Randy, Jake whispered back over his shoulder. Seaman First Class Jacob Kemper is now Special Operator Third Class Jacob Kemper, Captain Wilder announced. Jake felt a childlike grin threaten to spread across his face, but he fought it back, hoping to look like the steely-eyed warrior he was working to become. It felt at once like only days, but at the same time a lifetime, since he'd decided to embark on this path and first walked onto the grinder to begin buds a year ago. Jake reached the center of the low stage and locked eyes with former Captain Kelso Jarvis, now President of the United States. The man looked the same as the last time Jake had seen him, at the Operation Crusader memorial service, except now Jarvis was wearing a dark suit instead of choker whites. Jake was relieved to see that the president's eyes still held the fire of a blooded warrior. Jake snapped to attention in front of his commander-in-chief and felt a wave of emotion tighten his throat as Jarvis pinned the coveted trident to his chest, settling it above the scant row of ribbons Jake wore. The kid in Jake wanted to look down at the warfare insignia on his chest, but he fought off the urge. Instead, he snapped a salute to Jarvis, who smiled, returned it, then extended his hand. The last time Jake had shaken that hand, he'd been a skinny teenager with a dead father. Now the Navy had forged him into something else. A single tear rolled down his cheek. Unable to resist a moment longer, Jake glanced down at his chest and was hit with a wave of emotion. The trident Jarvis had pinned was worn and aged, not the gleaming brass out-of-the-box variety the other SEALs received. He knew this trident well, having memorized every line and blemish. This trident had belonged to his dad and was the same one Jarvis had given Jake during the memorial. Jake had asked his mom to keep it safe for him when he left home for buds. Apparently, she'd done him one better. Jake looked up into the president's eyes. "Did my mom?" he said, his voice faltering and unable to get the rest out. "She did," Jarvis smiled. "Jack would have wanted to pin this on you himself, but now that great honor falls to me." Jake could now see an odd look, an out-of-place emotion in the eyes of one of the most legendary SEALs in history. "I'm proud of you, Jake," President Jarvis said softly as he squeezed his hand and held Jake's now blurry eyes. "I know your dad would have been proud and would have given anything for the honor of pinning this insignia on your chest, son. It is out of love for him that I'm here today, Jake, standing here with you in his place." "Thank you, sir," Jake choked. "I'm glad it's you." Jarvis gave him a curt nod, then gestured for Jake to turn around, still grasping his hand, as his mother furiously snapped pictures. Now the smile exploded onto Jake's face. As he strode across the stage, savoring every second and basking in the applause from the assembled brotherhood, Jake once again spotted Commander Redmond taking pictures. When he reached the end of the stage, he decided he would say something to the mysterious Commander Redmond. But reaching the bottom step, Redmond had disappeared into the crowd. Jake scanned for the SEAL officer, but Redmond was gone. The next thing he knew, the ceremony was over, and his mom was hugging him and taking 1,000 pictures. Pictures of Jake, selfies of her and Jake together, and finally a shot of him and Randy. As the buzzing excitement wound down, Jake stole a glance at the beach just beyond the grinder. There, in the near distance, a group of young men stood at attention, coated in sand and holding boats on their heads, the pain and strain evident in their faces even from this far away. Jake laughed and shook his head. "Thank God I never have to do that again." Part 1. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Chapter 1. Several months later, Diplomatic Enclave, Shilin District, Taipei City, Taiwan, 2037 local time. John Dempsey, former Navy SEAL turned spy, walked hand-in-hand with his Black Ops teammate Elizabeth Grimes down the well-manicured sidewalk in the Diplomat District of Taipei. They hadn't bothered to construct a detailed and layered knock for this mission because it wasn't necessary. They simply needed to look like two non-threatening civilians instead of a pair of highly trained lethal operators, and the easiest way to do that was to pose as a couple. When paired with Grimes, playing that role came naturally to Dempsey. After all, they spent more time together than most actual couples, thanks to the long hours and elevated operational tempo at Task Force Ember. For Dempsey, Ember had become a surrogate family for the real-life one he'd been forced to leave behind. Walking away from his ex-wife Kate and son Jake had been the most difficult choice of his life, but he'd done it for their safety and emotional well-being. They would never know this, of course, because the husband and father he'd been was dead and buried, but he hoped they both knew how much he'd loved them. Jack Kemper's fate would always be a lie, but the love? That had been real. After a rough couple of months, Dempsey was feeling back to his old self. He was in a good mood tonight. Not just a good mood, a great mood. In fact, he couldn't remember the last time he'd felt this relaxed and confident. Ever since he'd lost his entire SEAL team in the tragedy of Operation Crusader, his life had been an emotional hurricane. The extended mission in Russia had almost broken him, but the pain and suffering from all that was finally behind him. Ember was his family now, and he loved his teammates, loved his job, and even loved the new kind of operator he'd become. For the first time in nearly 3 years, John Dempsey finally felt content. While he walked, he contorted his tongue, trying to get a piece of food loose from where it was wedged in his teeth. The offending chunk of cashew was stuck in an annoying little gap between his right upper incisor and the tooth beside it. The tooth had been knocked out in a Russian prison during a battle for survival in one of the inmate bathrooms last year. Cosmetically, the tooth looked fine, but functionally, Dempsey had found it to be inferior to the original. In addition to simply feeling out of place in his mouth, there was now a small gap.
"What are you doing?"
Grimes said, looking at him sideways. "I got a piece of cashew stuck in my teeth and it's driving me crazy." Then under his breath he added, "I knew I shouldn't have grabbed a handful of Munn's spicy nuts on the way out the door." "And let that be a lesson to us all. No matter how tempting they look, we should all keep our hands off Munn's spicy nuts," said Richard Wang, Task Force Ember's comms and cyber field agent, his voice transmitting crystal clear over the high-tech micro-earbud transmitter buried in Dempsey's left ear canal. Grimes, the team sniper and devil's advocate in residence, snorted at this. Dempsey shot her a look. "Hey, that goes double for you." Her cheeks flushed.
"What the hell is that supposed to mean?"
He grinned and gave her hand a little squeeze, which she didn't return. In a close-knit team like Task Force Ember, there were no secrets. Dan Munn, former SEAL and combat surgeon, had been spending a lot of time with Grimes lately. If they were hooking up, Dempsey would know about it. But it was starting to feel inevitable that his two best friends would end up together. Munn and Grimes were both professionals, so a strong aversion to fraternization kept their impulses in check, but the day would come when intimacy might trump obligation. One part of Dempsey dreaded that day, but another part of him welcomed it. If two people in the world deserved love, it was Dan and Lizzie, and the one thing Dempsey wanted most was for the people he cared about to be happy.
"You know, they make these things called toothpicks," she said, watching as he tried to use his pinky nail to dislodge the piece of cashew. "I'll buy you an entire box of them next time we're at a convenience store."
"Why, so I can look like Chunk Redman with a toothpick hanging out of the corner of my mouth all the time?"
"There are worse things in life than looking like Chunk Redman."
"What? You think he's good-looking?" She gave a coy shrug.
"He's not ugly."
"Don't worry, Hansel," Munn chimed in using Dempsey's call sign from his spotter perch. "No woman will confuse you for Chunk, toothpick in your mouth or not." Things were more relaxed tonight than they usually were for most Ember ops, and that was because this wasn't even what Dempsey would call an op. They were meeting with a high-level intelligence officer in Taiwan's Military Intelligence Bureau, MIB, who had something to share, but who wanted to do it unofficially. And since all things unofficial happened to be Ember's specialty, Dempsey's team had gotten the call. The asset, Li Ha-Wong, was a one-star Taiwanese general who had just retired from the ROC Army and now worked for the MIB. Unlike its American counterpart, the Defense Intelligence Agency, which was responsible for global military intelligence collection against all of America's adversaries, the Taiwanese MIB devoted the lion's share of its resources to mainland China and Chinese-sponsored covert operations on foreign soil. In addition to intelligence collection, the MIB was also rumored to plan, oversee, and conduct covert operations against the People's Republic of China, including psyops, sabotage, and even assassinations. General Lee was a director inside MIB's 5th Division, Intelligence, Research, and Analysis, the largest and busiest group in MIB. It had developed an impressive reputation for holding its own against China's much larger and better funded Ministry of State Security. Several months ago, Ember's Signals Division, headed by Ian Baldwin, discovered a Chinese cyber breach of the CSIR database. CSIR, or the SIGINT Seniors European Program, is an intelligence network shared and maintained by the Five Eyes and 9 other European member nations. According to Baldwin, an unknown Chinese actor had modified personnel records from members of the terrorist organization Al-Ghadab, the group responsible for the horrific attack in New Delhi that killed American President Rand Warner, Secretary of Defense Robert Franks, and Indian Prime Minister Chopra. This cyber intrusion occurred ahead of Warner's assassination and the massive terror attacks in New Delhi, demonstrating a level of sophistication that alarmed Ember leadership, DNI Buckingham, and President Jarvis. Dempsey wasn't sure which worried them more: the tactical component, that the Chinese could so easily access and modify the database without CSIR knowing, or the strategic motive behind the activity. Whatever group in China was behind the hack seemed to be trying to manipulate the American investigation of the terror attack by populating Al-Ghadab personnel files. According to Baldwin, the Chinese hackers were dropping breadcrumbs that would incriminate the terror cell and put the American investigation on Al-Ghadab's trail. If true, it seemed unnecessary, since Al-Ghadab had publicly taken credit for the attack without those breadcrumbs. The question had vexed everyone read in on the matter on the American side for months, and MIB had now obtained fresh intelligence that General Lee was willing to share quietly. Once upon a time, Dempsey had little interest in participating in such conversations, but his time in Russia, working with Russian puppet master Arkady Zhukov, had changed that. There was no substitute for looking a man straight in the eye when he was sharing supposedly critical intelligence. Just because Lee was a former Taiwanese ROC general did not guarantee the man wasn't compromised. If there was one thing Dempsey had learned from his spooky operations around the globe with Ember, it was the double agents and spies were embedded and operating up and down the entire geopolitical defense and intelligence apparatus. While it was unlikely, Dempsey did not discount the possibility that every word out of General Lee's mouth could be Chinese misinformation. America's greatest and most dangerous adversary was located a mere 100 miles away across a narrow strip of water. For tonight's op, Wang had insisted on call signs inspired by the fairy tale Hansel and Gretel for some damn reason. After he had assigned himself Candy House, he dubbed Dempsey as Hansel and Grimes as Gretel, which left the witch for a grumbling Mun. The rest of Ember's Special Activities Division, SAD, was sidelined for tonight's op. Because of the low-risk nature of the meet-and-greet, Dempsey had decided to keep the footprints small, drawing less attention. The asset was a well-vetted former general on the good guy team. The meet location was in a secure neighborhood on friendly soil, and there were no known threats. Wang was positioned in an unmarked panel van parked 4 blocks to the south. From there, he would manage comms and record everything said during the interview. Mun was on a rooftop to the east providing spotter services, but he wasn't technically Overwatch since he wasn't set up with a sniper rifle. Start to finish, Dempsey guessed the entire evolution would take 2 hours at most. This was something Dempsey could have done, probably should have done, by himself, but Grimes and Munn had become sensitive lately about his solo operations, so he was making an effort to be a team player.
That's odd,"
Munn said, his tone suddenly serious. When Munn offered no further explanation, she said, "What's odd?"
"The target apartment lights just went out, and the neighboring unit also appears to have gone dark,"
Munn said. Dempsey released Grimes's hand and accelerated the walking pace. They were still 1.5 blocks from the street where they needed to turn right, and he noted that none of the other townhouses or apartments on this street were dark, which meant the loss of power at the target location could not be chalked up to a localized blackout or outage. He glanced at Grimes, and the expression she wore confirmed they were on the same page.
"Something is definitely off."
When they closed to within a half block, a figure bathed in shadow emerged from the side street leading from Lee's apartment. The figure turned his head and looked at them. Dempsey locked eyes with the Asian man only for an instant, but that's all it took.
Like recognizes like.
Both men launched into a sprint simultaneously, the shadow operator in flight, Dempsey in pursuit.
"Check on Lee,"
Dempsey shouted over his shoulder to Grimes.
"I'll catch this guy."
"On it," Grimes said. In his peripheral vision, Dempsey saw Grimes accelerating into a sprint of her own. He felt a twinge of guilt about splitting up, but it was the right call. The bastard he was chasing was guilty of something, and the odds were high that that something had to do with General Lee and his apartment.
Lee could be wounded or worse.
"Be careful, Gretel," Dempsey said.
"Always,"
she came back.
"Hansel is in foot pursuit of a possible threat agent fleeing the scene. Gretel is going to check on the package,"
Dempsey said, bringing Wang and Munn up to speed on the situation.
"Candy House, have you got eyes on me and the target?"
"Negative, Hansel. We did not requisition satellite or drone coverage for this operation," Wang said, his tone frustrated. "Or have you already forgotten that?" Dempsey hadn't forgotten it per se. He remembered agreeing to no aerial surveillance when Wang had broached the topic during the SIGINT portion of the planning session, but he also had secretly assumed the Ember Wunderkind tech genius would have a ready solution available in his back pocket should the need arise.
"I didn't forget, but the situation's changed. Adapt and overcome. Call home plate and see if we can borrow someone else's asset," he snapped.
"On it," Wang said. Dempsey hadn't been in an old-fashioned foot race since he'd chased down the terrorist mastermind Abu Musad Umar through the streets of New Delhi. In the months since, he'd continued to heal and enhance his physical readiness from his weakened condition post-Russia. He was feeling stronger, healthier, and faster now than he'd been in India. A smile curled his lips as he kicked it into the next gear to chase down his quarry.
"This poor asshole doesn't stand a chance."
Chapter 2. Tianmu Apartments, Diplomatic Enclave, Shilin District, Taipei City, Taiwan. Elizabeth Grimes moved swiftly yet cautiously around the corner of the building, following a garden path that meandered between the target apartment buildings. Her custom-made Wilson Combat SFX-9 was already in her hands, held close to her chest at a 45-degree angle to the ground. Staying to the right, she blended into the row of hedges that bordered the garden of the first apartment, maintaining her line of sight and fire on the first door to the left. As she advanced, she gently turned her head left and right to clear her blind spots. She was a little annoyed that Dempsey had taken off on his own, but it was probably the right move. Guilty people tended to run, which meant this guy probably did or knew something of consequence worth discovering. Dempsey seemed like his old self lately, but she couldn't shake her lingering worries about his headspace after everything he'd endured in Russia. While he was slowly but surely reintegrating at Ember, he was sometimes distant and seemingly looking for opportunities to break with the team and fly solo.
"Like right now."
Her mission, however, was to check on General Lee. Knowing that Munn was up there, on a rooftop clearing her six, took an enormous weight off her back. Grimes could picture him holding the boxy mobile thermal imagery scope to his eyes. "Gretel, this is Witch. Your six is clear, and I hold no tangos between you and me," came Munn's voice in her ear. "Checking the X. I hold one thermal, which appears to be seated in the living room."
"Copy, Gretel is moving in," she said, hating the ludicrous call signs Wang had chosen for this operation.
She crossed the walkway, weapon now concealed at her side after the reassurance from Munn, out of view from any nosy neighbors who might be looking out their windows. She walked up to Lee's front door. Checking left and right, she pressed the buzzer and heard it ring inside, but she knocked nonetheless. A few seconds passed as she stood, exposed, on the stoop. They felt like an eternity. "Gretel, the target is still seated," Munn said.
"I'm pretty exposed out here. Candy House, can you call the target to see what the problem is?" she said, pinging Wang.
"No time, Gretel," Munn said before Wang could answer. "Breach the door. We need to secure the target ASAP."
"Gretel," she said.
Before kicking the door in, she reached for the handle and checked to see if it was locked.
"Because sometimes you get lucky."
It turned easily. She pushed the door inward and it swung open on well-lubricated hinges, revealing a darkened apartment inside.
"General Lee?"
she called, raising her weapon and slipping silently inside. Munn had reported a single thermal inside, but that didn't guarantee the heat sig belonged to the retired Taiwanese general turned MIB spook. She crossed the foyer, moving sideways to her left, opening a line of sight and a line of fire into the living room, which was backlit by outside ambient light filtered through the room's drawn curtains. As her eyes adjusted to the low-level light, a dim figure on the couch materialized. Feet on the floor, hands in his lap, and his head tilted back as if asleep. Or something else. Her pulse quickened. She cleared left down the short hall that seemed to lead to a kitchen, and then up the stairs farther left. Then she shifted right, clearing the room as she did over the gun sight of her SFX-9.
"General Lee,"
she called again, but she knew by now he wouldn't answer. Heart-pounding, she crept to the picture windows and pulled the curtain back an inch. A sliver of light dropped across the seated figure, his mouth open, jaw slack, eyes fixed on the ceiling but unseeing. A trickle of blood, black in the dim light, dribbled slowly across his left cheekbone from a hole in the dead man's forehead.
"Witch, we have a problem,"
she whispered, circling the sofa for a closer look. As she did, her eyes caught something and she froze. A green light flashing below red numbers ticking down beside Lee's feet.
"Oh, shit,"
she said, stealth forgotten. The red numbers on the explosive device were ticking down now. 7, 6, 5. She knew she wouldn't make it to the door. She fired 2 rounds into the center picture window, tucked her weapon and chin tight to her chest, and charged, praying the curtains were heavy enough to protect her from being cut to ribbons by the glass. Just before impact, in a moment of slow-motion panic, she realized the back of the apartment was 1 story above ground level. But it was too late. She'd committed and was already in the air. She heard and felt the pain give way against her shoulder. The curtain came with her, wrapping her in midair, just as an explosion blasted her out of the living room, like a missile fired from a launcher. She felt pain and something tearing through the skin of her legs and right arm, then a burning pain in her right side. A heartbeat later, her head slammed into the ground with a force that turned her vision into the 4th of July, followed immediately by a darkness that swallowed her whole. Chapter 3. Dempsey sprinted down the wide street, keeping the row of parked cars beside him for cover as he pursued the shadowy figure running on the sidewalk. He loved foot chases almost as much as close-quarter combat. Put together, they produced the ultimate adrenaline rush, skill set versus skill set. In nature's courtroom, there were no lawyers to twist, manipulate, or mitigate the outcome, and at the end of this contest of wits and grit, there would be one indisputable winner. His Tier 1 pedigree made him an apex predator among men, and as he sprinted through the streets of the diplomatic quarter in the Shilin district, he embraced it. But instead of an actual jungle, tonight's hunt was taking place in the urban jungle of a massive metropolis with a population of 24 million people, a city that he was utterly unfamiliar with, and once he was outside the several-block radius he'd committed to memory, Dempsey had no idea where he was or where he was going. Even an apex predator can get lost. "Candy House, Hansel, how are you coming with those eyes in the sky?" Dempsey said as he hurdled a park bench. "Still working on it," Wang came back. "How much longer?" "I don't know, but I wouldn't bank on it happening soon." Dempsey gritted his teeth in annoyance at this news as he watched the target sprint into a dense thicket of foliage and disappear. A wall of shrubs and bamboo that looked like they'd never been pruned lined the back of a parking lot. What was on the other side of the shrub row? A playground? Another parking lot? He had no idea. Pursuing his foe into this low-vis tangle, then exiting blindly, was tactically dangerous. Dempsey pulled his Wilson SFX-9 pistol from the holster he wore at the small of his back and then zigzagged north to crash through the hedgerow at a different location and on an unexpected vector. An instant before he hit the thicket, a vague memory surfaced from the cursory scan he'd made of aerial imagery of the area before the op. A creek snaked through the city, which time and urban sprawl had converted into a glorified drainage culvert to catch runoff and prevent flash flooding. Dempsey slowed as he penetrated the wall of brush just in time to catch himself from tumbling down a 5-meter embankment and into water below. His quarry, it would seem, had not been so lucky. Dempsey spied the man at the bottom of the sloping embankment on hands and knees in the mud. He sighted on the target. "Stop! Don't move!" The Asian man turned and looked at Dempsey. His eyes locked on Dempsey's pistol, but Dempsey saw no fear. The look the agent returned sent a completely different message. "I dare you to shoot me." The man's arrogant defiance was almost enough to make Dempsey pull the trigger. Almost, but not quite. With a victorious smirk, the operative took off running, crossing the shallow but fast-flowing creek. With an annoyed growl, Dempsey holstered his weapon and skidded his way down the embankment, somehow managing to stay on his feet as he did. The creek was too wide to jump, which left him no choice but to muck across. As a SEAL, he'd spent more hours than most people on the planet running in wet shoes and boots, but that didn't mean he liked it. Feet squishing and sloshing in waterlogged shoes, he bear-climbed the slick, grassy slope on the opposite side of the creek. He slipped halfway up, sliding back down 6 feet or so, erasing the little bit of distance he'd closed on his foe. He watched his target crest the top of the hill and disappear. Cursing under his breath, he grabbed fistfuls of plant stems and hauled himself up the embankment, kicking his toes into the earth with each step to create traction. At the top, he scanned and saw the foreign agent disappear into yet another thicket of trees, shrubs, and bamboo. Like an angry bull, Dempsey charged into the natural hedgerow, forearms up and out in front to protect his face and eyes. Branches and leaves dragged across his arms and whipped against his cheeks and ears, but he stumbled out into an alley that ran between the creek and a row of apartment buildings. He scanned left and spied the man sprinting south toward an intersection with fast-moving traffic. Dempsey launched into pursuit. If he didn't keep eyes on the man, he would lose the target.
Hansel, Candy House, based on your locator, you've just crossed from Shilin District into Beito District. The street you're coming up on ahead is called Tianmu Road West, Wang said at Dempsey's ear. "You've got eyes?" "No, but I can follow your position and help you navigate," Wang said. It was better than nothing, but far from what he needed. For the first time ever, Dempsey wished he had Baldwin in his ear. He'd happily suffer the professor's nerve-grating, never-ending play-by-play if it meant having eyes in the sky. Instead of taking his frustration out on Wang, he simply said, "Check." The Tango turned right on reaching an intersection and disappeared from view. Dempsey rounded the same corner 3 seconds later, just in time to see his target collide with a delivery man leaving a restaurant carrying bags of food.
The agent didn't fall, but the collision spun him in a circle, slowing him down long enough for Dempsey to gain several strides. Dempsey adjusted his vector to avoid a similar collision, but the flustered delivery man stepped directly in Dempsey's path and kneeled to pick up his spilled bags. Channeling his inner decathlete, Dempsey hurdled the man without breaking stride. Feeling like his still squishy shoes might slip off at any second, Dempsey slowed as he made the right turn. A beat later, he reacquired the target and accelerated to max speed. The residential alleyway he turned into had no moving vehicles and no visible pedestrians. Apartment buildings and parked cars lined the right side of the street, and a 10-foot-tall brick and iron fence ran the entire length of the alley on the left. If the agent tried to climb the fence to escape, Dempsey was certain he'd be able to close the gap and drag the dude down before he made it over. The man glanced over his shoulder to check on Dempsey's range. The move cost him a half stride. "You're mine, asshole." Dempsey's brain muted all the complaints of the flesh, the burning in his quads and calves, the cry for more oxygen from his lungs, the red line warning from his heart. He was a laser-guided munition now. There was no escaping him. "What the hell?" Wang said in his ear, but Dempsey didn't answer, almost certain the query wasn't directed at him. Suddenly the Tango vectored right toward the row of parallel parked cars in a line, and Dempsey followed, wondering if one of the vehicles belonged to the man. 7 yards. Dempsey thought he heard something like a breacher charge detonation in his earpiece. That didn't make sense. His brain filed it away for later. The fleeing agent slowed abruptly and juked right between 2 parked vehicles, and Dempsey lost sight of him behind a silver minivan. Expecting a setup, Dempsey grabbed a motorcycle helmet off the pillion of a parked motor scooter, clutching it by the chin guard. He pivoted through the gap after the next vehicle, ending up on the sidewalk just in time to see the agent emerge from in front of the van. The man's hand was coming up, triggering alarm bells in his brain. Dempsey hurled the motorcycle helmet at the target. The helmet flew true, spinning through the air, and hit the man in the face with an audible crunch. The stunned agent dropped his pistol and stumbled backward. Dempsey surged forward and drove his shoulder into his adversary's chest at full speed, wrapping his arms around the man's torso and driving him to the ground like an NFL linebacker hitting a stationary quarterback. The agent hit the concrete hard, his head whiplashing as Dempsey's 200-plus pounds of muscle and bone came down on top of him. After impact, Dempsey instantly popped up, legs straddling the agent's midsection, his right fist cocked and ready to strike. But instead of struggling under his grip and gasping for breath, the man lay still, just staring, vacant and unblinking, at nothing. A pool of dark blood grew around the man's head like a halo, and his left pupil suddenly dilated. A smell of shit and piss filled the air. Dempsey's war face instantly evaporated. He relaxed his fist, lowered his hand, and placed 2 fingers on the side of the man's neck, where he found no pulse. "Shit," Dempsey muttered. Breathing hard, he shifted to a seated position beside the body. "If you had just stopped, you'd still be alive, dumbass," he growled in frustration at the dead man. Dempsey pulled his mobile phone from his right front pocket and photographed the dead Asian man. Next, he rummaged through the agent's pockets until he found a wallet. He quickly checked the laminated card. Xintao, Taiwan national ID, and lots of Chinese Hanzi he couldn't read. He flipped the bifold wallet closed, pocketed it, then rolled the dead man's body off the sidewalk into the gap between the curb and the parked minivan. He scanned right and left for any wide-eyed witnesses. Seeing none, he took off in a jog down the street in the opposite direction he'd come from. "Candy House, Hansel. You can cancel the request for Eyes in the Sky. Don't need it anymore," Dempsey said, calling Wang. When no response came, he tried again. "Candy House, do you copy?" Weird, he thought. "Gretel, Hansel, sit rep," he said, trying Grimes. No response. He tried Munn. "Which, Hansel, how do you copy?" No response. Shit, he grumbled, picking up the pace. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Chapter 4. Rooftop, half a block from General Lee's apartment. Dan Munn was already on his feet when Grimes's curtain-wrapped body came blasting through the back window of the target apartment, propelled by an enormous ball of fire that took out not only the window but most of the exterior wall. She flew at least 20 feet before hitting the ground with a sickening thud that transmitted through his earbud. Instead of taking the stairs he'd used to access the roof, Munn vaulted over the hip wall to drop 6 or 7 feet off the roof onto a small balcony below. He then climbed over the railing and swung to the next balcony directly below, before dropping to the ground and rolling out of the hard landing to preserve his knees. "Candy House, we need a medevac for Gretel," Munn grunted. He scrambled into a combat crouch, pulled his weapon, and scanned for threats. The doctor inside him wanted to abandon caution and protocol and rush to his teammate, but the SEAL part of him was in control now. The most basic tenet of battlefield medicine was to win the fight before tending to the wounded. Otherwise, everyone died, including the patient. He quickly scanned for targets in the dimly lit courtyard. Finding none, he sprinted around the apartment to the back alley where the street was covered in broken glass and debris. Lizzie, can you hear me?" he said, taking a knee beside Grimes's unmoving body. He immediately and furiously began untangling her from the twisted mass of curtain wrapped around her torso. "Candy House, confirm you copied my last. Confirm you have medevac en route. Gretel may be in urgent surgical." Frustrated with his slow progress untangling the curtain, Munn set his rifle down and pulled his SOG knife from his kit. The razor-sharp blade made quick work of the fabric enshrouding Grimes, freeing her in one fluid slice. "Grimes, talk to me," Munn said. She didn't respond. He pulled off his left combat glove with his teeth and used his index and middle fingers to check for a pulse in her neck. "Pulse strong and fast. Pulse rate over 100. Good pressure." He exhaled with relief and immediately began to palpate her from head to toe to assess her injuries, talking to her as he did. "Lizzie, can you hear me?" "What happened?" she grumbled. "Ow, shit. My right leg hurts. And my hip." She's somewhat oriented, also good. He felt no deformities in her skull or face and saw no major bleeding, lacerations, shrapnel wounds, or burns. She'd been lucky, landing just right to safeguard her head, and the curtain had protected her from the blast. She blinked again, and her eyes went wide. "Dan, Lee's dead," she said, and clear focus returned to her face. Munn glanced over at the enormous hole in the front of the townhouse. "Yeah, no shit, Lizzie. They nuked the apartment with both of you in it," he said, running his left hand over her shoulders and then checking her sternum for deformity or pain. He pressed gently on her abdomen as she rolled onto her back in the massive fabric. "Does that hurt anywhere?" "A little," she said, but didn't grimace in agony, another good sign. "That's not what I'm saying. Lee was already dead before the explosion, GSW to the head." Grimes started to raise herself up on her elbows, but stopped short, her face contorted in agony. "Shit! I think my leg's broken, or my hip, maybe." Munn heard sirens in the distance. They were in Taipei under an official diplomatic cover. Someone thought it might be best to leverage the regular system and get her into the closest emergency hospital. Then again, he was a heavily armed white dude at a bombing site in the diplomatic center of the city. "Hang in there, Lizzie, we're going to get you patched up," he said, repositioning to her left side as the wail of sirens grew louder. He noticed her badly deformed right thigh, which jumped around with muscle spasms in a sickening way, jiggling with the blood filling her thigh from a shattered femur. Munn concluded the hip pain could be referred pain from the femur or a possible pelvic fracture. The femur was the largest bone in the human body. The force required to break it was significant, which meant she might well have other internal injuries. "Candy House for the 100th time, sit rep on the medevac for Gretel," he shouted, ready to throttle Wang. Then foreboding dread slapped him in the face. "Candy House, this is Witch. How do you copy?" Nothing. "Hansel, Witch, we have a problem," he said, hailing Dempsey. No response. "All comms are down. Not good." Munn looked at Grimes and held her gaze. This time the doctor trumped the operator. Munn made a decision. She was going to the hospital with the paramedics in an ambulance. That's when he remembered the diplomatic papers they were both carrying, papers that would hopefully prevent him from being arrested, authorize her care, and maybe even facilitate his riding with her to the trauma center in the ambulance. 2 squad cars squealed around the bend before slamming to a halt and parking at a standoff. Munn waited and tended to Grimes as a pair of armed police officers got out of the vehicles and began to cautiously approach with their weapons drawn. "We're American federal agents. My partner is badly wounded," he said, his hands up where they could see them. "She needs a hospital. Do you speak English?" "Show us ID," one of the officers answered in English. "Slowly." Munn released a Velcro tab that dropped a large panel on his kit that identified him as an agent with the United States Diplomatic Security Service. "And the woman," the officer said, shifting his gaze to Grimes. Grimes was in civilian clothes, but Munn fished out the ID pack on the end of the lanyard she wore under her shirt. The Taiwanese police officer's gaze shifted from Grimes's ID to the assault rifle on the ground by Munn. "I'm an American federal agent," he said again, then tried to fill in the gaps without jeopardizing their knock. "We're part of a security detail for an American diplomat who may have died in the explosion at that apartment. This is my partner. She's badly hurt. We need to get her to the hospital." The officers exchanged nervous looks, then argued in Mandarin for a moment. Finally, while his partner made a call on his radio, the English speaker said, "He call ambulance. She go hospital urgent." "Thank you," Munn said, and nodded respectfully at the man. To his relief, the officer nodded back. Grimes moaned, and he turned to her. "Hang in there, Lizzie. The ambulance is on its way." With primary comms down, he'd have to implement backup protocol to reach Dempsey. Seeing no other choice, he dug out his encrypted mobile phone from a pocket on his kit and called his teammate. But he didn't expect Dempsey to answer. And why would he? Dempsey is too busy being Dempsey. Chapter 5. 5 blocks from General Lee's apartment. "What the hell is going on?" Dempsey muttered. He tapped the top of the earbud in his left ear canal 3 times, attempting to activate a new feature Baldwin and the signals team had developed. "Link with the communications network lost. Attempting to re-establish," a pleasant female voice with a British accent responded, a rudimentary AI that ran on each Ember team member's phone and acted as a backup if something went wrong. Dempsey had named his AI assistant Carmen. "Carmen, when did comms go down?" "Comms went down 2 minutes and 37 seconds ago," she said. "Well, why didn't you friggin' offer up that detail at the time, you worthless program?" Dempsey had resisted using Carmen since the feature had been rolled out, preferring to get his information the old-fashioned way, from qualified and trusted humans. But he'd accepted other changes, like the advanced gel body armor and full-color NVGs, and now performed better because of them. According to Ember Director Mike Casey, AI was the future of warfare, and either Ember hopped on the train or it would be left behind in the dust. Dempsey rounded a street corner heading east. He jogged 1 block and arrived back where he'd first emerged from the creek crossing. "Carmen, can you help navigate me to the physical location of the van Candy House is operating from?" he asked, scowling. "Affirmative, Hansel. Proceed 1 block south, turn east on Tianmu Road and cross the bridge. Then take your second right on lane 50. "Check," he said. mildly impressed that the program was smart enough to use his call sign. Feeling a powerful sense of impending dread, Dempsey picked up the pace from a jog to a run. After turning on Tianmu Road, he crossed the bridge, annoyed that the asshole he'd been chasing hadn't thought to do the same, sparing him the soggy shoes. Once on the other side, he followed Carmen's directions, and she guided him perfectly to the van's location. When he was within 20 yards, Dempsey saw that the driver's side rear sliding door was hanging wide open. Shit. He pulled out his SFX-9 pistol, brought it up into a two-handed grip, and scanned the street through the holographic sight for threats. Finding none, he studied the windows of the apartment buildings behind the van, looking for snipers or spotters. Seeing no one, he moved in to clear the van. 10 yards out, he dropped into a low combat crouch and closed the rest of the distance, quick-stepping and swiveling left and right in a continuous clearing maneuver. He vectored to create a narrow approach angle on the van's open sliding door so anyone hiding inside the rear compartment would have to lean out to get a shot at him. Nobody did, and at 5 yards he paused and pulled his flashlight with his left hand. He brought it up, resting his weapon hand on his left wrist and directing the beam into the cargo hold of the van. "Wang," he called. "Wang, you in there, buddy?" When no reply came, Dempsey paused to think. The mystery of their lost comms was now officially solved. Wang would never voluntarily leave his post in the middle of an op, which meant the kid had been taken. And whoever had taken Wang also knew enough to shut down their comms, which indicated they probably also wired the van to blow. Dempsey backpedaled, opening distance to the van. His spidey sense tingling like crazy, he scanned left and right, looking for new threats on the street. Suddenly, fresh worry gripped his chest like a pair of giant pliers and squeezed. If Wang was MIA, did that mean Lizzie and Dan were too? He didn't need Carmen for directions this time because he'd already walked the route from the van to General Lee's apartment. He took off in a full sprint, struggling to tamp down an unfamiliar panic that grew in his chest. 1 block into the route, something happened that never happened on covert Ember ops. His mobile phone rang. After scanning left and right for threats, he ducked down a side street and took a knee behind a parked car. Adequately covered from threats, he pulled his phone out. The missed call pop-up indicated he'd missed a call from 2, Munn's default call sign in Ember SAD. Dempsey phoned back. 2, Munn answered. "Authenticate." "Chapel Night," Dempsey said, using his coded identifiers for situations in which the op had been compromised. "Whiskey Coaster," Munn replied. "Are you intact?" "Check, you?" "I'm 5 by, but 3 is not. Medevac in progress," Munn said, his voice a tight chord. Dempsey's heart skipped a beat. "How bad?" "She got blown out the second-story window. Conscious, non-ambulatory, possible internal bleeding," Munn said. Anger surged in Dempsey's chest, replacing worry. "Candy House was hit. 9 is MIA." "That explains the loss of comms," Munn said. "The contact is dead. 3 found him with GSW to the head, and the apartment rigged to blow, hence her emergency exfil from the second-story window. I'm with the Taiwanese police who called an ambulance. It's en route." As if in confirmation, the whine of a siren broke the din of nighttime city life. Dempsey forced himself to take a deep breath. "Stay with 3. Ride with her to the hospital and keep her safe. I'll contact Dugout. Relocate the rest of the team to the alternate location and start working on a plan to find 9. "Copy all," Munn said. "Oh, and 1? "Yeah." "Watch your 6. "You too, brother. You too." Dempsey looked down at the SFX-9 pistol he held in his right hand and wished he had a target he could unload the entire magazine into. Someone had come after his family tonight, and now that someone was going to pay. Chapter 6. Somewhere. A bucket of cold water to the face jolted Richard Wang out of the deep darkness he floated in, taking him instantly from unconscious to wide awake. He raised his head and blinked away the water, then shivered, realizing he was also shirtless, cold, and sitting in a metal chair with his wrists bound. He dragged his feet on what felt like a concrete floor and realized he was shoeless as well. He blinked again, trying to get his bearings in the cavernous and poorly lit room. Not a room. I'm in a warehouse or a factory, he realized, taking in his surroundings before refocusing on the Asian man who stood in front of him, a blue plastic bucket in his hand and a malevolent grin on his face. Wang didn't recognize the man, but the expression he wore was clear. I'm not your friend. The man was dressed in a t-shirt, black hoodie, and long gray surfer-style shorts. He was also sporting black combat boots, a black ball cap, and had tats all over his neck and calves. He looked young. Wang pegged him for late 20s, early 30s. Gangbanger was the first thought that popped into Wang's head as he tried to piece together who this guy was and what had happened to him. The man dropped the bucket, and the sound of it hitting the concrete echoed throughout the warehouse. Without a word, the gangster turned away and walked over to a rectangular control unit suspended by a yellow electrical cord hanging down from the ceiling. He pressed one of the buttons, and an electric motor overhead whirred to life. Immediately, Wang felt his wrists lift out of his lap, the binding pulled vertically by an orange nylon strap. He looked up and saw that the strap was attached to a crane hook suspended by steel cables that had been lowered from a rail-driven trolley positioned directly overhead. Panic set in as the hook raised his arms with unrelenting speed and ease, and he felt his chest tighten and his mouth somehow become even drier. The next thing he knew, his arms were stretched upward and over his head. The binding on his wrists went taut, then impossibly tight as the crane hook lifted him out of his seat. He stood to ease the pressure and put slack back in the strap, but this only lasted a second or two before the tension returned and the hook hoisted him further into the air. The strain on his pecs, biceps, and shoulders was tremendous as his feet left the ground. He heard and felt a pop as his right shoulder joint dislocated, accompanied by the worst pain he'd ever experienced in his life. He screamed in agony, like a baby, like an animal. The bucket man, now crane master and torturer, stopped the hook. Wang's eyes flooded with involuntary tears. His brain had stopped working entirely. His wits had abandoned him, like a flock of seagulls on the beach scared into flight. He wriggled and tried to pull himself up to relieve the pain, but that only caused it to spread like fire across his back and chest. The warehouse was eerily quiet, but the din in his mind from the pain was deafening. It took him a moment to realize that his tattooed torturer was talking to him in Mandarin, asking him what division of something he worked for and what his job was. Wang had been born in the U.S. and had grown up in a bilingual home, but by first grade he rebelled and refused to speak Mandarin with his parents, despite their insistence that they speak Chinese at home. Back then, he'd wanted nothing to do with Asian culture. He was an American kid with Chinese parents who just wanted to fit in. It wasn't until he'd matured and been recruited into Ember that he realized the value of the gift he'd rejected. After that epiphany, he devoted a decent percentage of his spare time to relearning Mandarin. He was by no means as fluent as he'd been at age 6, but once he'd knocked the rust off the gears and oiled the machine, it had started coming back to him. Now, he found with some surprise that he understood far more than he would have expected. "The pain you're feeling is nothing," the torturer said in Chinese. Then he went on to say something that Wang thought was a description of other things he might do. Wang swallowed, trying to gather his thoughts. "If I'm going to survive this, I need a strategy." He tried to push away the pain and focus on remembering the time he and Amanda Allen had talked for hours about her experience in Syria when she'd been kidnapped and tortured by terrorists working with Russian mercenaries. Her demeanor during the conversation had been so strange, open, honest, and matter-of-fact, as if the events she recounted had happened to someone else. She'd been starved, beaten, sleep-deprived, stripped naked, humiliated, and sexually assaulted. She'd escaped her cell by turning the tables and killing one of her torturers in what she'd described as a moment of unhinged primal rage. Hanging in the air by his wrists with a separated right shoulder, Wang realized he wasn't turning the tables on shit. Instead of primal rage, all he felt was absolute animal terror. He was the comms guy. He ran the tech. He maneuvered satellites and looked through walls. Never had he felt less like one of the operators he worked with. "Talk, or I start cutting," the tattooed man said in Mandarin, pulling a terrifying-looking blade from a sheath on his belt. Movement behind the interrogator drew Wang's attention. He blinked to clear the tears and saw two figures walking toward them from the far side of the warehouse, both male, both Asian, and both dressed in black pants and sports shirts. Their clothing and demeanor reminded Wang of how the Ember crew dressed when they weren't kitted up. The man on the left was taller and wore eyeglasses. The guy on the right side was shorter, balding, and had totally jacked arms. They looked at Wang with complete and utter indifference, like he was a sack of fertilizer being moved by a crane. The two men approached his torturer and began to converse. Wang couldn't hear what they were saying, and he doubted he could make sense of it anyway because of the pain and fear that consumed him. From his right shoulder, fire radiated out in all directions, up the side of his neck and into his skull like a live electric wire. Wang had never been in this much agony. His mind felt like it was being electrocuted. A hard slap to his right cheek snapped him to the present. Wang didn't realize his eyes had been closed. He didn't realize he'd lost time. The taller of the new arrivals now stood in front of him. The man wore an irritated expression, as if he'd been at this for days instead of arriving on the scene 5 seconds ago. Wang wondered if this guy was the boss. He looked and carried himself like the boss. Fresh fear erupted inside Wang as he wondered what horrible torture this guy was about to inflict on him. "I don't want to be tortured." He felt more tears spill onto his cheeks. "Why were you watching, General Li?" the man asked, his Mandarin sharper and a little easier for Wang to understand than the first dude. "What do you do at—" Wang lost the thread. The man was speaking too fast, and Wang couldn't keep up translating in his head. His forehead was covered in sweat, but not because it was hot. Wang also realized it was becoming increasingly difficult to breathe. A flash bulb memory came back to him, Doc Munn explaining that the mode of death in crucifixion wasn't blood loss or dehydration. It was suffocation. He could remember the moment as clear as day, could practically see Munn's face as he told Wang that people didn't realize Jesus died from suffocation, not the wounds the Romans inflicted. The man slapped him across the face again, but this time harder. "Bro, I don't speak Chinese," Wang said, tasting blood in his mouth. "Why does my voice sound like my head is inside a cardboard box?" The tall man's expression shifted from stern reproach to surprise in a millisecond. He whirled to face his partner and the gangbanger. "He's an American! You—" something Wang didn't understand but thought might be took or stole. "An American!" The gangbanger kicked the blue bucket, and it went sailing through the air before landing 10 feet away, where it clattered and spun across the floor. The shorter guy, the dude with jacked arms, barked something at the gangbanger, who walked back to the crane pendant controller and lowered the hook. A beat later, Wang's feet made contact with the wet concrete floor, and he was standing on shaking legs. The hanging tension eased, then disappeared as he supported his body weight. Taking the pressure off the ligaments and tendons in his shoulders provided instant relief from the agony, but when he tried to lower his arms, he couldn't. A fresh spike of electric pain radiated from his right shoulder in all directions.
Shit!
Wang cried. Fresh tears flooded his eyes as he used his left arm to hold the right one up because the bones were caught or something. He knew computers inside and out, but human anatomy and medical stuff were Mun's thing.
"You are American?"
the tall interrogator asked in English, having regained his composure.
"Yes,"
Wang croaked.
"Who do you work for?"
"A private security contractor based in Houston," he said, his brain defaulting instinctively to one of Ember's evergreen knocks.
"What is the name of the contractor?"
"Phalanx," Wang said, wondering how long he'd be able to hold his right arm up and what would happen when his left arm finally gave out.
"Why are you conducting surveillance activities in Taipei?"
"Because our client asked us to," Wang said, trying to force some aggravation into his voice to sound more convincing.
"Who is your client?"
"I'm not at liberty to say." This comment evoked a chuckle from the man, a chuckle that said, "Oh, you poor fool, you have no idea the things I can do to make you talk." Then he crossed his arms.
"What was the purpose of your operation?"
"To surveil General Lee," Wang said without hesitation. Wang's mind was on autopilot. For some odd reason, the answers coming quickly and easily to him. He'd never been tortured or interrogated before. He'd not even been through SEER training like the rest of Ember SAD. He had, however, observed plenty of Ember-run interrogations. He'd watched Dempsey and Grimes in action. He understood the process, the mechanics, and the methodology behind interrogation techniques. He understood that everyone breaks. He also knew from talking with Alan that the most effective strategy was to dole out a mixture of truth and obfuscation over time, buying time until rescue was the goal.
"Why were you surveilling General Lee?"
the man asked. Wang registered how perfect the man's English was, his diction and pronunciation both as good as a native speaker. "Because our client was concerned Lee's life was in danger."
"Why? On what basis?"
The pain in Wang's shoulder was a little better now, allowing him to think. So long as he didn't move, this was borderline manageable. "Look, man, I'm the cyber guy, okay? My job is to run the comms and the surveillance from the van. They only read me in on the shit I need to know. They compartmentalize the rest. That way if I get taken by assholes like you, I can't compromise the entire mission and chain." The tall man chuckled at this, then stared at Wang for several seconds.
"What is your name?"
"Kevin Wang."
"Don't go anywhere, Kevin,"
the man said with an ironic smile.
"I need to talk to my friends."
The trio walked out of earshot to caucus while Wang waited. His left shoulder and tricep muscles were on fire and screaming almost as badly as his right shoulder now. Sweat from his forehead was running down his temples and overwhelming his saturated eyebrows. He desperately wanted to mop his brow and wipe his eyes, but obviously he couldn't. His thoughts jumped to Amanda Allen again. She was so pretty and smart, and he'd worked with her for nearly 2 years and never mustered the guts to ask her out. Now she was dating some dude at CENTCOM.
"I'm such a dumbass."
The conversation between the two men and the gangbanger ended, and the trio walked back over to Wang. The tall guy, who Wang figured was in charge, reached up and unhooked the orange nylon strap from the crane hook.
"Lie down on the floor on your back."
In no position to challenge anything they did or said, Wang let out a resigned exhale and attempted to do as he was told. The simple motions were surprisingly painful and difficult, but eventually he managed.
My friend here will put your arm back in place, the tall man said as he stepped aside to make way for his shorter colleague. The bald, muscular operator, Wang could tell the dude was an operator, kneeled next to Wang and went to work disconnecting the orange nylon strap from the other straps binding his wrists together. When that was complete, he retrieved a folding knife from his pocket and cut the bindings, freeing Wang's wrists. Then, before Wang could react, the operator took hold of Wang's right arm. Clamping down with one hand above the wrist and the other above the elbow, the Chinese operator performed a two-step manipulation that put Wang's shoulder back into the socket. It hurt like hell, but after spiking, the pain rapidly dropped to a somewhat tolerable burning ache. "Thank you," Wang heard himself say. "Why are you thanking these assholes? They're not friggin' paramedics. They did this to you, dumbass." The muscular Chinese guy said nothing, just stood and looked down at Wang from above. Wang positioned his right arm crossed over his stomach and used his left to help push himself up into a sitting position. He shifted his attention to the leader. "Are you going to let me go now?" Wang asked, giving the request 1 in 5 odds it might actually happen. The tall man smiled. "You're funny, Kevin. You know that? So that's a no? I don't know what they are going to do with you. Unfortunately, your fate is no longer my decision." Wang didn't like hearing that a they was involved. When a they controlled your fate, it was never a good thing. "Ah, I see. Sit in the chair," the tall man said. Wang complied. Once he was seated, the shorter dude bound his wrists, this time using plastic cuffs instead of straps. Hopefully that meant the crane-hoisting part of his interrogation was over. He scanned for the Chinese gangbanger kid, but now he was nowhere to be seen. Who had that dude been? Local muscle hired by the MSS? He assumed the tall dude was MSS and his operator partner was the Chinese equivalent of Ground Branch. The operator kneeled by the chair, grabbed Wang's right leg at the ankle and forced it against the metal chair leg. After zip-tying the ankle and chair together, he repeated the process with Wang's left leg. "Can't have you trying to escape," the tall man said, looking at Wang once again like he was a product rather than a person. The man's English was so clean and flawless that they might as well have been somewhere in Middle America. "Well, you took my shirt and my shoes, and dislocated my arm. I don't think that's something you have to worry about." The tall man didn't react. He simply turned and began to walk away, his partner or guard dog or whatever the operator was, striding to catch up. "Can I have some water, please?" Wang called. But the two agents just walked out of the warehouse, turning out the lights as they did, leaving Wang alone, dehydrated, and shivering in the dark, wondering what the hell was going to happen to him next. Chapter 7. Surgical Waiting Room, 5th floor, Tri-Service General Hospital, 32, Section 2, Chonggong Road, Nehu District, Taipei City, Taiwan, 2311 local time. As Dempsey paced back and forth in the back corner of the hospital's surgery waiting room, memories and emotions of past places much like this one flooded over him. Pacing the hall outside the waiting room at Centera Hospital in Norfolk, after the attack on Ember's previous home in Virginia. The horrifying wait in Israel after Lizzie had been shot in the chest. The pain of waiting was all too often followed by the pain of loss instead of relief. Dempsey didn't think he could bear losing Grimes. Another group of tortured souls waiting for word on loved ones was huddled together near the door of the waiting room, talking in low whispers and comforting a weeping older woman. Dempsey towered over most people, but he especially towered over this Taiwanese family, so he kept to his corner to respect their privacy and to avoid being an intimidating presence. His mind went now to Wang, his missing teammate, and, if he was honest, the closest thing to a kid brother he'd ever had. The kid annoyed the shit out of him most of the time, but Dempsey loved him.
Like Grimes, Wang was family. Dempsey spun on a heel, hoping to see Munn coming through the door from the surgery. He sighed when hope didn't will it into existence. Baldwin had run an aerial search once they had a satellite online, but it had shown nothing of value. They needed imagery from before the hit on Wang, not after, and so far they had found nothing. Tony Prescott, the former Green Beret and most senior member of SAD after him and Munn, had demanded a hard search of the area, but Mike Casey nixed the idea. This time, Dempsey agreed. This had been a well-designed hit on General Lee by professional operators and spies, almost certainly from China's MSS. So until they knew more, the risk-benefit ratio favored repositioning to the alternate safe house and letting Baldwin do his thing. Being out on the streets of Taipei, banging on doors and searching buildings, especially if the real target was not just Lee, but Ember itself, would make the rest of the SAD team more target than asset. Dempsey glanced at his watch. He'd been in the waiting room nearly an hour and a half, and he had still not heard from anyone, except for 2 calls from Tess Wallace, who he assumed had been nominated by the rest of the team to ping him for updates. Dempsey had already told Prescott that he would call the moment he had an update. He collapsed into a molded plastic chair that was far too small for him, closed his eyes and tilted his head back. He looked at his watch again, only to find that less than a full minute had passed. If it was good news, he would have heard already, right? But if it was really bad news, he supposed that would be the quickest news of all. He pounded the armrest, making more noise than he meant to and earning a sympathetic look from the woman he assumed to be the matriarch of the family by the door. He nodded an apology, and she gave him a tight smile and wet eyes in return. He let out another long breath. Maybe it had been a mistake to plan casualty care at the Tri-Service General Hospital. It had been close, but not as close as the Shinkongwu Hosu Memorial Hospital, only a few blocks from the X. Dempsey shook his head in frustration. That had been Munn's call, and he trusted him completely. His best friend was a former 18 Delta and a blooded combat surgeon with the Tier 1 before he'd been recruited into Ember. If he said that a designated trauma center an extra few minutes away, especially one staffed mostly by active-duty combat surgeons from Taiwan's ROC Army, was the better choice, then that was that. Besides, Tri-Service was a stone's throw from the new safe house they were crashing, courtesy of connections in DIA, and was practically next door to the American Institute in Taipei, a CIA front posing as a privately funded diplomatic mission in Taiwan. Dempsey looked again at his watch, chasing away the images of Grimes in the Israeli hospital, tubes coming out of more places than he could even imagine. How many lives does she have left? Dempsey had lost her brother, his teammate in his other life as Jack Kemper, Tier 1 SEAL, and he just didn't think he could lose her too. The door opened and Munn came in, dressed in scrubs, of all things, which filled Dempsey with relief and fear at the same time. But Munn was smiling. Before they even exchanged words, Dempsey closed his eyes and said a soft prayer of thanks. When he opened them again, Munn was beside him, and Dempsey noticed what had to be another American with him. The man was in khaki cargo pants and a Columbia quick-dry camping shirt, so Dempsey guessed he was DIA or CIA or some other damn 3-letter agency.
"She's going to be okay, J.D.,"
Munn said, the relief on the surgeon-turned-spook's face as visible as a beam of light.
"She's banged up pretty good, but she should fully recover. She'll have to sit this one out, though."
"Thank God," Dempsey said, and meant it. "What happened?" He glanced at the curious family by the door and leaned in.
"And by that I mean her injuries. We'll hot-wash the rest later."
"Right," Munn said. Then he gestured to the man beside him.
"This is Sean O'Halloran. He's with our
He glanced around the room and then up in the corner at the obvious camera. Host entity. He also happens to be tied with the ROC Army Medical Unit that runs the trauma service here, so he arranged access for me to the trauma bay. Good to meet you, Dempsey said, shaking hands with O'Halloran. Likewise, the DIA officer said. Happy to help however I can. Dempsey turned back to Munn. Well, how is she? The procedure went flawlessly, J.D. She's getting great care. Dempsey cut him off. Enough with the sugarcoating. Give it to me straight. I want details, Dan. Munn nodded, and his eyes got wet, but Dempsey guessed the emotion tearing him up was mostly relief. Well, her most serious injury is the femur fracture. It's a bad break. She snapped it in half, but fortunately no vascular injury. She also had a pretty bad blow to the head, so we took a CT scan of her skull. There's no subdural hematoma, like bleeding on the brain, so that's good, but we know a lot more now about the sequelae of TBI than in the old days, so we'll have to watch closely. No spine injury, no internal bleeding that needs surgery, but she has a little hematoma around her left kidney. No blush, which means no active bleeding, and she has a spleen injury, but again, minor, and can be managed without surgery for now. That's a lot of damage, dude, Dempsey said, his throat tight with emotion. He couldn't believe they'd come this close to losing her again. And what about Wang? They still had no intel on Wang, who Dempsey would classify as alive in his mind until they learned otherwise. It sounds bad, I know, hence the sugar-coating and minimized details doctor protocol, Munn said with a knowing look. I'm arranging for her to be flown to the Naval Hospital at Yokosuka after the ortho guys plate her femur, but I want to keep her here for at least 24 hours to make sure her spleen injury is stable. I don't want her to bleed on the flight while I'm not there to take care of it. Dempsey nodded but couldn't think of what to say. She's going to be fine, John, Munn said. For real. We should have had eyes in the sky. Thermals, Overwatch, the works. Don't go there, man, Munn said. We can't run a full-court press for every low-risk meeting or walk in the park. It's not realistic. But I do have questions. Munn glanced around, clearly dying to dig into the details of the Lee meeting that never happened. Unfortunately, this wasn't the place for that conversation, and they both knew it. Me too, Dempsey said. He already knew the questions on Munn's mind because they were the same questions needling him. Was Task Force Ember the target, or were they inconveniently caught up in an assassination of General Lee? Because with Wang missing, it sure as hell felt like Ember might again be in the crosshairs of an unknown adversary targeting them specifically. Kind of feels like the early days when we were trading punches with Zeta. Only this time Dempsey felt even more in the dark. Can I see her? Dempsey asked, his thoughts returning to Grimes. Absolutely. She's stable and awake. Good. And after we need to get lodging sorted, he said, referring to the nearby DIA safe house. The clock is ticking on Richard, and we have a lot of questions that need answering, and a lot of coordination with third parties to manage. I couldn't agree more, Munn said. There was no doubt that Mike Casey would authorize the search and recovery of Wang, even if the Ember director had to chase it all the way to the White House. There was no world in which President Jarvis didn't greenlight a recovery op. Jarvis was a SEAL, and he'd been the director when Ember was first chartered. But they'd deal with that soon enough. First, Dempsey needed to see his friend. He followed Munn out of the room, bid farewell by a sad smile from the old woman and her family by the door. They passed through double doors using a swipe card that Munn had somehow managed to procure, and now Dempsey found himself in a large room divided into 6 oversized treatment bays, each about the dimensions of a full-size operating room. At present, one bay had an old man in a bed, his face badly bruised and bleeding, but his eyes were open. Another bay in the corner had the curtain pulled closed around it. He followed Munn to the closed bay, then through the curtain, which his teammate parted with one hand. At the sight of Grimes lying in bed, eyes closed, her face a grimace of pain, a wave of relief washed over Dempsey. Just seeing her alive, her skin pink and healthy, made everything better. She had scrapes and bruises on her face and arms, and a black eye, but those were all superficial wounds that would heal. Her right leg, however, stuck out from under the thin blanket, elevated in what he recognized from med training as a femoral traction splint. Her foot was in a sleeve of sorts, attached to the bottom of the splint by a strap that had been used to ratchet the device taut, pulling her leg straight and the broken thigh bone into alignment until the bone could be fixed. "You look like shit," Dempsey said, forcing a grin onto his face. Her eyes flickered open, and then she smiled at him.
"Well," Grimes said with what sounded like relief in her voice, "at least for me it's a temporary condition."
That gave the team the laugh they all needed. Munn turned serious. "They'll get you in the OR in a few minutes, Lizzie. Surgery is required to repair that fracture."
"I know, you already told me that," she said and grimaced again.
"When it comes to pain like yours, sometimes patients are only half listening."
"It's me you're talking to, Dan," she said with her eyes closed. "This is not my first rodeo."
"See," Dempsey said, looking at Dan. "She'll be back on the long gun covering our asses before we know it." "And with a sexy scar from Taipei on your thigh to match the one on your cheek from Kathmandu," Munn said.
"Lucky me," she said, frowning. "Now I can look hideous from top to bottom."
Munn leaned in over the bed, bringing his face close to hers. Their foreheads touched for a moment. "Impossible," Dempsey heard Munn say softly.
"Will you be in the OR to supervise?"
Grimes asked, looking up at Munn hopefully. Munn's shoulders slumped as he exchanged a glance with Dempsey. He'd not told Grimes about Wang yet. "Lizzie, I need Dan right now. There's stuff that needs to be handled in the aftermath, I'm afraid. Wang's missing, and we don't know what happened to him."
"What?"
Grimes exclaimed, her eyes crystal clear now.
"How?"
"If we knew more, we'd share it, but right now, all you need to concentrate on is your surgery and post-op," Munn said. "I won't be in the OR, but we have an American doc I trust supervising. He's an orthopedic surgeon, and I'm not, so procedurally speaking, you'll be in better hands than mine. And don't worry about Wang, we'll find him, I promise," Dempsey added. Grimes's stare turned hard, and she clenched her jaw.
"I know you will," she said. "You guys get out of here and get it done. I'll be fine."
To Dempsey's surprise, Munn kissed Grimes on the cheek and then turned to join him. "See you soon," Dempsey said, and turned to leave with Munn.
"John,"
Grimes called after them. Dempsey turned back, one hand on the curtain, and raised an eyebrow.
"When you find who did this, promise me you'll make them pay."
Chapter 8. Executive Director's Office, Shanghai Secrecy Administration Bureau, SSAB, Municipal Bureau of the Ministry of State Security, 1 Reining Road, Xuwei District, Shanghai, China, 0712 local time. Liu Shazi, a former snow leopard who now worked as an operative for the Ministry of State Security, stood alone, gazing out the window of his boss's office. SSAB Director Gui Dongxing had been delayed by a bureaucratic meeting that had run over. As the director of SSAB, an almost public front for the MSS's most active and lethal bureau, Gui was both powerful and politically savvy. Shazi couldn't help but wonder if being made to wait was yet another form of passive punishment for the terrorist attack in New Delhi carried out by Shazi's proxies, just as Shazi's reassignment to the Shanghai office felt like being caged. If they knew that I had orchestrated the attack myself, I might well have been hanged already. Small blessings. He dropped his hands to his thighs, closed his eyes, and pushed the thought away with a single, cleansing breath. He let the air flow out of his lungs at its own tempo, concentrating the breath in his abdomen in a Qigong original breath as he pictured a flat blue sea. Lately he felt that his ability to control and calm his qi was diminishing. That was his fault. The Qigong was not something one pursued casually. Instead, it required constant and daily discipline. The truth was, lately he'd felt too depressed for the discipline the warrior's art required. Feeling defeated, he stopped meditative centering, opened his eyes, and watched cars crawl across the Lupu Bridge over the Huangpu River as Shanghai woke for another workday. Today he wondered if there might be some meaningful work for him. Not that his work was meaningless, but sifting through ciphers and poring over intelligence from the field was not why he'd been forged, and most certainly was not a good use of the skills he'd spent his entire adult life honing. While he respected Gui, Shazi was a doer, an operator. In the Snow Leopards, he'd been part of one of the most lethal and effective counterterrorism direct action units in the world. Those were the skills he brought to his job as an operative in the MSS. "I'm supposed to be a field man," he mused, with no small measure of bitterness. These last few months at One Rinning Road had been like a slow, lingering death. It was made all the worse by the fact that he knew that President Jarvis's ghost operator was still out there, somewhere. The SEAL President's Black Ops team had outwitted Shazi in New Delhi, and somewhere in the shadows that team was likely still winning. Shazi's focus, beyond the tasks assigned to him to destabilize America's growing presence and influence in the Far East, with their growing partnership in India, was on finding this mysterious ghost unit that served the warrior president. The assassination of President Warner and the Indian Prime Minister had changed everything. Kelso Jarvis, it turned out, was a far deadlier foe than Warner. And Jarvis's ghost warrior unit from New Delhi was, it seemed to Shazi, his most deadly weapon. He and his colleagues in APT-31 Group had penetrated deep into the American intelligence machine, but they'd found no trace of the shadow unit or the men who served on it. There had been a partial match of 70% on facial recognition that had given him some hope, but that had turned out to be a Tier 1 Navy SEAL who had died in Yemen years ago. The leader of this unit and his team were vapor. And with China's influence in the region at risk from the new alliance between the United States and India, Shazi needed to cut the head off that snake to make any progress. And finally kill the real snake. President Kelso Jarvis. The door opened behind him. Shazi turned to see Gui shuffling in, a leather satchel-style briefcase over his shoulder. Despite his harried demeanor, the man looked sharp in an expensive, well-pressed dark suit, and a red tie knotted perfectly under the collar of his starched white shirt.
"Sorry to have kept you waiting, Shazi," Director Gui said. "There is a minor crisis in Khulna that required my attention."
"Oh?" Shazi said, straightening up in his chair.
"How may I help, Director Gui?"
Shazi felt a wave of excitement at the prospect of running an operation in Bangladesh. This, he believed, was the next covert war they needed to fight to shift influence back to China. But Gui dashed his hope quickly, waving his hand as he took a seat.
No,
he said, scooting himself in closer to his desk in the high-back leather chair and pressing a thumb to his keyboard to open his computer.
"We have a team in place running these assets, a team better suited for this task. The truth is, with the new alliance between America and India and the growing resources Jarvis is providing to New Delhi, this is becoming a difficult area for us to succeed in. We are shifting much of our efforts to cyber exploitation.
Shazi felt his shoulders drop and resisted the urge to let out a pouting sigh.
But do not fear, Shazi,
Gui said, now giving him a sympathetic smile.
I have something new to get you out of Shanghai. You are my #1 troubleshooter.
Thank you, sir, Shazi said with a slight bow from his chair. How can I help? The troubleshooter position was one he'd lobbied for himself that Gui had embraced and eventually formalized. Shazi didn't work with a team or have a team of his own. He didn't have an assigned base of operations, nor was he constrained to operate in a geographic region or manage a territory. He was a lone wolf, but a lone wolf with the rank and authority to take control of assets and make shit happen, and he was good at his job. Which was why he was Gui's asset of choice to clean up other people's messes.
It seems our colleagues in MPS, operating out of the 110 station in Taipei, have created a rather complicated situation for themselves.
Now Gui had Shazi's complete laser-focused attention. The Ministry of Public Service, MPS, had overseas stations called 110 stations all over the world, operating under the guise of security for Chinese citizens across the globe. The stations served as cover for MPS's real charter, conducting covert operations to identify, monitor, and at times prosecute Chinese dissidents or expats abroad whom the CCP considered troublemakers. In Taiwan, this extended to counter-espionage and counter-influence operations, especially against the Taiwanese MIB, and the Cold War between MPS and MIB had recently begun to turn hot. Gui turned his computer screen so they could both see it.
I have a full brief already in your inbox from the encrypted server, but here is the summary overview. This is General Li A-Wang, a former ROC officer and now principal in MIB's 5th Division. I should say Li was with 5th Division since the general was assassinated last night by our MPS colleagues.
Shazi clenched his jaw in annoyance. The last thing he wanted to be doing was cleaning up some other agency's mess. Shazi had no ties to the MPS, dotted line or otherwise, but a mandate for greater cooperation between MPS and MSS, signed by Commissioners General Wen and Shi, respectively, meant that MSS agents were increasingly operating under MPS NOCs out of 110 stations. Having access to MPS NOCs and front company facilities certainly made the logistics of operating in a foreign city easier, but at the same time 110 stations were coming under increasing foreign scrutiny, which made using them for deep covert work risky. 5 stations in the U.S. and Canada had been raided and shuttered over the past 18 months. Entangling MSS agents and clandestine operations with MPS activities seemed unwise. Why give enemy counter-espionage agencies an opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone on every raid? Shazi had never been a fan of doing things the easy way. On the contrary, in his experience, harder was usually better.
And why was he assassinated?
Shazi asked.
Despite our recent integration, this operation was highly compartmentalized for obvious reasons,
Gui began. Shazi understood. This would have been an enormously risky operation. An assassination of a Taiwanese intelligence lead in Taiwan under the noses of the ROC and the Americans had tremendous geopolitical ramifications. But that was why he had asked the question. Something must have been going on to justify such a risk.
We will have all the details very soon, I assure you,
Gui continued.
What we know for now is that Lee is a career military man who was bringing his experience and his relationships with the Americans to the 5th Division. We are getting everything from MPS as we speak, but from our sources we know he was heavily involved in merging American technologies into the MIB counterintelligence and specifically counter-cyber areas of operations. He was on our radar as well for these reasons, but the hit came as a surprise.
What went wrong? He pressed as Gui sat back in his chair. Gui made a little temple with his fingers.
The operation was run out of their NOC company, Smart Trade Taiwan, and was successful. General Lee was killed, and the assassination was covered up by an explosion meant to look like a gas leak. But there was an unexpected outcome.
What kind of outcome? Shazi asked, his curiosity piqued. He had no strong opinion on the MPS one way or the other, but an assassination of a high-ranking MIB official took huge balls. An attack like that, if linked back to China, could be politically devastating on the world stage.
It appears that Lee was also under surveillance at the time of the operation. One of the foreign operators was taken by the MPS team and will soon be interrogated.
So, they kidnapped an MIB operative tagged with security for Lee? Why not just get rid of him, or better yet, why not just leave him be if the mission was a success?
Getting rid of him may well be the best option,
Gui agreed.
But my counterpart at MPS is concerned. The Americans might already be involved. As of this moment, they've not been able to ID the man they took from the security van.
What makes you think the Americans are involved?
Call it a hunch,
Gui said with a smile, no doubt because they both knew he was not the hunch type.
In my experience, when an operation deviates from the expected outcome, there is usually an unforeseen outside catalyst to blame. I don't believe our counterparts at MPS are equipped to manage this situation, and I don't believe they've been transparent about their operation. Your job, Shazi, is to figure out what that catalyst was. I want you to go to Taipei immediately and take control. Find out what they've done, why they've done it, and identify who they've kidnapped. We have a flight standing by for you to fall into one of the NOCs available for travel under the MPS company cover. Good luck.
Gui dismissed him with a nod.
Thank you, Director,
Shazi said, rising.
And Shazi, whatever happens, make sure there are no trails back to this office.
Shazi bowed, then spun on a heel and headed for the door. Gui giving him some autonomy here was a good sign. Perhaps Shazi was not in the proverbial doghouse after all. And if this captured man did turn out to be an American, then perhaps fate had him on the trail of his destiny at last. Chapter 9. Team Room, SEAL Team 4, Helicopter Road, Joint Expeditionary Base, Little Creek, 4th Story, Virginia Beach, Virginia, 1825 local time, previous day. Special Operator 3rd Class Jake Kemper stood bare shoulder to bare shoulder with Randy Ketron in the team room, waiting to see what kind of bullshit the warriors of Charlie Platoon at SEAL Team 4 had in store for them. The 16-man platoon was represented tonight by only 7 SEALs, 9 if you counted Jake and Ketron,
the rest of the men in various training or qualification evolutions. The last few weeks Jake and Randy had spent with the training cell had been intense, far more intense than their time in SQT, but it had also been a blast. They were frogmen now, and Jake's operational paradigm had evolved since those early days. Instead of viewing everything the command threw at him through a lens of trying to break him down, Jake now saw it for what it really was: SEALs building other SEALs up. He and Ketron had finally made it, and the subdued tridents they'd been wearing on their digital camis the last couple of months at SEAL Team 4 said everything. "What do you think, LT?" Senior Chief Joshua Giovanni, Gio to his teammates, asked, turning to Lieutenant Jenner Michaels, the more senior of the two officers with Charlie Platoon. "I mean, these two are kind of disappointing." Jake lowered his head in mock distress, but the truth was he was loving all the ass-grabbing, even if he and Ketron were the current butts of the joke. The two friends were dressed in grass skirts pulled over their underwear and were otherwise naked except for their combat boots. Ketron sported a brand-new tattoo on his left shoulder, a frog with a trident in its mouth. He shook his head and gave a little curtsy. Lieutenant Michaels dribbled some brown Copenhagen spit into a half-full Sprite bottle and shook his head. "Disappointing doesn't come close," Michaels said, "but let's give him another shot. This time Kemper sings and Ketron is backup dancer. From the top, boys." The officer leaned back in his chair. "Spin it up, Bing." Special Operator First Class Ari Binghamton tapped his iPhone, and soon the team room filled with the swooning sounds of Don Ho's tiny bubbles. Applause and catcalls erupted from the assembled SEALs. Jake began to sing, or began trying to at least, swinging his hips back and forth while his best friend gyrated his hips behind him, hands in the air. As he sang, Jake realized he was filled with joy, more joy than he'd felt in a long time. He was finally a member of the sacred inner sanctum of a naval special warfare unit. He was part of the team. The men whooping and whistling at Jake and Ketron from their aviation-ready room-style seats were among the most elite warriors in the world. Above the bar were coffee cups with tridents on one side and names and nicknames on the other. The walls were covered with candid shots of SEALs in action, underwater shots of SEALs in dive gear swimming over the deck of a submerged submarine, SEALs in a formation halo jump with a C-130 high above them in the clouds, SEALs in diamond formation, faces painted green and black, moving through a jungle somewhere. While he'd not done any of the things in those pictures, that day was coming. If heaven was real, Jake figured that being an operational SEAL put him in the waiting room. He finished the chorus of tiny bubbles, gyrating in formation with Ketron now, hitting the notes reasonably well, then spinning around to shake his ass at the assembled SEALs. Jake gave a big finish, wagging his ass in beat to Randy's shaking, hands on his knees, as the music ended. They stood up and faced their jury. "Well," the senior chief asked the assembled operators. In unison, the spectating SEALs filled the room with deafening boos. Jake and Ketron were pelted with balled-up paper and empty soda cans. All right. Michaels rose to his feet and made a show of quieting the crowd. "The induct training is complete. The range quals are done, though I still feel quite sure that the scores must be a fluke or were somehow fixed, because they are the best we've seen this cycle. And the PFT is finished. They completed the underway exercise, and now this is the last hoop keeping these swabbies from joining the ranks of the best platoon in the very best SEAL team in the best Navy in the world." The OIC of Charlie Platoon scratched his chin as if making a very difficult decision. "Even though I am the officer in charge, as SEALs, admittance to our brotherhood is by unanimous consent. I, for one, petition the brotherhood to vote in favor of admittance, but—" He turned to Ketron and Jake with a big smile on his face. It should be noted that my petition is inspired only by a desire to never, ever have to see that pathetic performance again. He turned back to the SEALs, who were now all on their feet. "All in favor?" he asked. There was a beat, then every SEAL in the room let out a loud, rousing sound in unison. "Hoo-yah!" Jake felt his shoulders drop in relief as his new teammates began to clap. It had been nearly 3 hours of embarrassing but good-natured hazing, and he was tired. They had completed the night maritime phase of an underway exercise only late this morning, but the rousing cheer and applause from his Charlie platoon brothers brought new energy and excitement that chased the weariness away. Michaels turned and stuck a hand out to Jake, and with a sincere smile he said, "Welcome to the Brotherhood, Kemper. Welcome to Charlie platoon." "Thank you, sir," Jake said, shaking the man's powerful, calloused hand. Michaels welcomed Ketron the same way, and then one by one their new brothers lined up behind Michaels to welcome them both aboard. Jake felt like a kid at Christmas, the excitement perhaps even eclipsing his graduation from Buds. After all, Buds and SQT were just preparation for this moment. Senior Chief Gio Giovanni surprised Jake by wrapping him up in a bear hug for a moment after shaking his hand. "I knew your dad for a time when I was a nugget, Jake," Gio whispered, his lips close to Jake's ear. Jake felt his throat tighten, the ghost of his dad once again peering into his life. Gio broke the hug. "He'd be proud, bro." "Thanks," Jake said, not wanting to go down that road. Jake glanced at the back of the room where Commander Ralph Johnson, a tall and insanely fit black man who was a Hollywood version of a SEAL and who served as the skipper of SEAL Team 4, stood beside his Command Master Chief Sock'em Ryan Gregory, who had his arms crossed on his broad chest. Both were clean-cut and models for the teams, and today they wore their summer whites, unusual for team guys at any rank, a detail that indicated to Jake that they had taken time away from some high-level, head-shed shit to be here. Their eyes were both on the two newest members of the team. "Follow me, boys," Lieutenant Michaels said. Michaels led Jake and Ketron to the two SEALs standing at the back of the room. Johnson was a legend in the teams, an officer with a reputation for leading from the front and fighting beside his men in some of the toughest battles of the last 15 years. The Silver Star and Bronze Star that topped his impressive rack of ribbons, both with combat Vs, supported that reputation. "Sir, we have 2 new frogmen who are done with their initial unit training," Michaels said to Commander Johnson. Jake snapped to attention in front of the Team 4 skipper. The moment his fingers touched the grass skirt he was still wearing, he realized how ridiculous he looked. He closed his eyes and grimaced. Commander Johnson looked them both up and down slowly, then turned to Michaels. "Good vibrations by the Beach Boys?" he asked, a grin just barely visible at the corners of his mouth. "Down ho's tiny bubbles, sir," Michaels said. "Even better," Johnson said. Then the senior officer shocked Jake by sticking out a hand. "Congratulations, Mr. Kemper. Mr. Ketron," he said, introducing himself to both men. "Thank you, sir," they said in unison. "Ketron, I had a look at your range scores on your initial quals. Very impressive," he said, looking at Randy. "I understand you're hoping to go to sniper school. Let's see how this workup goes, and maybe we can make that happen." That would be amazing, sir," Ketron stammered. "Thank you, sir." Johnson nodded. "Welcome aboard, gentlemen. You have one of the best officers in the unit here, Charlie, and Senior Chiefs Giovanni and Becker are 2 of the best operators in the business," he said, referring to Gio, who was the senior NCO for Jake's 2nd Squad, and Senior Chief Becker, who had the same designation for Ketron's 1st Squad. "Be sponges and absorb everything you can from these men." "Yes, sir, Commander," Jake said. With that, both Johnson and Gregory gave curt nods to Michaels and then spun on a heel and left the team room. "All right, gents," Michaels said. "Let's lift a glass and then we'll police the team room and get out of here.
Rest up, because we're traveling tomorrow.
Sir? Jake said, eyebrows raised as a flutter of excitement blossomed in his chest.
Charlie is tasked with a training deployment to Taiwan, Gio said from beside the officer.
We'll be conducting maritime training exercises with our counterparts from the ROC Special Forces. Since all the good operators from Charlie are currently in schools or augmenting other teams, I guess we're stuck with you two assholes.
Wait, me too? Ketron asked, barely able to contain his excitement.
That's right, Ketron, you two, Gio said, rolling his eyes at their boss. This is a second squad evolution, but we're 2 guys down for required training, so we're bringing you 2 yahoos along to join the fun. God knows you could use the training and experience.
Ketron shared a look and a big smile with Jake.
The 2 friends followed their OIC and LCPO toward the bar where the others were waiting. Their fellow SEALs had lined up 9 bottles of beer and 9 shots of tequila, 1 each for the 9 operators present. Lieutenant Michaels raised his shot glass in a toast. To our newest frogmen, Jake and Randy. Welcome to the Brotherhood, where we will cheer you when you're at your best, carry you when you're at your worst, and talk smack regardless. Hoo-yah!
Hoo-yah! The assembled shouted in unison, shot glasses raised.
Grinning, Jake tipped his head back and dumped the tequila shot down his throat. Then he picked up his beer and chased the burn with a cold swallow. Reveling in the excitement, he savored the moment and decided he was home. Home. The word made his thoughts boomerang back to what Gio had said. Was it true? Would Jack Kemper really be proud? Jake wanted to think so. His mind filled with memories of his dad, kissing the top of Jake's head and mussing his hair before kissing his mom passionately and heading toward a waiting plane, kit and duffel over his massive shoulders. He saw him at the beach, teaching a 6-year-old Jake how to body surf, then holding Jake to his chest while he cried after a wave drove him to the bottom and he'd scraped his chin. He remembered sitting on his swing, watching Mom and Dad on the deck arguing while she cried about him going away on what must have been his 10th combat deployment or more. Jake had been older then, too old for the swing. That was maybe the day he'd begun to hate his dad a little. Jake sighed and took a long pull on his beer, blinking away the tears in his eyes.
Dude, I can't believe we're finally here,
Ketron said in a low voice from beside him at the bar. Ketron was still convinced that some sort of conspiracy existed around Operation Crusader and the loss of his dad. While Jake didn't think it was some deep state shit or whatever crazy new thing Ketron had proposed, he'd agreed to keep an open mind. What if one of Ketron's conspiracy theories about Crusader proved true? And what if Master Chief White from the grinder at Bud's was right? What if he really had seen Jack Kemper alive and operating 2 years after the man was buried in Arlington? Jake pushed the thoughts away. Feeling the buzz starting to kick in, he wrapped an arm around his best friend's shoulders and decided to imagine the ghost of his dad standing in the corner watching, arms crossed on his chest, but his face beaming with pride. Chapter 10. DIA Safe House, 29 Dahu Street, LN 160, Nehu District, Taipei City, Taiwan, 15:27 local time. Dempsey paced the third-floor common room of the DIA safe house, which was a half-mile from the hospital where Grimes was recovering from emergency surgery. According to Munn, the femur repair had gone well, and she would make a full recovery. While Dempsey suspected that Grimes had other injuries Munn wasn't telling him about, he assumed they must be minor, or the lumberjack would have said otherwise. Dempsey thought back to the tender kiss that Munn had laid on Lizzie's cheek, and a smile curled up the corners of his mouth. Who'd have thought? "You gonna sit?" Munn boomed as he entered the room. "Or you gonna pace until you wear a hole in the carpet?" Dempsey shot him a look and then dropped into one of the 2 worn leather armchairs with a grunt. "Happy?" No, he grumbled and collapsed into the vacant seat beside Dempsey. Everything okay with Grimes? Dempsey asked. Oh, yeah, she's fine, Munn said. Surgery went great and the femur is all put back together. No nerve or blood vessel damage or anything like that. I think she'll heal up nicely. They repeated the CT scan of her head and everything looks normal. But with head trauma, my biggest concern is missing a nascent bleed on the first scan, but getting cold-cocked by it later when it's a problem. What about her spleen thing? The blush, or whatever you called it? Yeah, so the first CT showed an injury to her spleen, but it wasn't bleeding, Munn said with a patient smile. A blush means you see a little IV contrast outside the organs or blood vessels, meaning active bleeding. Not the case here. Not even on the new CT? Munn shook his head. No, but if we're wrong, they'd just take out her spleen. She'd be fine without it. I promise. Anyway, the plan is to fly her out tomorrow. Gotcha, Dempsey said, feeling a little better now that he understood what was going on. He'd feel even better from a security standpoint once they got Lizzie back to Conus. So what's wrong, dude? You still look spun up. Wang. It's been 17 hours since he was taken, JD. This is not looking good. Satellites are tasked, and they're scouring CCTV camera feeds, but nothing so far. Ian is working his magic back home, but so far we have nothing actionable. Dempsey nodded his understanding. There was nothing in the world he hated more than waiting, even back to his time in the Whiteside teams, before the Tier 1 and well before Ember. Waiting had been his Achilles heel. Once he'd become a leader, he had disciplined himself not to allow that weakness to lead to poor decisions, but it was just as hard now as it had been then. Harder tonight, since he had a teammate in the clutches of some faceless enemy and the clock was ticking. Dempsey forced his concentration onto the details of the problem and away from his raw, primal desire to exact vengeance. General Lee's the key, he said. Somebody thought it was important enough to murder the guy before he could talk. We need to find out what the dude was planning to tell us. Or ask us, Munn interjected. He might have been looking for support. Whatever the it was died with Lee. Dempsey frowned and shook his head. Someone knows something, Dan. I've rejected the hypothesis that this was a trap set for us. Whoever did this wasn't incompetent enough to botch the timing this badly. If their target was Ember, all they had to do was wait 3 minutes and then detonate the explosive once Lizzie and I were inside. It's how we would have done it. So, based on your logic, which I agree with, by the way, Lizzie and Wang are collateral damage from a planned hit on Lee. Wrong place, wrong time situation. The question is, why Lee? We know he was heading up a new counterintelligence team within 5th Division. We know he was just now assembling a team, and that it included a deep bench of cyber experts. I just wish we knew more. Chip will be here soon, and thank God for that. The rest of us are shit when it comes to cyber, Munn said. I guess I never really appreciated how much we leaned on Wang until this moment. Dempsey nodded. He'd been thinking the same thing. What's Chip's ETA? Latest update has him on the ground within the hour. Even the G800 can't make the flight in one hop, but they turn the refuel at NAS Lemoore in record time. I assume your thinking is the same as mine on this, that the Chinese are behind the hit? Yeah, I mean, who else could it be? Munn said. And if that's the case, then that means the Chinese grabbed Wang as well. God help the kid if the MSS has him. JD, we gotta do something. I know, he said, his left boot bouncing up and down. And we will, as soon as Baldwin and the gang can find us an X to hit. Chapter 11. Somewhere. Daytime. After holding out as long as humanly possible, Wang finally decided to piss his pants. Of course, that was the exact moment his kidnappers returned. Wang knew the shame and embarrassment he felt at that moment were unwarranted. They had done this to him, after all, but he felt it anyway. He wondered what Dempsey would have done in his situation. Dempsey wouldn't have waited so long, suffering in agony because of his pride before doing it, he realized. Dempsey wouldn't give a shit what these assholes think. Wang tried to channel his inner Dempsey and look unintimidated as the trio of men walked into the warehouse. Two of the men he recognized from last night. The tall one, who'd done all the talking, and the shorter, muscular dude who'd put Wang's shoulder back into its socket, but the third guy was new. There was nothing remarkable about the man. Chinese ethnicity, average looks, average height, aged in his late 30s. He was dressed in civilian clothes, blue jeans, a gray sport shirt, and black trainers, and wore a smartwatch on his left wrist. Wang did not see a wedding band or any other potentially informative personal details to catalog, such as tattoos or branded clothing. Based on body language, however, Wang guessed the new guy outranked the tall guy, who had been in charge last night. The new guy positioned himself front and center and moved with a physical confidence that reminded Wang of Ember director Mike Casey. The trio stopped a few feet from Wang's chair. Their collective gaze went immediately to the fresh puddle of urine on the floor under Wang's chair. He could hear it still dripping from the back of the seat. Collectively, they seemed to note the development with clinical indifference.
Are zookeepers surprised every time an animal pisses or shits in its cage? No, they are not.
The new guy turned to the taller man, and they spoke in Chinese. Wang did his best to translate, but they were talking fast, and he knew he was missing and confusing words.
Did you photograph man and take fingerprints?
Photograph, yes, did not take fingerprints. The office checked database and something.
Did record match his truth or lies?
Yes, man is CIA, but something.
Which shoulder was damaged?
The right one.
What more information can share?
Other people on the team are something. One injured something woman.
Good job. I take over now.
Wang felt his chest tighten at what he'd heard. Had Grimes been wounded? Was she okay? Or was this conversation staged as part of his psychological torture and manipulation? Did they suspect that he spoke Chinese and were testing him? Still, the fact that they knew there was a woman on the team meant something. The new guy dismissed his fellow agents and walked away momentarily to fetch a metal chair. On returning, he positioned it 4 feet away and took a seat, facing Wang. Something compelled Wang to speak first, an attempt to establish parity.
Can I have some water, please?
He asked in English, taking care not to sound desperate or weak.
Oh, in good time,
the agent said, speaking Chinese accented English. Wang couldn't think of a good response to that, so he said nothing and stared.
I think it is important that we establish ground rules for our relationship.
The agent crossed his legs at the knee.
First and foremost, we both need to promise not to lie to each other. Without honesty, everything gets complicated. Will you promise to be honest with me?
Sure, no problem, Wang said.
Somehow I am not convinced, but I understand that building trust takes time,
the man said.
Ground rule number 2. You promise to work hard and do your best to complete all the assignments you are given.
Wang didn't say anything, but the subtext of ground rule number 2 felt quite ominous.
Which leads me to the final ground rule number 3. You must promise to accept the reality of your new life. Can you do that for me, Kevin?
Wang looked down at the urine-soaked crotch of his pants.
It doesn't appear I have much choice in the matter. Oh, that's where you're wrong. Denial or acceptance is a choice that you and you alone can make. I can't force you to abandon hope. Only you can do that.
The blunt simplicity of the comment sent a chill down Wang's spine. The implied threat was so powerful that his captor might as well have just opened a briefcase full of knives and torture implements. Wang looked up and met the new guy's stare.
Good. I have your attention. This is very important. The first truth I want you to accept is that you will not be going back to America. Do you understand? For the rest of your life, whether that is a few days or many cooperative years, you will never go home.
The new guy tapped his chest.
I decide where you call home from this moment forward.
On the outside, Wang forced his face to remain neutral and unaffected by the comment, but on the inside he was beginning to panic. This new guy scared the shit out of him. When the tattooed gangbanger had hoisted Wang up by the wrists using the crane hook, his shoulder had almost immediately dislocated. The pain had been so intense that it had consumed his mind and overwhelmed his fear. The prospect of future pain inflicted by the gangbanger hadn't mattered while Wang was dealing with the agony in the presence, but when the two higher-ranking dudes found out Wang was an American, the entire dynamic had shifted. They'd immediately de-escalated the situation. After that, fresh hope had blossomed in Wang's mind that his American citizen status had opened the door for his release or negotiated return. During the very long night in the warehouse, he'd fantasized a hopeful fiction that his captors would realize their mistake, put a black bag on his head, and drop him somewhere on the outskirts of Taipei. But this asshole had just snuffed that flicker of hope like pinching a burning candle wick between wet fingers. Wang tried to swallow, but he was so dehydrated he couldn't muster the saliva to do so.
Good. I see my words have gotten through to you, the agent said. This is important. It is part of ground rule number 1, honesty. I don't want there to be any confusion or doubts in our relationship, which is why I'm telling you the truth from the beginning.
Look, man, Wang said, I don't know who you are or what you think you stand to gain from kidnapping me, but I can assure you of one thing. I've got people looking for me, and when they find me, and they will find me, things are not going to go great for you. I'm telling you this because, as you say, I don't want there to be any confusion or doubts in our relationship. The agent clapped his hands together and seemed genuinely pleased. Very good, Kevin. You're following ground rule number 1. You're speaking truth, and this is important. The agent's reaction infuriated Wang. Instead of being concerned, the dude was mocking him. You think I'm joking? You think my colleagues won't come for me? The man smiled. On the contrary, I both expect and want them to. It will be much easier to capture your entire team if they come to me as opposed to the other way around. Ah, so there it is, Wang realized. Shit, I'm bait. I will be right back. The agent stood, turned, and walked out of the warehouse. He returned a minute later carrying a backpack. He set the backpack on his seat and unzipped the top compartment. Wang felt his heart rate pick up at the prospect of fresh pain, but instead of pulling out an instrument of torture, the agent retrieved a bottle of water. He unscrewed the cap, walked over, and placed it in Wang's left hand. His wrists were still bound from the night before, but only to each other, not to the chair, and his hands had spent the entire night in his lap. Wang gripped the bottle and started to raise it to his lips, but white-hot pain in his right shoulder made him gasp and stop before he could take a sip. Your shoulder, the agent said. He stood, watching where he placed his feet so as not to step in the puddle of piss. Here, let me help you. Wang didn't resist as the agent took the water bottle from his hand and lifted it to Wang's lips. Wang drank greedily as the other man poured the lukewarm water into his mouth. After he'd gulped down half the bottle, the agent stopped pouring and returned it to Wang's left hand. Next time, just raise with your biceps, the agent said as he returned to his seat and set the backpack on the floor. Now that you've had some water,
it is a good time to answer some questions. Oh shit, here we go, Wang thought. He tried not to show the fear that threatened to smother him now that his burning thirst was no longer distracting him from his situation. Tell me who you work for, the agent said. I work for a defense contractor called Phalanx, out of Austin, Texas, Wang said. What kind of work does Phalanx do? All kinds of things. Contract security services, close protection details, canine services, tactical training, information collection and data analysis, as well as strategic consulting, Wang said, rattling off the details of his knock he'd committed to memory. And who are your clients? That's confidential, but also not hard to figure out. You can probably rattle off our top 5 without having to exercise too much gray matter. The U.S. government? Wang shot him an incredulous look. What about the Taiwanese government? I can neither confirm nor deny that we work for the ROC, but my being here should be a hint. The agent nodded. So, you and your colleagues are here under contract with the Military Intelligence Bureau. I'm not read into the legal and contract stuff. Phalanx is run by all ex-military and DoD guys, so they have strict information control and compartmentalization protocols. Are you saying you don't know who your client was for this operation? Correct? The agent nodded. My superiors believe that Phalanx is a cover operation for the CIA, and that in reality you are employed by the CIA. Is that true? Wang hesitated, not sure which fork in this particular road to hell he should take. After a beat, he said, I'm not technically employed by the CIA, but for all intents and purposes I might as well be. The agent leaned forward, his curiosity seemingly piqued. What does that mean? All intents and purposes. Look, man, you're obviously a Chinese spy, so you know how the game is played. I am not a spy. Tell me, how is the game played? Wang sighed, trying to feign exasperation. The CIA is a giant puppet master. All the defense security contractors are just chess pieces on the board in the game of international espionage. I am not an organic member of the CIA, not an employee of the federal government, if you will, but functionally, it's just semantics. Phalanx signs my paycheck, but it's just accounting, bro. The CIA is running the show. So you admit you work for the CIA? In the same way that you work for the Chinese Ministry of State Security, Wang said, finally landing a jab of his own. The agent blinked, then turned and reached into the backpack again. This time he pulled out a notebook computer. Wang recognized it instantly as his Ember Field notebook computer from the van. Fuck. Is this your computer? The agent asked. Not mine, it belongs to the company. We had our techs working on trying to open this all night, but they were unsuccessful. I see that it uses a biometric scanner, he said, opening the screen lid and standing. I need your finger to log in. Panic surged through Wang like he'd just taken a dozen espresso shots at once. If the Chinese hacked the computer, they'd have an artery they could potentially tap to siphon critical data from Ember. And in the process, they would become aware of Ember's existence. Right now, Wang was pretty sure this guy had not pierced his knock and did not know about Ember. He couldn't let that change, which was why he'd programmed a fail-safe security measure into the biometric sensor security subroutine. But when he executed that subroutine, his interrogator would get very angry, and Wang would surely pay the price. Wang shifted the water bottle from his left hand to his right as the agent walked up and presented the computer, keyboard side facing Wang. Wang exhaled through pursed lips but didn't move to help. I'm going to access it eventually, Kevin. Either you do it willingly or under duress. The choice is yours. Wang hesitated for a moment, mustered his courage, then swiped his left fingertip over the biometric reader. The username and password fields on the computer's login screen populated, then the login box disappeared, replaced by a screen that resembled a boot-up screen. That wasn't so difficult, was it?
The man took a seat and put the notebook computer on his lap, watching and waiting for it to boot up. But Wang had logged in with his left index finger instead of his right, triggering an irreversible data purging subroutine that was currently wiping the computer's SSD. When the computer failed to start after a minute or so, the Chinese agent frowned and looked at Wang over the top of the screen.
A normal startup sequence shouldn't take this long.
Wang said nothing.
You initiated a poison pill to wipe the memory, didn't you?
Is that what's happening, Kevin? Wang didn't answer the question. The agent slammed the screen closed and slipped the computer back into the backpack.
It seems you've already forgotten rule number 2, where you promise to work hard and do your best to complete the tasks I give you. You intentionally failed this assignment.
Wang steeled himself.
I don't work for you or your government.
The agent stood and walked around Wang's chair until he was standing behind him. Then he placed both hands on Wang's right shoulder and drove his thumb into a spot that sent a bolt of electric pain radiating up into his skull and down into his fingertips. Wang screamed in agony as the agent manipulated the shoulder joint while digging around with his thumb to inflict maximum pain. The half-empty water bottle fell from Wang's fingers and landed on the floor. Wang's forehead blossomed with sweat and nausea roiled his guts. He was about to hurl when the torture stopped.
What I just did to you was nothing compared to the pain I can inflict if needed,
the agent said, circling back to stand in front of Wang.
Listen very carefully. From now on, I control everything in your life. Your access to food, water, clothing, shelter, and medical care. Your state of existence, light or dark, cold or hot, pain or pleasure, life or death. I decide these things now. You will do whatever I ask when I ask it of you. Not only do you work for me, Kevin, you exist for me. The sooner you accept your new reality, the better your life will be.
Wang realized he was panting, probably from the pain, but maybe also from fear and exhaustion. His situation was pretty fucking dire, and that reality was hitting home like a sledgehammer to his psyche. He estimated it had been nearly 12 hours since he'd been taken. Where the hell was his rescue? Where was Dempsey? What the hell was taking them so long?
Unless they blackbagged Dempsey, Grimes, and Munn, too,
he thought. He'd been so focused on his situation that he'd not considered the possibility that his teammates had also been targeted. He'd just assumed they'd made it out unscathed because they were badass operators. But that was a naive and foolish assumption to make. Each of the other Ember principals could be experiencing similar interrogations in 3 different locations. It was even possible that the agents mentioned the wounded woman as a ruse, and that Grimes was herself undergoing the same psychological and physical torture.
Or they could be dead. I could be the last one alive, and they'll use me to flush out the rest of Ember. I finally see understanding on your face,
the agent said, and his demeanor became collegial once again.
Don't worry, Kevin. We will get through this together.
Wang cleared his throat into his mouth. For a defiant instant, he thought about spitting the plug of phlegm in his torturer's face, but he chose restraint and swallowed it instead. For the time being, it was best to play the game. His thoughts zigzagged back to Amanda Allen and her kidnapping. Wang had been party to all the Ember planning sessions for that rescue mission in Syria. Hell, he'd been a party to every Ember planning session and brief for every mission over the past 3 years. Rescue ops were complicated. They took time to plan and execute, and before the op, ISR had to be conducted. It was unrealistic to expect immediate rescue, especially if Ember had no idea where he was being held.
Before they can save me, they have to find me.
He sighed.
I'm sorry for the computer,
he said, finding it easy to summon the requisite fear and remorse.
I'll try harder next time.
The Chinese agent bent at the waist and picked up the water bottle that Wang had dropped on the floor. Most of the water had leaked out, but a few ounces were still inside. The agent walked over, raised the bottle to Wang's lips, and poured the remaining 2 swallows into Wang's mouth. Wang dutifully drank.
"Thank you,"
he said when he finished. The Chinese agent smiled, then looked at Wang's urine-soaked pants.
"Wait here and think about the 3 rules while I see about getting you some fresh clothes. We have much to discuss, you and I,"
he said, turning to leave.
"And a lot of work to do to get you settled into your new life."
Chapter 12. Chengdu Research Base of Giant Panda Breeding, 1375 Shongmao Boulevard, Sichuan Province, China, 1547 local time. Margaret Whalen, Vice President of the United States, watched with delight as a giant panda grabbed a piece of bamboo, lost its balance, tipped over, and ended up doing a series of 5 consecutive somersaults down the gentle grass-covered slope. Despite her best effort to be presidential, she couldn't help but laugh.
"They are very funny animals,"
said Tong Jie, the Chinese-born, Stanford-educated diplomat who served as the Chinese foreign minister.
"Yes, they are,"
she said, still watching the goofy black-and-white bear, which she'd learned on this trip were in fact real bears, but bears who happened to be vegetarians.
"Are they always so clumsy?"
Tong chuckled.
"Yes, this is their way, but I am not convinced they are clumsy. I believe they know exactly what they are doing. I don't have proof of this, but I think pandas are nature's cleverest comedians."
She turned to look at him, and Tong flashed her a warm, almost fraternal smile. Over the past 4 days, the foreign minister had functioned as her host, intermediary, and occasional tour guide. She knew the man was putting on a show and had been instructed to charm her, but damn it, she couldn't help but like the guy. Both his English and his manners were impeccable, and his demeanor was the exact opposite of what she'd encountered when dealing with Chinese officials in the past. Men who she'd found to be jingoistic, misogynistic, and aggressive. Tang had a calm and warm aura, traits she'd expect from a Buddhist monk rather than an instrument of Communist Party policy.
"Would you like to hold a baby panda?"
he asked, the question taking her completely by surprise.
I didn't know that was even possible," she said. "It's not something the center does for the general public, but you are not the general public, Madam Vice President." "Do they bite?"
she asked, mostly joking, but a little serious. Tong laughed.
"No, Madam Vice President, they do not bite."
She turned to her Secret Service lead, a very serious career agent named Paul, and asked the question with a look that said,
"I'm going to hold a baby panda whether you like it or not."
Paul stared at her for a beat, then nodded.
"Okay,"
she said, turning back to Tong and grinning like a schoolgirl.
"Let's do it."
This morning's visit to the Chengdu Research Base of Giant Panda Breeding was her final stop on the 5-day, 3-city whirlwind diplomatic visit to China. She'd started the visit in the capital city, Beijing, meeting with the Chinese President Xu and the Chinese Premier. Next, she'd stopped in Shanghai for meetings with prominent Chinese business leaders, and finally, she'd come to Chengdu to promote education and for a photo op with the pandas. The trip had been Jarvis's idea, and when he'd pitched it to her originally, she'd balked, but for now, he was still her boss, and he would not take no for an answer. The trip's stated aim was to foster dialogue and cooperation on trade, global security, and environmental matters. The real reason for the visit, according to Jarvis, was to make nice after Beijing's outcry over the Warner-Chopra Accord that Jarvis had hastily signed after the Al-Ghadab attack and assassination of Rand Warner and Indian PM Chopra. The bilateral agreement strengthened economic and defense ties between the U.S. and India at an unprecedented level. The accord directly, and some would say punitively, impacted China, which was India's top trading partner. Whalen sensed Jarvis had another hidden issue with China, something darker in his calculating Navy SEAL brain that he'd neglected to share with her. Of late, she was starting to suspect there was a great deal that former Director of National Intelligence turned POTUS was keeping from her. No matter, when Jarvis finally passed her the torch, he would have no choice but to read her in on all the puppets he was controlling in the shadows.
I just have to bide my time a little bit longer.
The trip, however, had not been as terrible as she'd feared. To her astonishment, the Chinese had been gracious hosts. The last time an American vice president had visited mainland China was back in 2011, when Whalen had been a freshman senator. Trying to make a name for herself, she'd condemned that trip, insinuating that leadership in the other party had been pandering to America's rising Asian adversary. Now, here she was, doing the very thing she'd railed against from her perch on the hill. But she didn't feel a shred of guilt about it. That was the game, and you either played the game or the game played you. The foreign minister led her from the viewing area of the main panda enclosure to the nursery. For security purposes, the facility was closed to the public for the morning and would not open its doors until after Whalen departed. She appreciated escaping the chaos of the crowds, but what she appreciated even more was that Tong had barred all press and photographers from entering as well. Whalen had smiled more for the cameras in the past 4 days than she had in the previous 4 months, and her face literally ached from it. However, the moment she saw the baby pandas through the glass, a gigantic grin spread across her face. "Ah, they're adorable," she said, walking straight up to the window pane to watch as one of the animal handlers played with 3 black and white furballs in a playroom that could just as easily serve as a daycare facility for human toddlers. "Let's go in," Tong said, gesturing to the door. She hesitated, looking down at her clean and neatly pressed black pantsuit. "Oh, don't worry," Tong said, reading her mind. "We have an apron you can wear." "Great," she said, and followed him to the door, which he opened for her. "I'm sorry," Tong said, stepping in front of her Secret Service lead. "The baby pandas are very sensitive. We must limit the number of visitors to 2 at any given time. My bodyguards must also wait outside." "Where the vice president goes, I go," Paul said, his expression hard and unyielding. Tong nodded and turned to Whalen with a frown. "Then please accept my deepest apologies. It looks like you will not be able to play with the baby pandas." "Come on, Paul, it's a panda nursery. The entire complex is on lockdown. I'll be fine." Paul shook his head. "I'm sorry, Madam Vice President. Rules are rules." "What about if we leave the door open while I'm in there and Paul stands at the threshold?" she said, turning to Tong. "Will that work?" The foreign minister considered for a moment, then said, "I believe that is a good compromise." She turned to Paul and raised an eyebrow. He let out a little growl, then nodded. "Very well," she said, smiling brightly. "Let's go play with some baby pandas." The room smelled like cat pee, but appeared to be immaculately clean otherwise, with not an ounce of panda scat anywhere to be seen. They'd clearly been prepared for this moment, she thought, as she let Tong help her into a white apron-style cover to safeguard her suit from fur and the like. A moment later, she was holding and snuggling a baby panda, which she had to say was the cutest, softest, sweetest little thing she'd ever seen. She remarked as much to Tong, whom she was beginning to think of as a friend. The foreign minister, who was holding a baby panda of his own, nodded and smiled. "I thought you might enjoy this. A nice way to end your visit to China." She hesitated a moment, then said, "I'd like to personally thank you, Jay, for being so thoughtful and kind to me these last several days. You made this trip not feel like work. And that's a really difficult thing to do in our profession. When I was a student in California, I had a host family who made me feel at home in the U.S. I wanted you to have the same experience here. Well, I noticed, and thank you. You're most welcome." Then after a long pause, he said, "Madam Vice President, I have one favor to ask before you return to Washington, if I may." "Of course, anything." "The Warner-Chopra Agreement. This treaty is very unkind to China. It will affect millions of jobs and harm lots of businesses and citizens in my country. I understand that President Jarvis needs to appear tough on China in front of the American people and the press. He is a war hero, so this is how he thinks. But
You understand from your visit that China is not an enemy of the United States. We see ourselves as your partner. Can you talk to him? Ask him to reconsider." She smiled at him, like she might a kindergartner. "I'm willing to try, but I also respect you enough to be honest with you. There's no universe where the president reverses his stand on the accord before the election. It would be seen as weakness." Tong nodded and looked defeated. "I understand. Right now, President Jarvis appears to be a sure bet for re-election. Maybe after the election you can speak with him. If you are convincing, America could always renegotiate the terms of the agreement sometime in his first 100 days. Well, after the election you'll be dealing with me, so we can revisit this conversation with a clean slate," she said with a smile that instantly morphed into a frown as she realized what she'd done. Tong's eyes went wide and his demeanor instantly changed. "Shit," she silently cursed. Shit, double shit." "I did not realize President Jarvis had decided not to run for re-election. This is an earth-shattering development." She circled the wagons. "I didn't say that, Foreign Minister. You misunderstand my meaning." He nodded, but now he was in the driver's seat. "Have you chosen a running mate?" She bristled and realized she was clutching the baby panda a little too tightly. "This conversation is over," she said, and set the furry little goofball down on the mat. "Margaret," he said, using her given name for the very first time, his voice quiet but strong. "We can help you. Fundraising, social media, corporate endorsements. It will be a difficult battle for you. The country is expecting Jarvis. Controlling the narrative will be very important." She pretended not to hear him as she turned and headed for the door, but his words wormed their way into her brain anyway. He was right. She probably did need help to win. A covert and concerted Chinese social media blitz could be the difference between victory and defeat. Nobody did psyops better than the Chinese. "Is everything okay, Madam Vice President?" her Secret Service lead said when she reached the door to exit the nursery. "Fine," she said, plastering on a smile and shifting back into politician mode. "Everything's just fine." Chapter 13. DIA Safe House, 29 Dahu Street, LN 160, Nehu District, Taipei City, Taiwan, 1823 local time. Dempsey glanced at Munn, who was hunched over in one of the chairs at the end of the kitchen table, thumb-typing like a madman on his phone. The lumberjack looked pissed off as he texted back and forth with somebody. "Friggin' idiot!" Munn yelled at his phone. "Where'd you do your surgical residency, Jiffy Lube?" "Everything all right over there, bud?" Dempsey said. "It would be if I were the one managing Lizzie's care instead of this moron. Hold on, is there a problem?" Munn waved a hand, shooing away the question. Sensing there was more going on here than met the eye, Dempsey got up from his chair and took the empty seat next to Dan. The hospital in Taipei where they'd taken Grimes was reputable and capable, but the decision had been made to fly her back to Kaunas at the earliest opportunity so she could be treated at Tampa General Hospital, with whom the Tier 1 SEAL team located at MacDill had a semi-secret partnership for trauma care of wounded operators. Munn had lobbied for this from a medical perspective, and Dempsey had supported the plan because it meant Grimes would be out of theater and her security would be virtually guaranteed and off his plate. Until they understood who and what Ember was up against in Taiwan, he wasn't willing to gamble Grimes's safety. "I thought you trusted and liked the surgeon taking care of her."
It's not that,"
Munn grumbled.
"The ROC trauma team is top-notch. It's just now this dude is being over-careful and doesn't want to release her for air travel."
Munn pulled at his face.
"The last CT scan was good. I think she's ready to head home so long as we can send her on an Air Force medical flight, which I have coordinated."
"So what's the problem?" Dempsey asked gently. Munn sighed.
"Well, the team here wants to coil embolize the area of injury to her spleen."
Dempsey's face must have given away his complete and utter confusion because Munn gave him a tight smile.
They use a catheter to put little coils into the feeding artery to make it clot off completely. It guarantees that area won't bleed. But it also means that part of the spleen might die from lack of blood flow, which would mean a splenectomy that would otherwise be avoided if... Munn's phone chimed again. He scanned the message, cursing under his breath. Anyway, I don't need him to sign off on moving her. It's my call, not his. Munn was worried about Grimes, Dempsey knew. He also probably felt guilty and frustrated that he wasn't there to take care of his teammate himself, a feeling that Dempsey completely understood and appreciated. With that in mind, Dempsey did what any good teammate and leader in his position should do. He packed a dip, passed the tin to Munn, and settled in to listen to his friend complain. When at last Munn had gotten it all out of his system, Dempsey clapped a hand on his oldest friend's shoulder. Grimes is lucky to have you watching over things, even if you can't be there in person. I know she appreciates it. Munn nodded. Thanks, brother. Anytime. Look at me embracing my inner head shrinker. Doc Abernathy would be so proud of me. Dempsey watched Munn tap out another message on his phone, then dribble brown spit into the plastic Coke Zero bottle beside him. We're good, I think, Munn said and slid his phone away. They're going to arrange the transfer with the Air Force asset. A C-17 with a Sea-Cat team from the 375th AES was conducting joint training with the Aussies out of Guam. They're here now and ready to go. The Sea-Cat critical care doc is a surgeon, so he'll take good care of her if anything unexpected happens. Looks like she'll be on her way home in the next hour or two. That's great news, Dan. I'm glad she'll be in good hands. Dempsey's mobile phone vibrated with a notification. He fished the damn thing from his pocket and saw new text from LCDR Redman on the private thread he and Chunk used almost exclusively to communicate about Jake. Chunk. Thought you'd like to know that Jake completed his NDOC and is officially a member of Team 4. He and the other Nugget Ketron are going to deploy on a training op to U.S. Indo-PACOM. A smile curled on Dempsey's lips as he thought back to his own indoctrination ceremony at Team 2 when he was a young SEAL. Today's hazing rituals were nothing compared to the bullshit frogmen did to each other back in the day, but hazing for hazing's sake was never the point. The point was ritual and camaraderie, a good-natured gathering where the unit acknowledged and accepted their newest members into the Brotherhood after the Nuggets had proved themselves worthy. He replied with a fist bump emoji. Then, feeling warm with emotion, he opened the photo app on his phone. Unlike the average American who kept a library of thousands of images, Dempsey's photo library had 3. He told himself the reason for this was OPSEC, but that was a lie. It's just better this way. The third photo, however, the library's most recent addition, was a picture he couldn't stop looking at. He pulled it up again now. The photo had been taken when Jake was getting pinned after SQT. Normally, the honor of pinning the trident on an operator's uniform fell to the Special Warfare Training Center's commanding officer or another.
To shift the atmosphere and allow your ears to rest. Following this is a gentle musical composition. Please take these few precious minutes to center yourself, relax your facial muscles, and prepare for the next part of our work.
High-ranking team guy from Warcom. In the case of Jake's class, however, something special had happened. In a closed ceremony performed without reporters or television cameras, President Jarvis had paid a surprise visit to pin the SEAL tridents for the most recent graduates. Chunk Redman had managed to find time to attend as well, despite his impossible schedule leading Gold Squadron at the reconstituted Tier 1. It was Chunk who'd snapped the most iconic picture J.D. had ever seen. Dempsey stared at that treasured picture now. President Jarvis, his mentor, former CSO at the Tier 1 and former head of Ember, in the act of pinning a gold trident on Jake, his only son.
Dude, every time I see that pic,
Munn said, looking over Dempsey's shoulder. The lumberjack tapped his sternum with a closed right fist.
It gets me right here.
Me too, Dempsey said. The photo made him simultaneously proud and ashamed beyond words. Proud because his flesh and blood had overcome the physical, mental, and emotional adversity required to complete BUDS and SQT, and was now a member of the elite brotherhood of naval special warfare. Ashamed because he'd chosen not to attend and witness the most important ceremony in his son's life and naval career. Mike Casey had asked Dempsey if he wanted to attend in disguise, but Dempsey had said no. In the name of OPSEC, he'd reasoned, but maybe it was more than that. He frowned and imagined his future gravestone. Here lies John Dempsey, who died unloved and alone, but was faithful to OPSEC to the bitter end.
Don't do that to yourself,
Munn said, putting a hand on Dempsey's shoulder this time.
Do what? Beat yourself up about the hard choices you've made to keep your family safe. Pinning Jake's trident was never an option, given your situation.
Thanks for that, Dan, he said, sarcasm mixing with a flash of irritation. Until you said that, I only felt guilty about not being there to see Jarvis pin on my boy's trident. It never occurred to me that I could have done it myself, so yeah, appreciate you for that.
Always, whenever you need perspective, I'm here for you,
Munn said. He tried to look solemn, but broke into a laugh. Dempsey chuckled despite himself.
Hell, you know what? The truth is, me being there would have ruined the entire thing.
Which is the better memory for Jake, having the President of the United States pin on his warfare insignia, or having his lame-ass dad do it? Dempsey looked at the picture again and smiled.
Yeah, this was better for everyone. Will you send me that photo?
Munn said. Really? The request took Dempsey by surprise.
Hell yes, it's epic.
Okay, Dempsey said. He texted the photo to Munn, realizing as he did so that he couldn't remember the last time he'd shared a photo with anyone.
Got it. Thanks, bro,
Munn said.
And don't worry, I won't post it or anything like that.
Dude, I know.
Let's take a selfie and send it to Grimes,
Munn said, surprising Dempsey for the second time in short order.
She's alone and feeling shitty.
Dude, I don't know.
Screw OPSEC. It's just for the three of us. Baldwin's got these phones locked down like Fort Knox. Besides, nobody's going to see it but her.
Fine, he said, dragging out the word. Maybe it wasn't too late to change the epitaph on his tombstone. But make sure the location setting is turned off and there's nothing compromising in the background, and
relax, dude,
Munn said, raising the phone.
This ain't my first rodeo.
The doc threw his arm around Dempsey, counted to 3, and took a selfie. Dempsey didn't realize until Munn showed him the picture that he'd been smiling, something he rarely did in pictures. And the shot was a good one. The Wolverine and the lumberjack, each sporting a big, fat Kodiak lipper with 2 weeks beard growth, grinning like a couple of teenagers at a party. It's a good pic, Dempsey said, and meant it.
Yeah, she's gonna love it.
In the silence that followed, Dempsey suddenly felt vulnerable and self-conscious, 2 feelings he loathed. He scooted his chair back from the table.
I'm gonna check in with...
Dempsey was interrupted by former SWIC officer turned Ember badass Tess Wallace, who stuck her head in through the doorway. Chip and Baldwin found something, she said, the excitement in her voice unmistakable. We need you guys. Dempsey shoved his phone into his pocket and followed her up the stairs to the talk, taking them 2 at a time. Dempsey, Munn, and Wallace burst into the talk where Chip was working behind the largest notebook computer screen Dempsey had ever seen. Seated next to the kid was Luca Martin, the former MARSOC raider who would be subbing in for Grimes as Overwatch tonight, and DIA officer Sean O'Halloran. They all looked up from the screen to greet him.
"We found Wang," Martin said, his eyes on fire. "Well, we have an 83% confidence," Chip corrected. Dempsey resisted the urge to tell the kid, "If you don't stop, you're going to turn into Baldwin." Instead, he circled to stand behind them so he could see the screen and clapped a hand on the kid's shoulder. "What do you got for us, kid?"
"The last half hour has been a goldmine for the signals intelligence because Ian and Dale have decrypted dozens of intercepts. This includes signals between the local MPS station and the MSS Ops Center in Shanghai. The early chatter referenced snatching a Taiwanese MIB agent during an operation last night. At first we were confused, but then we realized they were confused."
"They thought Wang was MIB,"
Munn said, his voice on edge. "Exactly," Chip said. "Then new messages confirmed that the agent they took was not MIB, but a foreign contractor. That's why the local guys reached out to HQ for guidance on how to proceed." "Tell them the best part," Wallace urged, pacing on the far side of the table. Chip nodded. "We received a microburst signal from Wang's computer."
"Wait, what does that mean?" Dempsey asked, his heart rate rising.
"The field computers are all programmed so the user can wipe the memory by logging in with a specific code or fingerprint. Whenever that happens, the computer sends out a burst signal with a GPS location. We received that signal from Richard's computer, but it was lost in the data dump until Dale spotted it." After a few taps, Chip's laptop screen was now being mirrored on the large flat-screen monitor behind Prescott at the head of the table. Chip pointed at a pair of buildings in the satellite image. "We're 95% confident this is the facility where Richard is being held. Smart Trade Taiwan in the Tom Swede district."
"Smart Trade Taiwan, huh?"
Dempsey echoed.
"Yes,"
O'Halloran said. "We've had our eye on them for some time now. Pretty sure STT is an MPS front company staffed by agents and local assets."
"Tell me again the difference between MPS and MSS?"
Dempsey asked. "MSS is tasked with international espionage and counterespionage. They run covert operations around the globe to further the CCP agenda against adversaries. MPS, on the other hand, is focused on internal counterterrorism and counterintelligence within China."
"So if MSS is like our CIA, MPS is like our FBI?" Dempsey said, trying to distill the Chinese intelligence agencies down to their U.S. analogs.
"If the FBI oversaw the entire domestic law enforcement apparatus at the state and local level, then I suppose that analogy would work," O'Halloran said, bobbing his head side to side. "But in terms of scale, reach, and agency, the MPS dwarfs the FBI."
"Roger that. So where do we think Wang is being held?" It didn't matter which bureaucratic branch of the Chinese spy apparatus had taken Wang, he was going to get his teammate back regardless.
"In this building here," Chip said, pointing to a relatively large rectangular building.
"Looks like a warehouse."
"It is," O'Halloran said.
Smart Trade Taiwan, he explained, functioned as a logistics outsourcing outfit, processing, storing, and shipping inventory for third parties.
"We've been monitoring a lone thermal that we believe is Richard. The thermal appears to be bound to a chair. We've seen 2 interactions with the thermal by staff over the past 6 hours. Both times it looked like they were there to provide hydration. Understand, we can't be sure, but the thermal imagery is consistent with Richard's height and weight. This is mathematically derived, but it's not highly accurate, just so you know."
Dempsey dismissed the disclaimer, his mind already running tactical scenarios for an assault on the complex.
"Gotta be tough to run your business when your warehouse is doing double duty as Gitmo,"
Munn offered.
"Yes, which is why we need to move on this ASAFP,"
Dempsey said. "They could move Wang at any moment."
"Or execute him if he's not cooperating or if he's cooperated too much," Martin said. "It all depends on how useful he's been versus a pain in the ass to keep alive."
"Chip, this is a static image," Dempsey said. "Show me the live stream. I assume we got satellite or drone coverage."
"Satellite," Chip said, and clicked from the high-definition daytime image of the facility to a live feed of the same location now, at night.
"Good. Show me thermal."
Chip switched the feed and a heat map appeared.
"Zoom in."
"Okay, that's good," Dempsey said. He counted 8 signatures, which meant 7 possible fighters on site, excluding Wang.
"Looks like 3 exterior sentries, 2 roving, 1 manning this gate. I don't see anything that presents as a dedicated overwatch or rooftop shooter. These 4 figures appear to be working at desks in this building, which I assume is the front office?
That's correct,
Chip said. Okay, zoom out and switch to night vision. I want to look at the surrounding area. Chip did as instructed, and Dempsey scanned the imagery. Looks like the facility is sandwiched between a 6-lane highway to the east and this river, the Tam Sui, to the west. Where does the Tam Sui River go? Chip zoomed out. The Tam Sui River emptied into the Taiwan Strait, and to Dempsey's eye, it looked wide enough to be a navigable waterway for maritime traffic into and out of Taipei. They've got a dock, Dempsey noted.
Yes,
O'Halloran said.
STT moves actual cargo.
But no boats there at present, Dempsey said, seeing that the single pier was empty. Where's the airport?
Here,
the DIA man said, tapping a finger on the screen to the west of the target.
15 miles west as the crow flies. It's a 30-minute drive, and you've got to cross the river via Guandu Bridge to get there.
What's this here? Dempsey asked, pointing to a building about a half-mile north of the warehouse.
That's the future Riverside Grand Apartment Building. It's under construction.
Dempsey looked at Martin. You couldn't ask for a more perfect perch.
You read my mind, boss. It's got height, it's unoccupied, and has good lines to the target building,
Martin said. He was grinning. Good, so that's settled, Dempsey said, turning back to the laptop screen. This area here to the south of the complex appears to be wooded up to the fence line surrounding the warehouse. What's this mess over here?
Cement factory,
O'Halloran said. Perfect, we can stage vehicles there. Dempsey turned to Munn. The goal for this op is to get in and out with Wang undetected. 0 casualties, 0 body count, 0 trails for the Chinese or local authorities to follow. Munn nodded, but the look in his eyes told a different story. Grimes's injuries and Wang's kidnapping had the lumberjack more riled up than Dempsey could ever remember.
In that case, I suggest we split into 2 elements,
Munn said. You lead the primary Alpha team from the south. I'll stage as Bravo element here on standby as a QRF. He pointed to a neighboring building complex north and east of the STT main office. If you need us, we're only a parking lot away. Dempsey nodded, happy with the plan. All right. Let's brief the others, kit up, and go rescue Wang. Part 2. Victory is reserved for those who are willing to pay its price. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Chapter 14. The Cabinet Room, the White House West Wing, Washington, D.C., 0823 local time. Jarvis sat in the president's chair in the middle of the iconic elliptical mahogany table with his back to the rose garden and swiped through the president's daily brief on a tablet. The PDB, which was prepared by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, served as a summary and analysis of the top national security issues that had emerged or changed over the previous 24 hours. Every former president had put his particular stamp on how the PDB was prepared and presented. Jarvis's predecessor had made the transition from the PDB being printed and distributed in binders to a digital brief on tablets, allowing the inclusion of video clips and interactive elements such as zoomable satellite imagery and search functionality. While Jarvis still preferred paper books over reading text on a screen, he recognized the value of technology and had continued the digital PDB. While Warner had allowed every member of his NSC to consume the brief at their leisure, calling meetings only as needed, Jarvis had felt the need to tighten the reins a bit and bring the key players together to voice concerns and brainstorm more frequently. Just like in the military, there was a real and tangible benefit to compulsory engagement. So, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, he mustered the NSA, the Vice President, the Chairman of the JCS, and his White House Chief of Staff, Andy Crouch, for in-person PDB briefs led by the DNI, Reggie Buckingham. On Mondays, invitations were also extended to the Secretary of Homeland Security, the Secretary of Defense, and the Secretary of State, who invariably came to kick off the week. And then there was Petra. He glanced to the far end of the table where his wife sat, absorbed in her own PDB tablet.
For the first time in White House history, the First Lady of the United States was on the distribution list for the PDB and regularly attended national security briefings. She certainly wasn't the first FLOTUS to be read in on national security matters, officially or unofficially, but her pedigree serving at ODNI and her current role as an advisor for counterintelligence and terrorism, as well as her secret role as Ember's White House overseer, had earned her a seat at the table. Jarvis had not been openly challenged on this, but he knew it had raised a few eyebrows, especially from those who'd operated outside her orbit when she'd been his chief of staff at ODNI. Fortunately for the nation, Jarvis didn't give a shit about raised eyebrows. Petra was the smartest person in the room, be that the cabinet room or any other room in the West Wing, for that matter, so her access was non-negotiable. Unlike the others, however, her attendance was not compulsory. She was the only member of his team who got to decide which meetings she attended. This privilege, he'd heard from Andy, seemed to bother people more than the fact that she was invited in the first place. Too bad. I trust her judgment most. By 0827, everyone was seated and ready to go, with one notable exception, Vice President Whalen, who was flying back from China on Air Force Two at this very moment. As a man who valued time, especially his own, Jarvis had given Reggie a standing green light to kick things off early. Also, as a man who valued efficiency, he'd instructed his DNI to not waste time with formal greetings and small talk, but rather to hit the ground running with the top items of interest or concern, which was exactly what Reggie did today.
Good morning, everyone. As you can see, the PDB is dominated by China today, which seems to be a common theme of late, Buckingham said with a sweep of his eyes around the table before looking back at his tablet. Item 1. The Chinese successfully completed the previously announced Pacific Ocean ICBM test last night. The missile, a DF-31AG, was fired from a mobile launcher on Hainan Island. The launch was delayed 6 hours due to weather, but we did have an asset up and monitoring the event.
Jarvis knew that the asset was an RC-135S Cobra ball tasked out of Okinawa. The 30-year-old jet was equipped with an advanced sensor, comms, and a weather tracking suite that included a long-range medium-wave infrared array. The Cobra Ball variant of the RC-135 was a mass-int platform specifically designed to measure and collect signal intelligence on ballistic missile launches, which meant tracking the ICBM from launch through boost and re-entry. Beijing had made the smart and dutiful choice to notify the United States, Japan, Korea, the Philippines, and Australia 48 hours in advance of the launch. What made this event noteworthy was that it was the first Chinese open ocean test of a long-range ICBM since the 1980s, and the missile fired had a range comparable to American and Russian variants.
As you can see from the report, the missile, which was equipped with a dummy warhead, met all functional and performance milestones. It traveled 11,700 kilometers with the RV splashdown east of Bora Bora. The flight path is shown in Figure 1. If you look at Figure 2, you'll see why this particular trajectory and test are significant,
Reggie said, his voice taking on a somber tone.
If you transpose and rotate this exact flight path for a missile launched from one of their underground silos located in Ordos, you'll see that the impact point is Topeka, Kansas, smack dab in the middle of Conus.
Is the DF-31 capable of carrying a nuclear warhead? Secretary of State Baker asked, looking up from his tablet.
Yes, sir.
Baker looked perturbed. How many nukes does China have?
Our current estimate has their stockpile at 500, a number that has doubled since 2020. U.S. Stratcom predicts that number will double again by the end of the decade.
Buckingham's words hung in the air like a suffocating fog. Nobody spoke. Finally, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs said,
The Chinese Ministry of Defense released a statement saying the test was a routine training exercise, but nothing could be further from the truth. Beijing is sending Washington a message with very loud and very clear terms. We can hit you at home anytime, anywhere.
I agree, Mr. President. This test was meant to rattle us, National Security Advisor James Hiddle said, shaking his head. Taken alone, it's a major development, but when you factor in all the other activities they've been engaging in during the last 24 hours, it's damn disturbing. Director Buckingham, can you please elaborate on this footnote stating that the PLARF is field testing a conventional warhead for the DF-31 and DF-41? Petra said, speaking up for the first time. Sure. Intelligence indicates that the PLARF is developing a conventional warhead they can swap out for their nuclear ones, Buckingham said. Last month they launched a DF-41 from a different mobile launcher in Hainan and struck a target in the Taklamakan Desert, 2,000 miles away in western China. I don't understand why this is noteworthy, Baker interjected. It sounds like they're going backward rather than forward. A nuclear warhead is much more dangerous than a conventional one. That's true. But having the option gives Beijing the capability to hit targets essentially anywhere in the world, including inside CONUS, with conventional ordnance using an ICBM launched from mainland China, Petra replied. This is problematic for us from both a tactical and strategic perspective. That tactical reason is self-explanatory. Shooting down an RV is complicated and difficult. The payload is coming in at supersonic speeds, at a near-vertical angle, from outer space. But the strategic reason is worse, in my book. By fielding ICBMs with both nuclear and conventional warheads, it sows confusion and uncertainty. Every one of our 400 Minuteman III missiles in our silo program is equipped with a nuclear warhead. If we launch one of these missiles, the world instantly knows that a nuke ICBM is in the air. But if China mixes and matches warheads, any time they launch an ICBM, we must ascertain if it's a nuke or a conventional payload. We won't know if they're starting a nuclear World War III or a conventional one. That confusion creates tremendous tactical and strategic uncertainty for POTUS and U.S. Stratcom over the nature of the inbound threat and how to respond. Jarvis had to resist the urge to smile. His wife just proved to everyone in the room why she deserved a seat at the table. Baker nodded, but the face he made looked like he'd just taken a bite of a lemon. Jarvis wasn't sure if the reaction was to Petra's accurate and disturbing assessment or to the fact that the First Lady was the one who'd just schooled him in front of the rest of the NSC. Probably both, Jarvis thought. Jarvis looked at Peter McMillan, the 4-star Air Force general serving as chairman of JCS. General, be sure to give kudos to the crew of that RC-135 who tracked the launch. That's important work, and the data they collected will help give us insights into the DF-31AG's capabilities. Yes, Mr. President, I agree and certainly will, McMillan said. It's an important development, but in the interest of time, let's keep moving, Reggie, Jarvis said. Yes, Mr. President. Item 2 on the brief also concerns the Air Force and the Chinese. Yesterday, a hexacopter drone of Chinese origin launched from the Willow Oaks neighborhood, penetrated Joint Base Langley Eustis airspace, and conducted a simulated attack on a parked F-22 Raptor. There's a clickable video link in the brief, camera phone footage recorded by a maintenance technician. Jarvis had already watched the video in which the drone had performed several different maneuvers, including a vertical plunge targeting the top of the Raptor, a horizontal ground skimming attack in which it targeted the starboard engine air intake, a high-speed angle attack in which it performed a series of evasive maneuvers while inbound, and one other pattern that Jarvis couldn't immediately identify. What happened to the drone? Were we able to shoot it down? Hiddle asked. Yes, Buckingham said. And the drone operator? Did we catch him? We did. Male, Chinese national, here on a student visa, studying communications at Hampton University. A communications major, huh? Petra muttered under her breath, perfectly echoing Jarvis's sentiment on the matter that the Chinese student was a student in name only. He's being interviewed as we speak, but if you have any direction on the matter you'd like to provide, Mr. President, we're still early in the judiciary proceedings, so to speak. Jarvis opted for clarity rather than subtext in his reply. Press him hard,
See if you can find out which Chinese agency he works for and whether he's an asset or agent. Then revoke his visa, charge him with espionage, and prosecute. I want the media to break the story before State talks to the Chinese ambassador. They get no heads up, no time for spin."
Buckingham nodded. "Yes, Mr. President."
Jarvis turned to Macmillan. "Obviously, Peter, this incident underscores several troubling issues, including aerial perimeter security around the base, threat identification, offensive countermeasures, and so on."
"Agreed, Mr. President. All those things are being looked at. Most of the Raptors are parked under alert shelters that are designed to withstand small drone attacks."
"I'm familiar with the design, but those shelters are drive-in, drive-out. They're open on the ends."
"Yes, Mr. President, the base is evaluating a retractable net solution to act as a barrier on the openings."
Jarvis's thoughts went to the kamikaze drone attack carried out by Al-Ghadab in Delhi on the Beast in a staged decoy presidential convoy. For the ploy that Jarvis himself had masterminded, John Dempsey had pretended to be POTUS to lure the terrorist leader out of the shadows and into action. The plan had worked, and Al-Ghadab had attacked the convoy with hexacopters carrying explosive payloads. Hexacopters exactly like the one this Chinese student had deployed. It made the connection undeniable in Jarvis's mind, but not yet provable. Jarvis held Macmillan's eyes. "Nets? Look, General, this was a single drone and drone pilot conducting an exploratory probe. Imagine a coordinated attack with dozens or hundreds of these drones, each carrying a 3-kilogram payload of C4 packed with ball bearings. I think we're going to need something much more comprehensive than nets." Macmillan's face couldn't hide his frustration on the matter. "Yes, Mr. President, we're working on that." Jarvis could have kept hammering the point, but he decided to move on. It wasn't a matter of accord. It was a matter of complexity. Jarvis had been on the receiving end of these types of mandates from leadership for 99% of his career. He'd only recently become the guy standing at the very top of the delegation pyramid. He knew far too well that just because you were in a position of authority and accountability didn't mean you were issued a magic wand. Macmillan might be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but the man couldn't simply snap his fingers and instantly manifest technologies and solutions to problems the moment the president ordered him to. "Let's move on to the next item," Jarvis said, turning to Buckingham. The DNI nodded. "Item 3 on the brief concerns the death of General Li Hei-Wang in his home in Taipei. The local authorities have labeled it a gas explosion and apartment fire, but our preliminary assessment is that it was an assassination and cover-up." Jarvis stared at the picture of the dead general while Buckingham spoke. Something about the man looked familiar to him, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Li Hei-Wang retired as a one-star general from the ROC to head up 5th Division of Taiwan's Military Intelligence Bureau. For those of you not familiar with 5th Division, it's the largest and most lauded division at MIB, responsible for intelligence research and analysis, with the lion's share of its resources devoted to counterintelligence and counterespionage activities against China. Jarvis reached for his water glass, noted his hand trembling, and instantly snapped his fingers closed into a fist. He quickly scanned the table to see if anyone was watching, but all eyes were either on Buckingham or their tablets.
"Who do you think is responsible for the assassination?"
Hiddle, the National Security Advisor, asked. "Are you asking for ODNI's position or my personal opinion on the matter?" Buckingham replied.
"Both," he said.
"ODNI is withholding judgment on the responsible actor until we've collected sufficient proof to formulate an evidence-based position."
"And what about you personally, Director Buckingham? Who do you think is responsible?"
Hiddle said. The DNI glanced at Jarvis, and Jarvis nodded. "I believe it was an MSS hit job," Buckingham said. The NSA leaned in.
"Seems pretty bold to authorize such a thing."
"I don't know, Jim. It doesn't feel any more brazen than their ICBM launch or using drones to simulate attacks on our Raptors at Langley. Beijing has become emboldened. President Xu has empowered his agency directors and military leadership to push the envelope and take increasingly aggressive action in multiple spheres of influence.
If General Lee was proving himself too competent and effective at countering MSS activities, then why not take him out and see how Taiwan reacts? But again, this is my personal opinion, not the official stance of ODNI. Hiddle nodded, seemingly content with the answer. Thank you, DNI, for the insights. Let's continue pulling on the General Lee thread and see if we can't confirm it was an assassination and whether the MSS was responsible. Yes, sir, Mr. President. A DM flashed on his tablet screen from Petra.
Need to talk with you and Reggie after.
He gave the message a thumbs up and looked back up from his screen at everyone. The last two items everyone can read for themselves and don't, in my opinion, warrant discussion. Does anyone have anything to add before we break? Jarvis asked, letting the subtext and tone of his statement signal to Reggie and everyone else that he was ready to wrap things up. Buckingham, as was his practice, scanned the room like an auctioneer. Not finding any bidders, he turned to Jarvis and said, "Those are the highlights for today, Mr. President." "Very well. Meeting adjourned." Jarvis said, "Petra, Reggie, if you could both stay behind, there's something important I'd like to discuss with the two of you." Both Macmillan and Hiddle queued to ask him one-on-one questions, standard practice after the PDB brief, questions that he answered in turn as the rest of the meeting filed out. Finally, he had the cabinet room all to himself to talk with Reggie and Petra. "What's on your mind, Petra?" Jarvis said, turning his chair to look at his wife. Petra exhaled loudly, something she often did when she was agitated.
"There's more to the General Lee incident than provided in the PDB."
"Go on," he said, realizing instantly that his wife was read in to a greater degree on the Lee incident than he was. This protocol regarding Task Force Ember was by design, of course, but it was still a bitter pill for him to swallow, since he'd commanded Ember for years. He listened intently as she filled him in on the details of everything that had happened in Taipei. When she finished, he asked the lone remaining question that she'd not addressed. "Did we sustain any casualties during the incident?" Petra glanced at Reggie, apparently looking for confirmation before answering the question. The DNI nodded, and she turned back to Jarvis.
"Unfortunately, the answer is yes. One team member was injured in the blast, and a second team member is missing, believed captured."
He gritted his teeth in frustration, forcing himself not to demand more details. The information was devastating. A member of Ember being taken was a personal blow, but it also represented an incredible national security risk. And if an Ember member had been taken in Taipei, of all places, there was a risk China might be able to gain access to the key to his most covert and deadly asset. Seeing his angst, Petra took pity on him and filled in the blanks.
"The injured team member serves as the team's primary overwatch, and while her injuries required hospitalization and surgery, after a period of recovery and rehabilitation, she will be able to return to full operational status. The missing teammate was providing cyber and comms support from a mobile platform when he disappeared. Efforts are underway to confirm his location and commence a rescue and recovery operation."
Jarvis clenched his jaw tightly and said nothing. Grimes was seriously injured, and Richard Wang was missing. Putting all the compartmentalized intelligence in Richard Wang's head within the Ministry of State Security's grasp. Jarvis's brain kicked into gear and began to reverse engineer the problem. "Whatever it was Lee intended to share, it must have been important. We need to find out what Lee knew that was so damning that Beijing was willing to murder a high-ranking MIB director to keep it from us. And I want our hostage returned by any means necessary." Petra and Reggie nodded in unison. Jarvis rubbed his chin. "The question we need to be asking ourselves now is whether all these recent events are a precursor to something big and ominous, or is President Xu testing me and my administration to see how much I'm willing to tolerate without reprisal?"
"We know for a fact they feel threatened and upset about the Warner-Chopra Accord,"
Petra said. "Well, that's too fucking bad. It's a done deal." Seeing his rising anger, she started to reach for his hand, but stopped herself. "Anything else I need to know?" Jarvis said, turning to Reggie. "That's all I have," Buckingham said. Jarvis gave him a tight-lipped smile. "Very well," he said, dismissing Buckingham. Now that he and Petra were alone, he would hear whatever thoughts she'd withheld during the PDB meeting and the discussion with Reggie.
But just as she opened her mouth, a sharp rap on the door interrupted them. Jarvis turned to see his Chief of Staff, Andy Crouch, in the doorway.
Apologies, Mr. President, the harried man said from the door. The Vice President called from Air Force 2. She'd like to talk with you when you have a moment, sir.
He turned to Petra.
It's fine. Go, she said with an understanding smile. We covered everything we need to cover. Are you sure? I'm sure, she said, and tipped on her toes to give him a peck on the cheek. After she did, she whispered, Don't worry, we'll get Wang back. I promise.
He turned to his Chief of Staff and could not help but notice the exhaustion on the man's face. Andy Crouch functioned as Jarvis's political and policy body man 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Like every Chief of Staff who had come before him, Crouch was the President's right hand. Often called the most powerful, unelected person in the country, the White House Chief of Staff was responsible for driving the President's legislative agenda and managing communications with Congress, the Cabinet, and the White House staff. In the military, good junior officers were often referred to as shit screens, because an important part of their job was to protect the men and women serving beneath them from the shitstorm always raining down from above. In Crouch's case, he performed a similar function. He was a human flak jacket, taking all the metaphorical spears and arrows fired by the political warriors in D.C. who never stopped storming the castle, and for this, Jarvis was perpetually grateful.
Without Andy, I wouldn't make it through a single day in this job. Mr. President, I have several urgent matters requiring your attention, Crouch said, the words streaming out of his mouth rapid fire like machine gun rounds as he pushed a briefing binder into Jarvis's hands. The SecDef, Admiral Trussler, is requesting a call with you at the earliest possible opportunity. He met with Prime Minister Shimon this morning in Tel Aviv, and the conversation has him, his words, very concerned. Also, Governor Irwin is off the rails, upset about the... Andy, I'm going to stop you right there, Jarvis said, placing a patient hand on Crouch's shoulder. Did you get any sleep last night? Crouch nodded. How much? Enough, Crouch said. How much? 2? Maybe 2.5 hours? Good Lord, Andy, that's unsustainable, Jarvis said, giving Crouch's shoulder a fatherly pat before removing his hand. That's the job, Mr. President. There simply aren't enough hours in the day to get everything done, Crouch said, his voice cracking a little at the end. Poor guy looks like he's about to have a nervous breakdown, Jarvis thought with real concern. Andy, how many cups of coffee have you had today? Crouch looked up and to the left, his eyelid twitching as he did. I don't know, 3 or 4. Andy, it's not even 9 o'clock in the morning yet. Well, technically, Mr. President, Crouch said, checking his watch, it's 9:02, but I get your point. I'm going to get you some help. Managing this administration by yourself was never what I envisioned when I asked you to be my gatekeeper. I have help, Mr. President. I have an entire staff working their asses off. That's not what I meant, Jarvis said. I know you do, and I didn't mean to denigrate their efforts. What I should have said was that we're going to find you your own Andy Crouch. Somebody who can do for you what you do for me. Like my own personal mini-me? Crouch said, laughing at the Austin Powers reference. Exactly. Crouch's smile faded. I already have a deputy chief of staff. I know, but I don't think Brett is cut from the same cloth as men like us, do you? Jarvis said, never afraid to speak the hard truth. Crouch hesitated a moment, then nodded. No, sir, he is not. Brett can stay on, but we're going to find you someone else to function as your deputy, and I think I might know the perfect person, Jarvis said, wondering how Casey would react to Jarvis poaching one of his young ember superstars. Okay, so long as I get veto power on the choice, Crouch said with a grin. Fair enough, Jarvis said, then looked down at the binder Andy had handed him. This is a priority, and I will look at it. Don't forget to call the vice president, Crouch said. How could I forget? You just told me 3 minutes ago, Jarvis said with a grin. He tucked the binder under his arm and marched off to the Oval Office to call the vice president on Air Force 2. Then, under his breath, he added, Hopefully her day is going better than mine. As he stepped into the Oval Office, he felt a strange mixture of both guilt and relief. In a few months, it would all be over. He'd hand the keys to the kingdom over to Margaret, or the other guy if she ended up losing the election. He truly hoped it was her. He'd not told Whalen about Task Force Ember yet, mainly because he was hedging.
A Whalen presidency wasn't a sure thing, and his loyalty was to the nation first and to Ember second. The truth was, he didn't think she'd take the news well. He predicted she'd be simultaneously angry that she'd not been read in on Ember's existence and that it existed at all. But with time and context, he'd help her to understand why Task Force Ember was necessary and how to best deploy America's best-kept secret during her tenure as POTUS. All that said, he decided not to have the Ember talk until after the election. If Whalen lost, her need to know about the Shadow Task Force died, along with her presidency. Jarvis dreaded that scenario. He didn't know much about the other guy, besides the fact that he seemed to treat politics more like an MMA match than governance. Jarvis had never met the man, but Jarvis suspected a Reynolds presidency would be an absolute train wreck. There was a case to be made that dissolving Ember was a better option, should Whalen lose, than transitioning control to an unpredictable and possibly amoral commander-in-chief. Jarvis exhaled and pushed that future out of his mind. "I don't have time for this right now," he thought as he slipped into his chair behind the Resolute desk. Post-election strategy could wait. He had plenty of other immediate problems to worry about, like what the hell China was planning and doing whatever he could to help Dempsey find and rescue Richard Wang. He pressed the call button to ring the Oval Office secretary. Hopefully, his vice president had some actual good news from her trip to share. Chapter 15. Vice President's Office, Air Force 2, VC-25A, 31,000 feet eastbound over the Pacific Ocean, 1751 local time. Margaret Whalen sat in her office alone, chewing the inside of her cheek. It was a bad habit she'd developed during law school at William and Mary. She had mostly gotten it under control, except during periods of stress. This was most definitely a stressful time. She'd kicked everyone out for her call with President Jarvis, which had gone better and worse than she'd expected. He'd confided in her that he'd had a very stressful morning and summarized the PDB discussion that he and key principals from the National Security Cabinet had held regarding recent Chinese activities. She didn't have his military education and experience, so a lot of those discussions were difficult for her to follow. In cabinet meetings, she regularly resisted the compulsion to ask questions so as not to look stupid, the thing Whalen loathed most. Even First Lady Petra Felsk, who orbited Jarvis like the moon orbits the Earth, knew way more about national security than Whalen did. But, to their credit, the first couple never tried to rub Whalen's nose in it, nor did they coddle or condescend to her. She appreciated that, which made her feel all the more terrible about the incident in the nursery of the Chengdu Panda Center with Foreign Minister Tang. Whereas Jarvis had confided in her, Whalen had withheld information from him. She'd recounted the details of her visit and focused only on the positives and highlights, which had ironically seemed to only further dampen his mood rather than have the opposite effect. When she'd asked him what was wrong, he'd said that was a conversation they could have in private, face-to-face, when she was back in D.C. Reading between the lines, she deduced that something else had happened, something undoubtedly top secret or at least sensitive that he didn't want to discuss on the phone. She had another 13 hours or so until she landed at Joint Base Andrews, so that discussion wouldn't happen until tomorrow. "Which is fine by me." With some physical and temporal distance from the Panda incident with Minister Tang, she'd had time to reassess and evaluate what had happened. The first thing she'd forced herself to do was admit that she'd royally screwed up. Admitting her mistakes had never come easily to Whalen. For as long as she could remember, she'd been a go-getter. Even as early as kindergarten,
She'd not been afraid to put herself above her peers and take charge. She'd learned to read and write much earlier than other kids and had innately gravitated toward grown-up stuff. Most kids were dumb, but not her. When she was 6, she acted like she was 10. When she was 10, she behaved like 16. And when she was 16, God love her parents, she'd rampaged like she was 21. Upon actually reaching her 20s, she'd stopped explaining her motives or reasons for her choices. On hitting her 30s, she stopped apologizing. Does a sheepdog apologize to the sheep for keeping them fat, dumb, and happy? No. Why should it? After 2 decades of battling in the trenches of state and federal politics, she'd eventually come to realize there was a time and place for humility. She'd also grudgingly come to accept that every idea she had wasn't always brilliant, that she didn't handle every situation flawlessly, and that she wasn't perfect.
I certainly wasn't perfect today.
Foreign Minister Tang had played her like a proverbial fiddle. He'd run a psyop on her from the moment they'd clasped hands when she stepped off the plane in Beijing. And she had not only let him, but she'd lapped it up. God, she felt like a fool.
I do have to hand it to you, Tang, she thought, shaking her head. The baby panda bit was a stroke of genius.
The question now was what to do about it. Option 1 was to do nothing, pretend it didn't happen. They'd been alone for the conversation. Knowing the Chinese, the nursery had a dozen hidden cameras and the entire thing was recorded, but what did that matter? Tang would tell his masters what she'd said, regardless. The only member of her detail who could have possibly heard was Paul, but her Secret Service lead was no Superman parading as Clark Kent. Paul didn't have super hearing, so long as Jarvis didn't find out what she'd done. Why did it matter?
But what if the video's leaked? To social media?
Her inner devil's advocate chimed in.
Then I deny it as a deep fake, her other voice fired back. Besides, the announcement is in 2 weeks anyway, so I don't have to last long.
Option 1 felt risky, but she didn't love Option 2 any better. Option 2 was to come clean and tell Jarvis what had happened. He'd most likely chastise her for the slip-up, but that would be it. He'd probably respect her for telling him the truth. From what she could tell, the thing Navy SEAL Captain Kelso Jarvis lauded most was integrity.
But what if he sees it as a betrayal? What if he considers what you did treasonous?
She shifted from chewing her left cheek to her right.
What if he withholds his endorsement? Or what if it causes him to change his mind?
Her stomach went tight at the prospect. With Captain Boy Scout sitting behind the resolute desk, dumping her from the ticket for cause was certainly within the realm of possibility. Which brought her to Option 3, accepting Minister Tang's offer. The latest hypothetical polling from Quinnipiac showed her losing by 4 points to Reynolds in a head-to-head race if she were at the top of the ticket. The same poll had Jarvis beating Reynolds by 6 points. In election politics, a 10-point gap might as well be the Grand Canyon.
The Chinese could help you with that,
a voice said. She looked down at her mobile phone, at the draft of a thank you email to Foreign Minister Tang. It would be so easy. 2 simple sentences to signal her cooperation and seal the deal. Subtext that only she and Minister Tang would understand.
I agree that our 2 nations can find new and common ground as international partners rather than adversaries. I look forward to working closely with you in the next administration, should that be the will of the American people.
Whalen felt sick to her stomach. She wanted to be president more than anything. She'd sacrificed everything to get to this moment, a moment that required the perfect alignment of 1,000,000 stars. Stars that would never align again.
Do it, Margaret, said the voice in her head. Just hit send.
She let out a shaky exhale, and with a trembling index finger, she reached for the button. Chapter 16. Shuwei, Tamsui District, New Taipei City, Taiwan, 2318 local time. Dempsey crouched between Tony Prescott and Tess Wallace in the thick underbrush 30 meters from the warehouse where he knew in his heart Wang was being held. His urge to pack a dip was at 11 on a 10-point scale, but he was going to try to hold out. Once they got rolling, the adrenaline rush from the op would eliminate the need for a nicotine hit. He'd completely kicked the bad habit in Russia. Snuff wasn't available to him in the IK2 prison, but damned if he hadn't started up again as soon as he got back home. He looked at Prescott, who'd given him a 5-count roll of wintergreen Copenhagen as a homecoming present. "I blame you." "What?" Prescott said, feeling Dempsey's eyes on him. "Dip?" No, thanks, boss. I quit 2 months ago." "Of course you did." Dempsey stuffed a pinch of tobacco between his lip and gum and returned the can to his cargo pocket. Normally he would try and tempt Prescott to indulge, then taunt Wallace by offering her a pinch, which she would refuse, a little pregame ritual. But Wang would usually be in their ear, and tonight he wasn't. Instead, he would be the jackpot call, if all went well. Dempsey tapped the trigger guard of his rifle and tried to calm his growing impatience. Wang's best chance of survival was if they did what they did best, complete the mission objective. "Raider, 7 is now God," Martin's voice said in Dempsey's ear, establishing he was now set as Overwatch. The Raider moniker for tonight's op had been chosen by Martin. "About time," Prescott grumbled, checking his watch. "Copy, God," Dempsey said, acknowledging the actual report. "Bravo, sit rep." "Bravo is set and standing by," Munn said, checking in from the SUV that he, Tracy Lewis, and Andy Fender were occupying in a parking lot of a neighboring business to the north of STT. The plan was to hold until the approaching cloud front on the horizon rolled in to hide the moon, which Chip estimated would happen in about 33 minutes. At present, the ambient background light was much brighter than Dempsey would have liked, and it wasn't just the nearly full moon that was a problem. STT was located on the other side of the highway from a well-developed suburban business district with a large hospital, numerous apartment buildings, shops, street lights, and vehicle traffic. The ambient city light alone nearly obviated the need for night vision, but add the moonlight on top of it, and Dempsey would leave his NVGs tipped up for the duration of the op. "Raider, this is Zero," Chip's nervous voice said on the line. "I think we might have a problem." "What kind of problem?" Dempsey said. "An SUV has just exited the highway and is driving down the access road for STT. "How many thermals are inside the vehicle?" Hold on. Looks like 3. "Shit, they're gonna move the package," Dempsey said, chopping a hand forward. "Change of plans, Raider. This is no longer a stealth op. Alpha is going now. Bravo, reposition to block the exfil road and intercept that SUV if they exfil Wang before we get to him." "Bravo," Munn said in acknowledgement. Alpha element moved out in a triangle formation with Dempsey in center lead. The ground was spongy and damp beneath his feet as he navigated around and between tree trunks and bamboo stalks. The air had a rotten, fishy tang to it, nothing like the refreshing sea breeze that blew inland from Tampa Bay. "God, it stinks here," Prescott muttered, quick-stepping in a combat crouch on Dempsey's left. "Any change to our ROE?" Wallace asked from her position off Dempsey's right shoulder. "Shoot to kill," Dempsey said. "Check." Feeling the press of time, Dempsey accelerated the pace, pushing through the brush, sacrificing stealth for speed. He felt loud, much louder than he was normally comfortable with, but he knew the tangos on the other side of the warehouse couldn't hear them, unless they have a roving patrol on the south fence line. "Zero, sit rep," Dempsey said, annoyed that Chip wasn't updating him with real-time data like Wang usually did. "Roger, Raider. Okay, we've got 2 tangos," Chip said, his voice a tight cord of nerves and inexperience. "One is standing outside the warehouse building on the left side. We've got another tango who is—" "Alpha, you have 2 sentries with long guns. Tango 1, positioned in the gap between the office and the warehouse, northwest corner. Overwatch will have no line on this guy."
a new voice said, cutting off Chip. Dempsey recognized it as belonging to the DIA guy, O'Halloran. If you breach the fence directly behind the warehouse, Tango 1 won't see you. Tango 2 is walking south along the east wall of the warehouse. This guy could be a problem if he keeps coming. This was the information that Dempsey needed. Dempsey halted Alpha at the edge of the tree line and took a knee. The Wilson Combat Custom SBRs they carried were equipped with their whisper suppressors, some of the best in the business, so Dempsey gave it better than 50-50 odds he could drop the Eastside Sentry without tipping off the rest of the bad guys. He scanned left and right for targets and quickly spotted Tango 1 on the left. Tango 2 was still blocked by the warehouse. He momentarily considered dropping Tango 1 with a headshot and letting Martin take out Tango 2, but that would not go unnoticed. Instead, he hand-signaled Alpha to reposition and led his 2 teammates back into the brush and east, where they'd be out of either Tango's sightline. The inbound SUV has just arrived and is turning around in the corridor front of the warehouse. It's stopped. 2 Tangos stepping out. Driver is staying behind. 3 Tangos exiting the office to greet them.
Bravo is repositioning to intercept, Munn reported.
Over or through the fence? Prescott asked when they'd stopped at the tree line after repositioning 40 feet east.
I have wire cutters.
Dempsey, who had his rifle up and was sighting on the southeast corner, had already made the decision they would be going through, since the fence was topped with razor wire.
0 sit rep on Tango 2,
he said, holding off answering Prescott. If they had time to cross the gap between the tree line and the fence before Tango 2 reached the corner, that would be preferred. He'd like to make the kill shot with his muzzle clear rather than through the fence. You've got 10 seconds. 9.
Cut it,
Dempsey said, answering Prescott's question, and took off in a sprint across the gap from the brush to the fence. 6, 5, 4. Dempsey reached the fence, took a knee, and slid his muzzle through the chain link. 3, 2. He sighted head level where he estimated Tango 2 would step around the
trigger squeeze.
His SBR burped, and the suppressed 300 ACC blackout round punched a hole in the sentry's forehead. The Tango crumpled in place like a marionette whose strings had just been cut. Raider 0, quiet shot, O'Halloran reported, informing Raider that they saw no reaction from the other Tangos. Beside him, Dempsey heard Prescott going to work with wire cutters on the chain links at what sounded like superhuman speed. He glanced left and saw the former Green Beret dragging a handheld tool with a hook-shaped cutter in a downward line, cutting link after link in relative silence.
What the hell is that thing?
Dempsey said.
It doesn't have a name. Chip invented it,
Prescott said as he completed the cut in a third of the time it would have taken with traditional cutters.
It cuts with heat from a laser.
Oh, yeah, Dempsey said, feeling a little less annoyed with Chip than he had been 2 minutes ago. Raider 0, 5 Tangos entering the warehouse, O'Halloran reported from the talk. Dempsey double-clicked in acknowledgement as Prescott peeled back a flap of chain-link fencing. Dempsey slipped through the gap in the fence, cleared right, and took a knee, sighting east. Wallace followed, clearing left and covering west. Prescott came through the gap last and quick-stepped past Dempsey to the south wall of the warehouse, taking a knee next to a steel door, which provided interior access from that side of the building. The original plan had been to breach from the south side of the building, but that was when they were going for a stealth retrieval. Breaching from the south was no good. Tactically, the bad guys could simply exfil out the north door to the waiting SUV and drive away. So Dempsey decided to stay kinetic, changing their attack plan to the northeast corner of the building. There they could shoot every Tango dead before they could load Wang into the SUV. Dempsey caught Prescott's eye and dragged a hand across his own throat, then gestured for the Green Beret to join him at the southeast corner. He shifted his gaze to Wallace, Alpha 3. On catching her eye, he signaled for her to reposition to the southwest corner of the warehouse.
On my mark, drop Tango 1,
Dempsey said, his voice just above a whisper. She nodded and moved toward the corner in a low combat crouch. Dempsey whirled clockwise and quick-stepped to join Prescott at the other corner. On reaching his teammate, he briefly rested his left hand on the Green Beret's right shoulder to wordlessly signal he was in position.
1-7, the SUV driver parked in front of the office building. I have lines on the warehouse door and driveway, but no lines on the driver or vehicle. Check, Dempsey said, wondering if that wasn't a coincidence.
Raider, be advised, O'Halloran chimed in, his voice tense. Something is happening inside the warehouse. Looks like the package is resisting. There's a scuffle. Go, Dempsey said in his teammate's ear. Prescott rounded the corner in a combat crouch, sighting over his rifle and quick-stepping north while hugging the corrugated metal wall of the building. Dempsey followed a stride behind, swinging wide and keeping station off his teammate's right rear quarter. The two Ember operators moved in perfect, lethal cadence along the side of the rectangular warehouse. But at the halfway point, automatic gunfire erupted. Dempsey dropped prone in the dirt. Prescott did the same just as bullets punched holes in the metal skin of the warehouse at the level where their heads had just been.
We've been made.
Through gritted teeth, he gave Wallace and Martin the green light.
Raider weapons free. Let's go get our boy.
Chapter 17, 23:31 local time. Dan Munn gripped the steering wheel of the Taiwan-made Toyota Land Cruiser with both hands, ready to accelerate out of cover and into the fight, trying to ignore the voice in his head telling him to calm down, telling him to perform 3 rounds of 4-count tactical breathing, telling him in no uncertain terms that he was not in the right headspace for this op. As far as Munn was concerned, the voice could kiss his ass. "Dude, are you all right?" asked Lewis from the front passenger seat. The former Marine Raider whom Munn had personally recruited to Ember while Dempsey had been in Russia had proven himself to be a dependable and capable operator in even the most hairy and kinetic situations. Munn was grateful to have him on the team.
"I'm 5 by. Why?"
Munn said, his gaze trained like a laser targeting system down the road toward STT. "Because I can see the veins popping out of your neck. You're not going to have a stroke on me, are you, Doc?" Before he could answer, chatter on the radio usurped his attention.
"Raider weapons free,"
Dempsey's voice said in Munn's earbud as gun reports echoed in the background.
"Let's go get our boy."
"It's on," Andy Fender said from the back seat. For some reason, Munn's gut told him Alpha Squad would not succeed in securing Wang at the warehouse and Bravo Element would have to save the day. Most of the time, that was not the case. When Dempsey usually split the team in two, he led Alpha Element and took care of business. Some guys in this line of work would get tired of leading the B team and playing backup quarterback to the league's MVP, but not Dan. He'd never thought of his role in Ember in those terms. He'd not pursued military service, nor had he become a surgeon to feed his ego. The mission, the brotherhood, the righteousness, those were the things that motivated Dan Munn. He'd gladly serve in John Dempsey's shadow until the day he died. Tonight, however, Munn knew that fate expected him to step up. And he was happy to comply. Thanks to the radio chatter and 2 decades of combat operations, Munn was able to visualize the battle raging down the road. Like a movie in his mind, he watched Wallace sight around the corner and plink the sentry positioned at the northwest quadrant with a precision headshot. He visualized Dempsey and Prescott advancing in a 2-man team to the northeast corner of the warehouse. Then he saw them get pinned down as 2 pairs of Chinese shooters laid down heavy suppressing fire, while a 5th man dragged a handcuffed Wang out of the warehouse across the gap to an idling SUV. He saw a precision sniper round from Martin drop one of 2 tangos strafing Dempsey's position to the east, then the other shooter take cover. 1-3 in cover at the northwest corner of the target building, Wallace said on comms as gunfire echoed in the background. "The package is being exfilled." "Copy 3, I see it," Dempsey answered from wherever he was crouching. "God, take the driver." "Check," came Martin's acknowledgement. "Shit, they put the package in the front passenger seat. At this angle, I can't risk a through round."
"Then target the damn tires,"
Dempsey barked, his voice ripe with frustration.
"Seatbelts,"
Munn said from the driver's seat of the SUV, the single phrase communicating everything his teammates needed to know about what would happen next.
"Bravo, the package is coming to you,"
Dempsey said.
"Do whatever it takes, just don't let them get away."
"Bravo," Munn acknowledged, his eyes glued on a gap that offered a narrow sight line through the foliage to the paved driveway leading into and out of the Smart Trade Taiwan complex. He had backed the SUV into cover and left the transmission in drive. His left foot was on the brake and his right foot hovered an inch above the accelerator pedal.
A surge of adrenaline spiked his heart rate as headlight beams came into view beyond the trees and brush. His mind quickly solved the trigonometry problem and performed a silent countdown. 3, 2, 1. He released the brake and slammed the accelerator to the floor. The engine roared, the tires clawed the earth, and the 4x4 launched forward like a rocket. It sped out of the foliage and T-boned the target SUV, slamming into the front quarter panel and knocking the escape vehicle off the road and into the bushes on the side of the road. With lightning-fast precision, he slammed the transmission into park, unclasped his seatbelt, and kicked open the driver's side door. He exited low, covering behind the door panel as he loosened his hard-slung rifle and brought it around to center before sweeping around the open door like a hurricane. The target SUV was stalled and smashed into a tree trunk off the side of the road. Sighting over his weapon, Munn lowered his red dot sight until he found the driver's airbag through the windshield. He put 1, 2, 3 rounds through the glass, deflating the airbag to reveal a bloodied, glassy-eyed driver slumped in the seat. Legs churning and torso on a swivel, Munn quick-stepped in a combat crouch in an arc around the front of the target SUV. In his peripheral vision, he clocked his teammates advancing as a tandem. Gunfire erupted on his right as he looped around the tree trunk that had cratered the nose of the SUV. Muzzle flashes lit up the interior of the vehicle, and the rear passenger window exploded as a shooter inside the vehicle opened fire at Lewis and Fender. The duo instantly returned fire. A heartbeat later, the night was once again quiet and still, the victory seemingly belonging to Ember. Munn crouched as low as his burning quads would permit and vectored into position to open the front passenger door. He took a knee, let his rifle hang by the sling, and pulled his pistol. He waited a beat, hoping that Wang would open the door himself, but that didn't happen. The geometry for opening the passenger door and covering the interior was terrible, the exact opposite of ideal for a right-handed shooter, so while Munn wasn't ambidextrous, he'd fired enough rounds with his non-dominant hand to be tactically proficient. He shifted the pistol to his left hand, grabbed the door handle with his right, and flung the door open. He cleared the interior quickly, sighting over his pistol, confirming that the driver was dead. The rear shooter's half-missing head answered the same question quickly. Then he turned to the hooded figure, hands bound, slumped in the front passenger seat. "Wang," he said. When his unconscious teammate didn't respond, Munn nudged the kid's thigh. "Wang, dude, the cavalry's here." Wang still didn't move. The doctor in Munn began an automatic and programmed injury assessment, looking for signs of respiration and injury. Wang's chest was moving, a good sign, and Munn didn't see any protruding bones, bloodstains, or obvious injuries. Still covering with his SFX-9 left-handed, he reached into the vehicle to remove the black hood from Wang's head, ready to assess his teammate and friend. But the face that greeted Munn did not match his expectations. The Asian imposter's eyes popped open, and with machine-like speed he lunged for Munn's neck with a blade he'd been holding in his hands that had only appeared to be bound. Operating entirely at reflex speed, Munn fired 2 rounds and juked left. The man's blade sliced the air where Munn's neck had just been, missing the lethal slice that would have opened his throat and severed his carotid arteries. Munn's 9mm hollow points had not missed, however. The Chinese warrior looked down with shocked eyes at twin blood-red flowers blossoming on his chest, the surprised look on his face indicating he only now understood he'd been shot. Munn took 3 steps back and reset his aim, putting his floating holographic red dot on the imposter's forehead. "Where's Wang? What did you do with him?" Munn snapped. The young man, whose neck was inked heavily with tattoos, laughed at the question, which brought foamy blood to his lips. Munn tried again. "What did you do with our man?" A crimson swath coated the foreign operator's lips and began to dribble down his chin.
"Fuck you, American ass!"
Munn, who wasn't in the mood for this shit, shot the dude in the forehead before he could finish the insult. On the other side of the vehicle, Fender was clearing the rear compartment with a flashlight. "Clear." "Check the cargo hold for a body," Munn said, drifting aft along the right side of the wrecked SUV while looking down the road toward the STT complex.
"Cargo hold is clear," Fender said. Munn keyed his mic.
Alpha Bravo 1, the package was a decoy. I repeat, the package is not in the exfil vehicle. 3 tangos inside, all KIA. Dempsey's reply came a split second slower than normal. Copy Bravo, return to the main site and secure R6. Alpha is going to clear the admin building. Bravo, Munn said in acknowledgement, then to Fender he added, photograph these assholes while I turn the vehicle. Fender nodded. As Munn turned to hustle back to their SUV, he stole a final backward glance at the dead operator who'd given his life pretending to be Wang. A nauseating wave of dread soured his stomach as his brain hot-washed what had just happened. Those sons of bitches knew we were coming. Chapter 18, 23:54 local time. Dempsey listened to Munn's report in his earbud from where he was covering at the northeast corner of the warehouse. Alpha Bravo 1, the package was a decoy. I repeat, the package is not in the exfil vehicle. 3 tangos inside, all KIA. The words had been transmitted crystal clear, but Dempsey's brain had to hit the pause button to process the unexpected information. A decoy? What in the ever-living hell is going on? He thought, clutching his rifle. Either these assholes already moved Wang before we got here, or they're playing a shell game. Copy, he said, working out a plan on the fly. Bravo, return to the main site and secure R6. Alpha is going to clear the admin building. Bravo, came Munn's reply. Dempsey performed a quick mental accounting of the enemy force and positions. 5 bodies had exited the warehouse. 2 had loaded into the decoy vehicle. Martin had popped the melon of a 3rd. The 2 roving sentries were both dead now. That left a pair of shooters from the melee outside unaccounted for, as well as any others who had stayed behind in the admin building. 0 report enemy thermals, Dempsey said, scanning the southern-facing windows in the admin building 30 yards away.
0 holds 4 thermals inside the admin building, Chip said, his voice having regained some of its usual conviction. We have 3 together on the west side and 1 relocating to the south wall. We're not sure what they're doing. Be advised, O'Halloran said, jumping in. The 4th lone tango appears to be setting up as a sniper. Which window? Dempsey asked with urgency. If he and Fender were going to cross the no-man's land between the 2 buildings, they needed to do it now. Impossible to tell from our bird's-eye perspective, the answer came back. General pause, east, west, or center, he barked, scanning windows on the 2nd floor, but seeing nothing because of the reflective coating on the panes. He's in a room east of center, Chip said. 3 light him up with covering fire, Dempsey said. Alpha 1 and 2 intend to cross. 0, call the movement. Roger that, Wallace said, then commenced shooting, strafing the indicated windows. Alpha, go now, O'Halloran said. Enemy shooter is taking cover. Dempsey didn't even bother chopping a hand. Prescott popped to his feet, and together they advanced in perfect synchronicity. Weapons up, legs churning, they crossed the parking area separating the 2 buildings, gravel crunching underfoot with every stride, as Wallace provided well-timed, continuous covering fire for the entire crossing. On reaching the other side, Dempsey decelerated to a hard stop on the right side of the lone door, his right shoulder against the wall. Prescott did the same in mirror image on the left. The 1st floor windows were completely dark, and Dempsey didn't see any light glowing at the gap between the bottom of the slab and the sill. He dropped his X-27 NVGs into place, and the world brightened into full-color daylight. Prescott followed Dempsey's lead and did the same. Dempsey didn't bother briefing what came next. He didn't need to. They'd breached countless compounds together, and he and Tony were operating in sync tonight as if sharing a single mind. Crouching low, Prescott shifted inward and placed a gloved hand on the lever. Dempsey counted them down. 3, 2, 1. On the 0 beat, Prescott depressed the lever and pulled the door open. Dempsey slipped through the gap and into the office. He cleared left, was met by a wall, and swiveled back to clear center, then immediately advanced down the short hall ahead. Prescott quick-stepped to catch up and fell into position just behind Dempsey's right shoulder. They advanced to a T-junction, halted, and took knees at their respective corners on either side of the hall. This was the moment when Wang would usually give a quick sit rep. Just as irritation began to flare in Dempsey's chest, O'Halloran's voice spoke. Alpha 02 heat sigs just exited the building on the west side. 1 thermal appears to be carrying the other in a fireman's carry. The remaining lower-level thermal designated Tango 3 has taken cover in what appears to be a position to ambush 1 and 2. Tango 4, the would-be sniper on level 2, has given up trying to set up in the room where Alpha 3 is shooting and is relocating to a different room on the southwest corner. Dempsey quickly parsed the update. West is the river. 0, are there any boats moored at the closest dock or beached along the riverbank nearby? Negative, Alpha, came O'Halloran's reply, but in the background Dempsey could hear Chip ask, What about this guy? Shit, where'd he come from? Could be a problem, O'Halloran said away from the mic. What could be a problem? Dempsey said, wishing to God he could see what they were seeing. We just clocked a watercraft heading downriver, but it's following the outbound traffic separation scheme. That means it's heading out to sea. What type of watercraft? A merchant, a fishing boat, a container ship? It matters, Dempsey said, locking eyes with Prescott. Interrogating now, said Chip. It looks like a rib, the DIA man reported. Dempsey cursed and popped to his feet. He was about to bark orders at Prescott, but once again, he and the former Green Beret were of the same mind. Go, I got Tango 3, Prescott said. But make sure the guy upstairs doesn't shoot you in the back. Don't worry, I've got plans for him, Dempsey said with a crooked grin. He pulled a frag grenade from his kit, then whirled and sprinted back down the hallway toward the south door he'd just breached moments ago. On reaching the door, he radioed Wallace. 3-1, on my mark, shoot out the second-story windows in the southwest corner where Tango 4 is setting up. Copy, standing by. Wallace came back. Dempsey pulled the pin, pushed the door open with his shoulder, and stepped outside. Covering fire. A prolonged burst of fire from Wallace's suppressed SBR exploded the windows to the right and above Dempsey's head. The instant her weapon went quiet, he sprinted the few yards to a spot below the corner windows. As thousands of tempered glass shards rained down around him, he lobbed the grenade with a skyhook that would have made NBA coaching legend Pat Riley proud. The grenade arced upward and sailed through the gaping hole where the plate glass window had been just moments ago. A heartbeat after disappearing inside the room, the grenade exploded. Gambling his life that he'd delivered a kill strike against the second-story shooter, Dempsey took off in a full sprint to save his teammate and brother. He had no proof that the heat signature belonging to the person in the fireman's carry was Richard Wang. He also had no proof that the rib cruising down the Tomsui River was the designated exfil craft for tonight's bait-and-switch ruse, but in his gut, he knew both these things were true. Heart-pounding, he pushed his body to redline as he vectored down the long sloping hill to intercept the kidnapper at the dock. Unfortunately, the asshole carrying Wang had a hell of a head start and now moved with surprising speed, considering he was carrying a full-grown man on his back. Well, not a full-grown man, Dempsey thought with a smirk. This is Dick Wang we're talking about. 1-0, the watercraft of concern has picked up speed and changed heading and is now on an intercept course for the dock, O'Halloran said in Dempsey's ear. Dempsey looked left and spied a dark triangular shape on the river dragging a white frothy wake behind it and moving at high speed. Copy, I see it. Tango 3 is KIA, I'm coming to you, 1, Prescott reported. The news that he'd have another gun in the fight bolstered Dempsey's spirit, and it also made him think of Martin up in his sniper perch. God sit, Rep, do you have lines on the incoming rib? Negative. Repositioning higher, will advise, Martin said, and in the background Dempsey could hear movement. Check, Dempsey said, breathing hard now. With plenty of ambient light, Dempsey swatted his NVGs up and out of the way so his visual field wasn't limited. To his right, he saw Prescott closing fast on an intersecting vector. On his left, the fast boat was doing the same. Ahead, the runner carrying Wang had just reached the wooden dock, which extended another 25 yards or so offshore. The math wasn't on Dempsey's side. Damn it, I'm not going to make it, he thought as he mustered every ounce of reserve power and grit he possessed to make it to the dock in time. God, I need you, he huffed in a desperate prayer to both the big guy in the sky and the guy named Martin who was borrowing the title for tonight's op. 1, Mike, came Martin's labored reply. We don't have 1 minute, damn it. Dempsey contemplated shooting the man carrying Wang in the lower back. A mental premonition popped into Dempsey's mind of the runner stumbling exactly when Dempsey pulled the trigger, causing the bullet to hit Wang's head instead. I can't risk it. Teeth gritted, he kept charging. Then, seemingly proving Dempsey's prescience, the runner did stumble and nearly went down.
though whether it was thanks to sheer will or athletic ability, the man somehow managed to stay on his feet without dropping Wang. Just as Dempsey reached the pier, the high-pitched whine of the Rib's twin outboard engine suddenly changed to a hard growl. It reversed thrust, braking hard, and pulled alongside the end of the dock. Dempsey took a long stride, transitioning from the dirt to the dock, his right boot hitting the first wooden plank so hard it vibrated.
"Hang on, Wang, I'm coming, buddy."
As he charged down the pier, Dempsey watched the runner dump Wang's limp body off his back and into the waiting arms of a crew member standing on the decked-out military-grade boat. The empty gun mount on the bow and shock-mounted pilot console amidships were obvious tip-offs that this was no civilian watercraft. To Dempsey's eye, the Rib looked like a Chinese rip-off of an 8-meter Acis model, which had an aluminum hull and foam-filled tubes that made it very seaworthy and very hard to sink. If the boat left the dock, it was game over. Dempsey slammed on the brakes and took a knee. He sighted on the torso of the agent who'd been carrying Wang and squeezed the trigger, sending a 2-round volley down the pier. But the target must have sensed death coming because he leaped headfirst into the boat a split second before Dempsey's bullets ripped through the now vacant air. The Rib's twin outboards roared back to life, and the unmarked fast boat leaped away from the end of the dock. "No!" Dempsey screamed and shifted his aim to the back of the boat driver's head. But before Dempsey could pull the trigger, the man's head exploded in a puff of brains, bone, and blood that showered everything astern of the pilot console in crimson spatter. The high-powered sniper round, fired undoubtedly by Martin, had been a perfect precision kill shot. Dempsey watched the Rib pilot's legs buckle and his body topple backward. But with the throttles maxed out, the fast boat kept moving, despite having nobody at the wheel. Dempsey scanned for a secondary target, either the crew member who'd lifted Wang into the boat or the asshole who'd carried him down the hill, but they both were smartly lying low and out of sight.
God, I'm going to start putting holes in the tubes," Martin said. "See if I can force them to abandon their exfil."
"Unlikely to work," Dempsey said, knowing the tubes were both compartmentalized and probably foam-filled. "Take out the engines." "Check," Martin said, and the sniper started sending the rain. Dempsey watched through his rifle scope as rounds slammed into the power heads of both outboard motors, but the cowls were either reinforced or anti-ballistic, because Martin's barrage wasn't effective. Dempsey cursed as the fast boat hauled ass into the main channel and began to shrink from view, someone holding the wheel steady while keeping low. Prescott appeared at his side a moment later, breathing heavily.
"Damn. Didn't expect that."
Dempsey didn't say anything.
"Was it Wang? Were you able to ID him?"
Prescott asked.
"I never saw his face, but my gut tells me it was."
Prescott nodded.
"Yeah, me too."
The sound of tires on gravel behind them announced the arrival of Munn and Bravo team in their borrowed DIA SUV. The sound of sirens wailing in the background meant it was time to go. Getting caught here by ROC police would not only create an international incident that Director Casey and eventually President Jarvis would have to deal with, but it would complicate the continuity of operations out of Taiwan.
"Zero, we lost the package. Track that fast boat, and whatever you do, don't lose them,"
he said to Chip and O'Halloran back in the safe-house talk.
"Copy, all one. Satellite is tracking the target now," Chip said. "Be advised, you have local law enforcement alerted to a disturbance, and they are inbound. Recommend you exfil immediately."
"Alpha 3, fall in on Bravo for exfil,"
Dempsey said, his voice and mood all spit and vinegar.
"No time to ransack the place we're leaving."
"Check,"
came Wallace's reply.
"God, secure Overwatch and exfil to the alternate pickup point."
"Copy all, Overwatch secured,"
Martin said. As Dempsey turned away from the fleeing Rib, he wondered what tonight's failed rescue attempt would mean for Wang. Having one's teammates and countrymen killed by Ember was certainly not going to put Wang's captor in a benevolent headspace. Dempsey had dealt with more than his fair share of these types of assholes. The price of blood and pain was always more blood and pain. Wang would suffer for what had happened here tonight.
"Hang in there, Richard,"
Dempsey thought as he took off in a sprint with Prescott at his side toward the riverbank and the idling SUV at the top of the hill.
"Come hell or high water, I will get you out. I promise."
Chapter 19. Ember Compound, MacDill Air Force Base, Tampa, Florida, 15:58 local time.
"Oh my God, my teeth look dreadful," Amanda Allen said. She smiled, then frowned at herself in the bathroom mirror as she washed her hands. Had her teeth always been this yellow? Or had the media trend of actors, newscasters, and influencers retrofitting themselves with gleaming white porcelain veneers warped her perception of what color teeth were supposed to be? The subconscious rewiring of people's perceptions and opinions was something she'd been thinking about a lot lately. She found the idea that her core perceptions and beliefs were malleable at a subconscious level disturbing. "No way am I doing that to my teeth," she said, turning away from the mirror. "Crest white strips to the rescue." She was supposed to be off for the next 2 days. She'd been driving to Longboat Key for a relaxing overnight at the beach when Casey called her back. Most people would have been miffed, but this sort of thing came with the territory. Ember wasn't a 9-to-5 kind of operation, and she wasn't a 9-to-5 kind of girl. She literally owed the organization her life, and until she felt satisfied that she'd repaid that debt, the needs of Ember trumped her own. As John Dempsey would say, mission before self. En route to her desk, Dale zoomed by in his wheelchair. "Boss wants to see you in his office." "Thanks," she said, calling after him. "Where are you going in such a hurry? Haven't you heard? We're instituting the clean slate protocol," he called over his shoulder. "Wait, what? Are you serious?" "Yeah, shit's about to get crazy," the star programmer said as he cruised away. Getting called into the director's office and clean slate protocol? She thought. This can't be good. Suddenly, coffee-stained teeth were the least of her concerns. Accompanied by the butterflies in her stomach, Amanda walked to Director Casey's office. He saw her coming and waved her in. "Take a seat, Amanda," he said, gesturing to one of the 2 open chairs opposite his desk. "Okay," she said, resisting the urge to follow it up with, "Am I in trouble?" "I know you've been working your ass off lately, and today was supposed to be your day off, but the past 12 hours have been a whirlwind, and I need all hands on deck." "Understood," she said, leaning forward in her seat. "Let me read you in," he said, and proceeded to bring her up to speed on everything that had happened to Ember's SAD team in Taiwan: General Lee's murder, Grimes's injury, and Wang's kidnapping. As someone who'd been kidnapped and tortured by terrorists, the last piece of news hit her on a visceral level. "Oh, no, Richard," was all she could manage to get out. "I know, it's a lot to process." Casey fixed her with an inscrutable stare as if she were an equation on a whiteboard he was trying to puzzle out. Finally, he said, "The team has requested a conference call. They're standing by to talk next steps." She nodded, but a pit was forming in her stomach over what she was certain he was not telling her. They relocated from Casey's office to the SCIF conference room, where he connected the video link and the SAD team up on the large screen monitor. Dempsey sat behind a table flanked by Munn on one side and a man she didn't recognize on the other, who she assumed was the DIA officer Sean O'Halloran Casey had mentioned. Prescott and Wallace were also present. Collectively, they looked exhausted, but the familiar fire of determination was burning in Dempsey's eyes, the same never-quit determination that powered Task Force Ember every damn day. After a quick round of hellos and an update from Munn on Grimes, the team jumped into the discussion. "Any new developments or thoughts you'd like to share to kick things off, John?" Casey said, getting the ball rolling. Dempsey nodded. "We were just discussing the fact that Lee arranged to meet face-to-face with us at his residence instead of in a skiff at MIB. Should have been a big red flag to us. One idea we were kicking around is that the meeting was unsanctioned. It's possible the information he was planning to share was not authorized to be shared." "But Lee was a director of 5th Division. He's damn near the top of the pecking order," Munn said. "Yes, but maybe the head of MIB or the Minister of National Defense didn't sign off on Lee's request. Or maybe Lee didn't ask," Munn said. Amanda found herself nodding at the back and forth, instantly swept into the river of the conversation the team had already been having. "I'm sure it's no different in the MIB than it is in the Navy," Wallace said. "We all know it's easier to ask for forgiveness than for permission." O'Halloran, who'd also been nodding along, spoke next.
I think it's important for all of you to understand some of the recent history when it comes to intelligence and counterintelligence in Taiwan. The Military Intelligence Bureau is essentially Taiwan's version of DIA. Their activities fall under the Ministry of National Defense, or MND. For years, they've operated as a bit of stovepipe, not integrating with or sharing intelligence with the National Security Bureau, which is the ROC's civilian intelligence agency, equivalent to our CIA.
And why is that important? Mon asked.
Well, the DIA man continued, at the same time as the Chinese Ministry of State Security was running their infamous dragnet operation to find, detain, and kill the CIA's network of assets in Beijing, which was circa 2011 to 2018, the PRC was actively working to penetrate the intelligence networks of the MIB and NSB. The PRC was particularly effective during this period at recruiting and turning agents within the MIB, which undermined their effectiveness and eroded the culture. Wait, I always thought the MIB had a reputation for being basically impenetrable? Amanda said, speaking up for the first time. That was MIB's reputation, which is why the discovery of the PRC penetration was such a scandal here and resulted in a whole series of reforms and changes, O'Halloran said. The first of which was the appointing of a civilian as the head of the National Defense Bureau, which, remember, oversees the MIB. The second was the creation of the Joint Intelligence Operations Center to foster information sharing and collaboration between the MIB and the National Security Bureau, a way to get the right and left sides of the brain communicating with each other. The third was house cleaning up and down the chain of command to root out those who were ineffective, difficult, or potentially compromised and replace them. General Lee was one of those hires, an outsider with a stalwart reputation brought in to provide a fresh perspective and crucial eye.
Now we understand why Lee was gun-shy,
Dempsey said.
He probably was operating on a zero-trust policy and figured he'd remove as many variables from the equation as possible by having the meeting himself, alone. But it didn't work, did it?
Munn said, pulling out a tin of Kodiak to pack a dip.
MIB must still be compromised, or else the MSS wouldn't have known about the meeting and had Lee whacked.
That's a big concern I have about going back to Fifth and asking for another meeting. Lee contacted me directly using a burner. I'm fairly confident my knock is still intact, but if the Chinese have a well-placed mole, or help moles, still inside MIB, and I go directly to them inquiring about Lee and trying to set up a meeting, then I'm burned for sure, O'Halloran said.
Are you saying you won't even try?
Dempsey asked. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we need to be highly intentional about our next steps. Too many people have worked too hard to get to where we are here in Taipei to burn it all down.
But if you were tasked with making that second connection, do you have a target in mind? Someone at MIB with a low chance of being compromised and a high probability of being cooperative?
I suppose my first choice would be a guy named Vic Kaneshiro. That's the Western order of his names. Kaneshiro was Lee's flag aide when Lee was serving in the ROC Army, O'Halloran said. Lee brought Kaneshiro over with him when he was recruited, which tells me he trusted the guy. It also means Vic's chances of being compromised are probably statistically lower than organic MIB who survived the reorg.
Agreed, Dempsey said, seeming to like the logic. What is Kaneshiro's role?
Lee made him deputy director.
Okay, that's good. There's no guarantee Kaneshiro is read in on everything the general was, but if he was Lee's second, then the odds are high he knows everything Lee knew.
O'Halloran nodded. Given what happened to Lee, there's a good chance that Kaneshiro is going to be paranoid. We shouldn't count on him automatically cooperating.
We need someone who can meet with Kaneshiro without jeopardizing your knock or ours, Dempsey said to O'Halloran.
He rubbed his chin for a moment, then Amanda saw him spark with an idea. He turned to the camera and locked eyes with Amanda across the thousands of miles of cyberspace. No, she said reflexively before he'd even asked the question.
Come on, Alan. Navigating thorny diplomatic interactions and building trust with assets is your jam.
She was shaking her head, but what Dempsey said was true.
As a collection management officer for the CIA, she'd worked under an OC at the State Department on the staff of the U.S. ambassador to Turkey. Extracting information from difficult people under difficult circumstances had been her specialty, and she had loved her job, right up until the point when she'd been blown up on the streets of Ankara and her boss was murdered with a gunshot to the head at point-blank range directly in front of her. Unfortunately, diplomacy and violence were like yin and yang, the dark always circling and undermining the light.
"I don't think I'm the right person for the job,"
she said, wilting under the weight of their collective gaze. "If it weren't for the trust you built with Sylvie Besanov and all the sleeper agent knocks you pierced, we never would have taken down Zeta," he said, undeterred. "We need you, Alan."
"John, it's been a long time since I've been in the field."
She dry-swallowed. Her mouth had become the Sahara Desert, buying time to cobble together an argument to fortify her refusal with logic.
"Besides, I don't speak Mandarin or whatever language they speak in Taiwan. I'm not well-versed in Asian politics or culture. I'd be more liability than asset in this instance."
She expected Dempsey to bristle. Instead, he smiled and fixed her with an empathetic gaze. "Look, Alan, I know better than anyone what you experienced in Syria because I was there. I saw what they did to you, but they never broke you. You adapted, you overcame, and you survived. Everyone on this team has experienced trauma, and I, of all people, would never trivialize what you went through. But I believe you're ready for this. In fact, I'm going to go so far as to say that you need this assignment." She knew his angle. On the one hand, she respected him for trying, but on the other, she resented the implication. She wasn't afraid, and she wasn't some 10-year-old kid.
"With all due respect, I don't think this is one of those climb back on the horse after falling off situations."
"Really? Because I kind of feel like it is," he said, his tone still even-tempered. Like a cornered animal, she felt the urge to lash out as he put her on the spot in front of everyone, and yet, at the same time, a powerful epiphany occurred to her. For the first time since she'd known him, John Dempsey had just asked her for help. Never mind the fact that SAD was down 2 members, or that Wang had been kidnapped and the rescue attempt had failed, or that Ember itself was now potentially compromised, forcing Casey to execute the clean slate protocol and completely restart Ember's cyber operation using a backup architecture. Never mind all those reasons. John Dempsey, who had risked his life to single-handedly raid the compound where she'd been held in Syria and pull her out of that hellhole, was asking for her help. Which meant she had a choice to make. She could refuse and stay here, in Ember's safe, hidden, underground bunker. Or she could collect her courage, hold her head high, and answer the call. She felt blood rush to her face for the second time in as many minutes, but instead of embarrassment this time, it was because she felt shame. Shame born of her fear and born of the realization that when presented with the opportunity to truly repay her debt in kind to the man who had saved her life, she'd just said no. What happened to the girl who, despite starvation, dehydration, interrogation, and torture, had never lost her fighting spirit? What happened to the girl who'd fought and defeated a man who weighed 1.5 times her body weight after he tried to rape her?
"Don't worry,"
said a voice in her head.
"She's still inside here." "Okay, I'll do it. When do I leave?"
Amanda said, mustering her courage. Dempsey smiled at her, and she could see the unspoken gratitude in his eyes. No. Not just gratitude. Something else. Pride. She turned to Director Casey, who nodded and also seemed pleased with her answer. "Then it's settled. I'll get a jet fueled up and ready to go at MacDill. I called Buzz back from McLean this morning, so he'll travel with you."
"Yes, sir,"
she said, her mind whirling. "Anything else we need to discuss, team?" Casey said, turning back to the monitor. "We got plenty to do here until they arrive," Dempsey said. We'll keep working on trying to locate Wang and planning our next recovery op. Any SIGINT that Ember can provide to help facilitate that objective would be much appreciated.
We're in the middle of the clean slate protocol, Casey said. But as soon as Ember Signals Division is back up and running, supporting that effort will be their one and only priority. Dempsey nodded, and they mutually ended the conference call. Buzz's flight lands in 50 minutes, Casey said, turning to face her, which means you have an hour to prep. I assume your go bag is packed and ready? I have a go bag, but it's an actual go bag, not one filled with pantsuits, high heels, and makeup. If my value add here is diplomacy, engagement, and information harvesting, then I need to break into my old wardrobe. Can you get home, pack, and be back here in an hour? If I haul ass, she said, rising from her seat. Go, he said, but before she got to the door, he stopped her. Oh, and Amanda? One more thing? Yes, she said, her mind already inventorying the outfits she'd bring as she turned to face him. After this assignment, you're moving to D.C. The words hit her like a bucket of ice water to the face. You're firing me? He chuckled. No, most definitely not. I fought like hell to keep you, but I was overruled. By who? The President of the United States. He personally ordered your reassignment. My reassignment? She said, her voice laced with incredulity. That's right. When you get back from Taipei, you will report to the White House. There you will serve under Andy Crouch as Deputy Chief of Staff to President Jarvis. I'm sorry, I don't understand. President Jarvis wants me to be his Deputy Chief of Staff? She said, beyond confused. That's what he told me on the phone 15 minutes ago when he called. Congratulations and welcome to the big leagues, I guess. Thanks, she said, feeling like she'd been living in one reality a few minutes ago and had somehow walked through some kind of interdimensional portal into another. Casey grinned at her, then tapped his watch. You're on the clock. You'll have 18 mind-numbing hours in flight to ponder the mysteries of your career progression, but right now, I want you to get the hell out of here. Yes, sir, she said. She turned and set off in a jog, wondering how much longer it would be until she woke up from what had to be a dream. Chapter 20. The White House, West Wing, Washington, D.C., 13:21 local time. What am I looking at here? Jarvis said, staring down at the disturbing item Petra had placed on the desk in front of him. That is exactly what it appears to be. A kale salad, she said. Chopped kale tossed in a lemon garlic olive dressing with pepitas, chopped apple, and carrot spirals. He said, looking down at the bowl. What's a pepita again? A toasted pumpkin seed. They're high in antioxidants, improve prostate health, and reduce symptoms of chronic disease. So I want you to eat all of them. I think I'd rather succumb to my disease, he said, hunting around with his fork for protein under the green. On finding a hidden cache of grilled chicken at the bottom, he smiled. Oh, thank God. I'm not a sadist. He speared a chicken cube and forced himself to also scoop up greens and an apple in the same bite. On tasting it all, he was pleasantly surprised. His expression must have betrayed him. See? You like it, she said with a self-satisfied grin. It's tolerable, he grumbled, still chewing. Petra, who had a matching salad in a plastic to-go container as opposed to Jarvis's White House china, settled back into the armchair and started eating out of her lap. You want to move over to the sofas and coffee table? He said, already knowing her answer. You prefer eating at your desk, she said, which was true. There were plenty of tables they could dine at in the West Wing, or they could eat at the Navy mess every day, if they wanted, but they both liked this, eating a late lunch in the Oval, alone, together. The operation to recover our missing man using our disavowed asset in Taipei failed, she said, adhering to their OPSEC protocol of never naming Ember SAD members outside a skiff. Jarvis set down his fork. Shit. Yeah, she said. Failed as in he's KIA or failed as in he's still MIA?
The latter.
Son of a bitch. He growled and shoved his salad away, his appetite gone. Everyone could be broken, but breaking a man like Dempsey or Munn took time and talent. Wang, on the other hand, was no operator. Worse, he knew and understood things at a very, very valuable level. Damn it, I know we're not talking missile codes, but pretty damn close. If they break him, the information they could harvest about our covert operations and capabilities would be—
I know,
was all Petra said. You said the recovery operation failed. How?
Director Casey didn't go into the nitty-gritty details, but from what I garnered, the group holding our guy in Taipei anticipated we'd launch a recovery operation and had already taken steps to move him. Our team arrived in the middle of that evolution, and the bad guys got away.
Shit, he said, shaking his head. Did we suffer any losses on the failed op?
No.
How's our injured female team member, Petra? He said, knowing he was supposed to leave all these details compartmentalized. Warner would never have asked him such a question, but then Warner didn't have the relationship with the Ember family like he did.
Broken femur, spleen injury, but she's going to be fine, according to Mike. Right now, the priority is relocating the missing asset and planning a second recovery op.
You're right, he said, blackboxing the Grimes update in his mind. Well, it's not a very big island. They couldn't have gone far. Let's greenlight whatever resources they need and try again.
We would, except his captors fled with him by boat, which is the second reason you needed to be read in on the situation.
He let out a groan. They fled across the Taiwan Strait?
Unconfirmed, but that's the prevailing theory,
she said. I don't understand. How can it be unconfirmed?
The rescue attempt was short fuse and they didn't have eyes in the sky, but we're working with our partners on trying to get the data.
What about the Taiwanese? They have satellite coverage 24/7 of Taipei and the Strait.
Yes, but that will necessitate informing them that DIA conducted a Pentagon-sanctioned operation on Taiwanese soil that resulted in the deaths of Chinese nationals and Taiwanese citizens without their knowledge.
Son of a bitch, Petra, he said.
I know, and I'm sorry, but it is what it is, she said.
Ignorance truly is bliss. If they've taken our boy to mainland China, then he's gone. We'll never find him, and even if we did, recovery would be impossible. Ember Signals Division needs to reset all passwords, close any and all back doors in their firewalls, and maybe even look at revamping their entire cybersecurity apparatus. Ember is a node that connects to every three-letter agency in RIC, not to mention our Tier 1 DoD assets. If the Chinese penetrate Ember, they can penetrate everything, he said, the paradoxical calm he always experienced in a shitstorm now settling on him, his mind clearing as the next steps presented themselves. Tell Casey to shut it all down, take Ember offline for now while we get ahead of this. Petra smiled at him.
It's already done. Shutting down and scrubbing all fingerprints was the first thing Casey did. He's a former submarine skipper, remember? At the first sign of trouble, his instinct is to go dark and go deep. Ember is conducting a hardware changeover as we speak. This was a vulnerability that Casey had identified when you hired him as director. He and Baldwin developed a contingency solution, a completely separate functional architecture to migrate their operations to in the event of a breach. The process will take around 16 hours, and they will be back in business.
She studied his face, anticipating his next question about Wang.
Yes, the asset's knowledge would not enable the Chinese to penetrate the backup system because the security parameters were intentionally not configured in advance. That way only those present during startup would be privileged to the knowledge.
He nodded and leaned back in his chair. Damn, it's nice to work with smart people.
Yes, it is.
Jarvis closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. He erased the whiteboard in his mind, which was covered with a gazillion decision trees, and made a simple priority list to focus on so he could get himself, Task Force Ember, and his nation through the next 24 hours. He wasn't sure how long he'd tuned out, but
When he opened his eyes, his wife was just finishing the last bite of her salad. She looked up at him expectantly.
I'm not ready to give up on our boy until we know with 100% certainty he's been smuggled deep inside mainland China, Jarvis said. I know I'm going to have a mea culpa session with Taiwanese President Wang about the failed rescue op, but before I do that, I want Reggie to use any means necessary to get us satellite data of the event.
Understood, she said.
Second, we need to find out what intel General Lee was planning to share with us before his assassination. I don't care how we get it. Just get it.
About that, she said. This is another personnel item that I wouldn't normally bother you with, but since great minds think alike, I need to bring it up.
Go on.
Ember SAD requested Amanda Allen in theater. I'm not sure why yet, but the wheels are in motion. And it's my understanding that you just routed a transfer billet to Casey for Allen to come here and serve as Andy's deputy chief of staff.
Indeed I did. Andy's drowning, and Allen just happened to come to mind as a good option.
Interestingly, she came to Dempsey's mind as well. Unfortunately, she can't be in two places at the same time.
He chuckled. Mission first. I'm sure Andy can survive another few days without her.
She nodded.
I'll let Casey know.
He looked down at what was left of his salad, but his lost appetite was not coming back anytime soon.
Thanks for joining me for lunch, he said, looking back up and smiling at her.
I love lunching with you, Mr. President. Same time, same channel tomorrow? She said, rising from her chair.
It's a date, Madam First Lady.
Chapter 21. Somewhere New. Wang watched the fly. He had nothing else to do to pass the time until his kidnapper-interrogator returned to do whatever the man had planned for him next. The fly, which most certainly was a Chinese fly, looked the same as an American one. Wang was no insectologist or whatever it was that people who studied bugs call themselves, but he couldn't spot anything different or unique about it.
Flies are weird.
Or at least this one was, because its foraging pattern made no sense. The stupid bug would walk along the tabletop, take off, suddenly agitated, zip around the room, and then return to the table to walk another strip of formica in practically the exact same spot. The human equivalent would be to drive to a strip mall in search of a coffee shop, cruise along the entire length of store frontage looking for one, then drive home and back again, only to repeat the process 10 more times.
It's a bug, dude. Bugs are stupid. That's why they're bugs.
The fly took off and buzzed around. Thinking about coffee had been a mistake. It ignited a craving that he had no means of satiating. Of all the food and beverage options in the world, Wang loved coffee most. He indulged the addiction, and it was an addiction, 4, 5, sometimes 6 times a day. As a function of volume, Richard Wang consumed more coffee than any other liquid. Most of his daily calories came from the delicious things he added to it. Caramel macchiato was his preparation of choice. Just one of those had an entire meal's worth of calories.
I'd kill for a fucking caramel macchiato.
He grimaced at the irony. If he'd been capable of killing, maybe he wouldn't be in this situation. If he had Dempsey's skills, then the men who snatched him from the van would be dead on the streets of Taipei's diplomatic quarter. If he had Dempsey's skills, his friends wouldn't be out there right now, risking everything to save his weak ass. The fly landed on the table and started walking again. He felt a tear stream down his left cheek, which angered and embarrassed him.
I am most definitely not Dempsey.
He took a deep breath and tried to focus on the things that were in his wheelhouse. He might not be overcoming any guards and escaping on his own, but he could use his brain to learn what he could about where he was and with whom. Anything that might somehow help when, or maybe if, Dempsey and Ember's SAD came for him again. He closed his eyes and focused on analyzing his surroundings. His new accommodation was both better and worse than his previous one. The small windowless room was served by the building's centralized heating and cooling system and was much warmer than the warehouse. He'd been hooded when they carried him here, so he'd seen very little, but one thing was certain: this facility was a military installation. The room was not a prison cell because it didn't have a toilet or plumbing. It might have been an interrogation room, but there weren't any mirrors on the walls, and he didn't see any cameras. The floor was linoleum tile instead of concrete. The room was lit by 2 overhead CFLs. His best guess was that this room was normally used as a breakout room or small conference room. Just like at the warehouse, his wrists were bound together and his ankles shackled to the chair legs. Instead of zip ties, they had upgraded his restraints to handcuffs and chains. Wang had been permitted to use an actual toilet twice already since his arrival, but he was still wearing the same urine-stained underwear and pants he'd been taken in. He was still shirtless and shoeless, a degrading and uncomfortable condition. A uniformed guard manned the door in the hallway outside. He'd still not been fed, and he was insanely hungry, but he'd been given plenty of water and had not been beaten or tortured. It occurred to him that Ember often referred to a target they were taking or rescuing as a package. That's exactly how he'd felt, being carried on the back of some unknown captor to the fast boat he'd been brought here on as Dempsey tried and failed to catch him before it was too late. If Wang could eat and regain his strength, maybe he could do something to help if Dempsey came again. Maybe I can be something more than just baggage for once. The Ember rescue op at the warehouse had failed, but not for lack of trying. Wang was pretty sure they capped almost every tango on site. No, it was because the Chinese guy in charge was both smart and strategic. Wang still didn't know the leader's name, but he carried himself like an operator, or at least a former operator. He was probably MSS, which explains why he had the smarts to anticipate a possible rescue and create a diversion by ordering one of his guys to pretend to be Wang. Wang had tried to fight back, but his captor had injected Wang with something to knock him out. When he came to, Wang had been lying on the floor of a boat, soaking wet and getting beat to hell by the choppy sea. He had no idea how long the transit had taken, nor which direction they'd been traveling, but his gut told him they'd crossed the Taiwan Strait, and he was now somewhere in mainland China. If that was the case, then he was completely and utterly screwed. Just then the door to his room opened and his MSS captor entered. The Chinese agent had changed clothes since the last time Wang had seen him and cleaned himself up. He took a seat at the lone chair on the opposite side of the table and remained silent for a long time, staring at Wang with judgment. Wang resisted the compulsion to speak first. The only thing left he had control over was how and what he communicated, and by God he would not cede that without a fight. "We've pierced your knock," the agent said, nodding as if agreeing with himself. "Your legal name is Richard Wang, your father is Shening, and your mother is Kai Hong, who met and were married in Harbin. They emigrated to the United States, where your father studied aerospace engineering at Georgia Tech, and your mother ran a laundry service. After graduating, Shening was hired at Boeing, and your parents moved to Washington State, where you were born and raised until age 12, when your father was transferred to Boeing's Crystal City headquarters, where he still works today." Wang's throat tightened as the Chinese agent rattled off his family and personal history. He concentrated fiercely on keeping his facial expression neutral and maintaining eye contact while the other man spoke. Dread morphed into panic. The agent seemed to know everything about him and his family. Until, all of a sudden, he didn't. A flicker of hope sparked in Wang's chest that maybe, just maybe, Ember's cybersecurity protocols and public record identity management program were as good as he'd always believed they were. Wang listened, keeping his face blank as the MSS agent regurgitated the meticulous, but also fictitious details of Wang's knock. He had pierced level 1 to reach Wang's CIA legend, which served as a golden shield for his Ember identity, but had seemingly gotten no further.
"But here's the problem, Richard,"
the agent said, noticing the fly for the first time, which had landed between them and began walking the table.
"I don't believe you work for the CIA."
Wang said nothing and instead watched the agent, whose attention had shifted to tracking the fly. With a lightning-fast strike, the man killed the fly on the table before it could take flight.
"I can't believe you just killed my roommate,"
Wang said. He hadn't intended to make a joke. The quip had simply come out, despite Wang's self-imposed vow of silence. The agent laughed, not an evil villain laugh, nor a patronizing laugh, but a genuine organic laugh that might have come from a friend, from Munn or Fender or Martin. That made Wang laugh along with him. The moment seemed to have a humanizing effect on both of them. Only when it was over did Wang realize just how unfortunate that was. It was so much easier to label one's adversary as other. It was so much simpler to hate.
"Richard, that was funny,"
the man said and flicked the mashed fly carcass off the table. Wang looked down at his hands, disappointed in himself.
"The microburst transmission from your laptop computer and SSD memory purge sequence when you logged in with your left index finger was very clever. I didn't think to monitor for the transmission. Thankfully, one of my colleagues did. Otherwise, we would have been caught completely unprepared for the rescue attempt,"
the Chinese agent said. His expression turned dour.
"Did you know that the American assaulter killed every Chinese national on site? You and I were the only ones from the compound who managed to escape." "Lucky me,"
Wang thought but did not say.
"I don't believe you work for the CIA, Richard. I have nothing to prove this hunch. All the cyber investigation work my team has performed so far indicates that you do, but that rescue operation was not CIA. Those operators were not Ground Branch," he said, shaking his head. "That was like facing SEAL Team 6, or whatever they call themselves these days. You know exactly what they call themselves, asshole. Which forces me to ask the question, why would your government send SEAL Team 6 to rescue you, a mid-level cybertech working in a knock for a contractor conducting a seemingly routine ISR operation in Taipei? The answer is, they wouldn't. Which means you're more important than your pedigree suggests. It also means that you must possess critical compartmentalized knowledge that is either very valuable or very damaging, the agent said, tapping the table with his right index finger for emphasis. And I'm going to find out what that knowledge is.
Wang forced himself to look his interrogator straight in the eyes.
"Can I have a coffee, please? Caramel macchiato if there's a Starbucks nearby. I'd offer to buy, but your guys took my phone and my wallet, so it's going to have to be your treat."
The agent didn't react for a beat, then he laughed with that same genuine laugh from earlier.
"You're a funny guy, Richard," he said as he pressed to his feet. "It's too bad we're on opposite sides, you and I, because I like you. I'm sorry for everything I'm going to subject you to in the coming months. From one noble Chinese warrior to another.
I truly am. He paused at the door on the way out. Oh, and if for some reason you're holding out hope for another rescue attempt, for your own sanity, it would be best to purge that notion from your mind now. This location is secure. Even SEAL Team 6 can't save you now. And with that, the man left and shut the door, leaving Wang alone with nothing but his fear and doubt to imagine all the horrific things that would be done to break him. Chapter 22. Lead SH-60R callsign Spartan 1 on approach to Shiji Isle inside the Penghu Pescadores Channel, 16 miles due east of Beimen District, southeast Taiwan, 0317 local time. Jake grinned as the wind whipped the pant leg of his digital camis over the Merrill Moab 3 hiking boots that Senior Chief Giovanni had recommended, and which both he and Randy Ketron now both sported. He was amazed at the difference in comfort but also performance that had accompanied him, relegating the government-issued combat boots to the closet of the townhouse he and Ketron now shared just off Shore Drive, minutes from base. That thought made him smile even more. They'd had just enough time to drop off their stuff at their new home before this deployment. Steve and his mom had surprised them both at dinner, letting them know that they had bought the property to rent to them. Jake had been overwhelmed and Randy had been absolutely floored, but Steve had assured them that his motives were selfish, that the rent would cover the mortgage and the property would grow quickly in value, making it a great investment. Jake doubted he'd ever call his stepfather Dad, much less think of Steve in that way, but the dude was a good man. Most important of all, Steve made Jake's mom happier than Jake could remember seeing her in a very long time. He glanced over at Ketron, who sat with a knee up against the rear bulkhead, his FN SCAR assault rifle in his lap, with an arm draped over it. Randy was staring out the other door, his lips moving wordlessly, a quirk Randy had when he was running through things in his head. Jake doubted his friend was aware of the mannerism, and he couldn't help but wonder what operational minutia Randy was thinking about. Whatever it was, Ketron looked physically relaxed, but Jake could see he was 100% mentally engaged. Jake spotted Senior Chief Giovanni looking at him in the dim red light of the cabin. "You locked in, Kemper?" "Yes, Senior," he said, realizing he was. "Operator mode," he added, giving his LCPO a thumbs up. Gio had preached the idea of operator mode since he'd arrived at 4. He described it as letting go of the world around you and becoming 100% warrior, relying on all the training and muscle memory programmed into you since day one at Bud's. The Senior Chief reminded them constantly that a capable operator never rose to the occasion, they instead fell to the level of their training. Jake let everything go, every insecurity, every doubt, every question, and every lingering thought of his long-dead dad, and settled comfortably into operator mode. As he did, he felt a zen-like peace settle over him. 2 minutes, came the call from the pilot on the shared channel in his ear. Jake's hands flew over his kit, touching every magazine, every grenade, every piece of equipment, including the selector on his assault rifle. It happened reflexively now, maybe for the first time, as his hands sent signals to his brain with each touch, and his brain clicked off its checklist until he assured Jake he was set. Gio sat up at the edge of the door, his left boot on the large green bag holding the thick rope that was also attached to the ceiling of the bird. 1 minute. Jake got on a knee and squeezed the shoulder ahead of him, which belonged to SO1 Bing Binghamton, who knelt behind Lieutenant Michaels, who had moved into position right beside the rope bag. He glanced right and caught the eye of Ketron, who winked at him, of all things, grinning like a kid at Christmas from his position, mirroring Jake's on the starboard side of the helo. Ahead of Ketron, Chief Joubert squeezed the shoulder of Senior Chief Lee, who stood beside the starboard side rope bag. Jake felt the helicopter decelerate rapidly and simultaneously lift an extra dozen feet into the air.
Geo, serving as rope master, had both bags kicked out the doors before they had quite settled into a static hover, and a split second later Michaels and Lee were both on their respective ropes and sliding toward the earth below. Just a few seconds later, Jake was locking himself onto the nearly 2-inch thick green rope, twisting his hands to lock in and then pressing the rope into the left instep of his boot with his right. Then he was accelerating down, his rifle tight on his chest, controlling his speed with his grip and the tension between his boots. He landed a second and a half after Bing, who was already clear and setting up. He landed smoothly, departed the rope, and cleared for Geo, who would be right behind him, surging forward and slightly right and setting up on a knee, scanning the tree line ahead of him for targets through his NVGs over the rifle's sight. In the blink of an eye, he heard the thump of the heavy fast rope hitting the ground behind him, and then the wind whipped him a moment as the helicopter accelerated away. He kept up his scan, fully comfortable with which sector was his, and then rose on Geo's call and formed up into the arrowhead formation that moved rapidly toward the tree line. "Hammer 1 is Camaro," Michaels announced in his ear. "Hammer 3 is Porsche," came the immediate call of the Liangshan operator leading the ROC operators from Taiwan's secretive equivalent of the American Tier 1 operators. Their ROC partners were inserting at a 40-degree offset from the target where simulated terrorists held simulated hostages. "Copy, Hammer," came the call from the TOC back at the Liangshan base. Michaels led them through the woods at a brutal pace. The evolution called for a tight timeline, the story they briefed being that the hostages were to be executed in the coming hour. It was a short fuse mission put together on the fly to get the operators in and out before the arrival of an enemy truck with dozens of fighters who would film the executions and complicate the extraction. If all went well, the enemy fighters would arrive to find the hostages missing and no other sign that the special operators had been there, save for their comrades' simulated dead bodies, of course. Jake concentrated on the sector he alone was assigned to clear, and they moved swiftly but silently through the dense foliage. 100 meters in, Geo took a knee and raised a closed fist. Jake dropped to a knee and scanned his sector, looking for whatever threat had prompted Geo to stop them short of the next checkpoint. Through the brush, Jake spied a lone enemy sentry pacing back and forth, his machine pistol gripped at the ready as he guarded the path leading to the two-building compound. Jake recognized the tactical decision point Geo faced. They could take extra time to loop east and avoid the sentry, but that would put the shooter behind them at their 6 o'clock position during the assault. They could take him out now, but that would risk counter-detection before the assault, which would likely mean not only more casualties, but a high risk of the hostages being executed. 9, came Geo's call in his ear, and he glanced over at his team leader, who stared back at him from his position slightly ahead. Geo pointed to Jake, then the enemy shooter, and then drew a left finger across his own throat, followed by pressing the gloved finger to his lips in the universal shh sign. Jake felt his pulse quicken for a moment, but he nodded and brought it under control. He was in operator mode. He moved swiftly and quietly, swinging out wide to the right around the wide path that led from the road further east toward the compound. He could picture all the details of the satellite imagery in his mind's eye as he moved, low in a combat crouch, scanning for threats over his rifle. A dilapidated shed would appear any moment, and he would circle it to mask his approach. Jake located the shed and cleared around it toward the compound, but he saw only a wide, empty path. Then he circled, moving back toward his starting point in a wide arc until he spied the target. The sentry stood with his back to Jake. The man surveyed the tree line, looking exactly where Jake's teammates hid in cover. But the seals blended with the foliage so effectively that even Jake couldn't see them. Like a predator, Jake advanced slowly and quietly. He executed every step with delicate precision, feeling instead of hearing his footfalls, a technique he'd learned and perfected during his SEAL training. He kept the red dot of his holographic sight on the man's head. Then, suddenly, the sentry moved, resuming his pacing. Jake's pulse rate jumped, but he adjusted accordingly, shifting his aim left and slightly leading the target as he resumed the hunt. 10 yards. 5. 5 more feet, and still the man had not heard him. Jake settled low in his crouch and quietly released his rifle grip to let it hang by the sling so he could draw his SOG knife from his kit. At 3 feet, he exploded from his crouch, whipping his left arm and hand around the man's neck and bringing him to the ground. Jake raised his knife hand high and plunged, but instead of delivering the kill strike, Jake stopped a foot before the base of the sentry's skull and whispered, "Kill." "Good kill," came the call from the TOC where the head shed monitored and ran the simulation. The role-playing soldier beneath Jake rolled over obediently, a grin on his face, and flipped Jake the bird. Jake was surprised to see that the man was an American, not a Taiwanese ROC soldier. Probably a contractor, he decided, then dismissed the thought. There was no time for such ruminations because his team was already infilling from the brush. As Jake dragged the body off the path and into the woods, the contractor played his role perfectly, making himself dead weight and not making it easy on Jake at all. Body hidden, Jake scrambled to rejoin his team and fell into his position in the arrowhead. A moment later, he heard the call, "Hammer 2 is Corvette," from the only slightly accented voice of the Liangshan operator leading the other stick. "Hammer 1 is Corvette," Geo called as he raised a closed fist. He gazed at a plywood shack with a white pickup truck parked in front. The truck could offer better protection than the trees or the flimsy walls of the building. The lights were on, and he noticed movement inside. A moment later came the call. "Hammer, go, go, go." They sprang up and moved, their feet falling in perfect cadence. Jake's body operated on autopilot, a robot programmed for each turn of the head, each footfall, and each twist of the body. He felt detached as his mind calculated the next potential threat instead of focusing on where to place his hands or feet. They reached the door and he raised his NVGs on his helmet, his left hand snapping them up before his mind caught up to instruct him to do it. Geo nodded, and they breached the door. He surged forward, number 3 through the door, and he heard muffled shots which fired balls of green paint instead of bullets tonight, and he dropped his sight on a target, then shifted off it when his brain identified it quickly as a hostage, standing in front of an armed man. His green paintball hit the target in the center chest, and the role-player fell. The op was over in seconds. "Clear," came the call from Geo, and Michaels confirmed it. Jake knelt beside a crying woman and told her that he was there to help before confirming her name. "Hammer 1 is Jackpot," came Geo's call. 3 packages. "Hammer 2, Jackpot," came the Liangshan lead's call. 1 package, non-ambulatory. "Hammer Mother, copy all. Hammer is Jackpot, move to the primary," came the cool call in Jake's earpiece. The next thing he knew, they were moving through the woods, but this time on exfil. Jake felt awkward trying to guide and support a simulated hostage with his left hand while he scanned over his rifle with his right. But as annoying as it was, the exfil scan was necessary. Geo's voice echoed in his mind. "Intel is never perfect, and neither are eyes in the sky. We operate assuming enemy shooters could be anywhere." 3 minutes later, Jake was helping load his hostage into the waiting arms of the medevac helicopter crew from the USS Macon Island, who were getting their own training tonight. 30 seconds after that, the first bird was gone, and a second landed in its place, this one to exfil the SEALs. Jake took a knee and cleared the woods behind them as he waited his turn. And in a blink, he was aboard Spartan 1 and watching the ground fall away below. Jake settled into the rear corner of the open portside door and pulled out the retention lanyard he had folded up into a belt loop and secured himself to the bird. Geo faced him from the forward corner of the door beneath the gunner's position and flashed him a paternal grin and then a thumbs up before crossing his legs at the ankles. "You were marginally adequate, Kemper," he said, the words amplified in Jake's peltors over the background whine of the turbines, which spun up now as dust kicked up around the helo, and they rose a few feet into a static hover. "That's all I've ever wanted to be, Senior," Jake quipped. That earned a laugh from Geo and then a few others as laughter filled his headset. "Hear that, Ketron? Dare to dream, bro," someone added. Lee, Jake thought, and that brought even more laughter. Then a satisfying quiet settled over the cabin. The helicopter rose further, then nosed forward and accelerated rapidly as they ascended to 50 feet or so and began a tight left-banking turn that gave Jake a great view of the rocky beach, green smoke streaming past from their markers for the LZ. "Spartan 1 is feet wet," came the voice of the pilot or co-pilot in his ear. Jake reached with a hand and switched his embedder radio off the common frequency and back to Channel 2, which was reserved just for Charlie Platoon of SEAL Team 4. He didn't want to miss anything, but he also didn't want the moment of peace ruined by routine calls from the cockpit to whoever was controlling air ops for them, the controllers aboard the USS Macon Island, he thought. The helo skimmed the ocean low enough that Jake could smell the salt and probably reach out and touch the whitecaps if he'd tried. His stomach growled and he realized he was starving. He'd heard a rumor that the Shinlun special operators back at the base would be preparing a huge meal on the beach for the team that had been on the mission. A tradition he and Ketron had heard was common throughout the special operations world. His mouth watered at the thought, and he leaned over and took a long pull of water from the mouthpiece at his shoulder, connected to the camelback inside his kit. He shifted his gaze forward and saw the thin reddish line on the horizon, where the sun was thinking hard about finding its way over the skyline. Jake leaned back and let out a satisfied sigh, his grip on the scar in his lap familiar and natural, and the whip of wind on his left leg comforting, despite the chill of the night air. The pilots had switched off the red light in the cabin, and with his NVGs up on his helmet, he basked in the comfort of the fleeting darkness. Jake had never felt more like himself than he did at that moment, as if he were exactly where he was meant to be. Over the past year, he had experienced many significant milestones. The first was his acceptance into naval special warfare. Graduating from Hell Week was another major achievement, and completing BUDS filled him with immense pride. Each new phase of training in the second and third phases, as well as SQT, brought a sense of accomplishment. The moment the President of the United States pinned his trident on his chest would stay with him forever. Additionally, finishing his indoctrination at 4 and being welcomed into Charlie Platoon was an experience he could hardly put into words. So many steps taken, so many milestones met. But today was special. He'd completed his first real-world training op. Riding in this helicopter, fully kitted up with his team, zipping low across the whitecaps, he finally felt like a SEAL. It wasn't about making it through. It wasn't about earning the trident. It was about getting to this moment. He was no longer living in the shadow of his dead father. For the first time, he felt like he could release all those memories and move on. He wasn't Jack Kemper's son anymore. He was Special Operator Third Class Jake Kemper. He was truly and finally a United States Navy SEAL with his entire future ahead of him. And as he stared out at the ocean, the first glow of orange breaking dawn, he decided to leave his emotional baggage behind and embrace the journey ahead. A single tear dripped out of his eye and then was whipped backward in the wind into his ear, and he laughed. He was finally free, and as a member of the SEAL Brotherhood, he was ready for anything. Chapter 23. DIA Safe House, Taipei City, Taiwan, 0811 local time. In his nightmare, Dempsey relived the failed rescue operation of Richard Wang, his pulse pounding from the emotions he had suppressed while awake. But as he had become accustomed to in his nightmares, the sequence of events unfolded in the dream differently than in real life. Instead of dumping Wang in an idling rib, the Chinese agent stood over a kneeling and hooded Wang at the end of the dock, a pistol pointed at the Ember Wunderkind's temple. "Stop," the Chinese agent said, halting Dempsey mid-stride. "That's close enough." Dream Dempsey carried a pistol instead of a rifle, and he put the red holographic targeting dot on his adversary's forehead. "What do you say we make a deal, huh? You let my teammate go, and I let you walk out of here alive." "Victory is reserved for those who are willing to pay its price. Are you, John Dempsey, willing?" the man said. With his free hand, the man pulled the black hood off the kneeling prisoner's head, but instead of Wang's face, Dempsey stared into the eyes of his son. He stared into the eyes of Jake Kemper.
Jake?
Dempsey said. The name felt unfamiliar in his mouth. Instead of seeing recognition and relief in his son's eyes, Jake looked angry, as if Dempsey had interrupted something important, as if he didn't want to be rescued. "Tick-tock, time's up," the Chinese agent said, moving his index finger from the trigger guard onto the trigger. "What is your answer?"
"My answer is yes,"
Dempsey said, and squeezed the trigger. The pistol flashed fire, and the round he discharged flew true, striking his adversary in the middle of the forehead, but not before the Chinese agent pulled the trigger on his pistol. Jake's eyes went wide as the bullet. Dempsey woke in a panic, heart pounding.
"What the hell?"
he murmured, and collapsed back into his pillow. Dempsey automatically performed a round of 4-count breathing to bring his heart rate down and calm his nerves, as he'd been trained to do decades ago. He wasn't sure if nightmares were every operator's curse, but they were certainly his. His head shrinker, Dr. Abernathy, had said that for Dempsey, REM sleep was his mind's laboratory, a tool for processing all the stress, angst, and regret he accumulated from the decisions, both good and bad, he'd made on hundreds and hundreds of missions over a lifetime of operating. As much as he hated to admit it, he thought she was probably onto something there. Why else would the nightmares happen so frequently and regularly after operations? But not all his dreams were nightmares. The vast majority weren't, at least not in the traditional sense of a nightmare. But almost all his dreams were stressful. He exhaled through pursed lips as he wondered why he'd been dreaming about his boy.
"Jake's a man now,"
Jack Kemper reminded Dempsey in his head.
"A fully qualified, trident-pinned Navy SEAL."
Dempsey had already taken a trip down Guilty Dad Road during his conversation with Munn yesterday, when he'd learned that Jarvis himself had pinned Jake's trident. Maybe that was why his brain had substituted Jake's face for Wang in his dream. "I'm feeling guilty about failing 2 young men in my life, each of whom was supposed to be able to count on me unconditionally. I gotta find a way to make it up to both of them," he said, to both Jake and Wang. A knock on the bedroom door shook him from his self-flagellation. "It's not locked," he called. The door cracked open and Munn stuck his head in. "Sorry to wake you, but I got an update I think you'll find interesting." "No worries, I was already up," Dempsey said, sitting up and swinging his legs off the side of the twin bed in the room he shared with Munn, a perennially early riser. "We got positive IDs on a handful of the assholes we capped while trying to rescue Wang." "That was fast." "Yeah, O'Halloran was all over it." Dempsey nodded. "O'Halloran took point on it? Why not Baldwin?" "They're in the middle of clean slate protocol because of Wang, remember? Ember Signals has been down since the call with Casey last night." "Oh, yeah, that's right," he said, rubbing his chin. "You don't think O'Halloran routed the inquiry through MIB, do you?" "I don't know. Didn't ask," Munn said, looking suddenly concerned. "You look worried." "I'll be out in a second and we'll ask him," Dempsey said, standing up. "Roger that," Munn said. "I'll pour you a coffee." "Thanks, brother." Dempsey threw on a T-shirt, cargo pants, and camp shoes, then headed down to join the living in the second-floor talk. Half of the team was up, Martin, Chip, Wallace, and Munn, and sitting at the table with O'Halloran and another DIA officer who went by the nickname Red when Dempsey walked in. "Morning," O'Halloran said with a nod to Dempsey. "Morning," he said, and nodded at the others who greeted him in turn. "Show me what you found." Chip, who looked thoroughly over-caffeinated, spoke up first. "We have positive IDs on 3 of the individuals you guys, killed at Smart Trade Taiwan, which, as we all know, is a front company for the Chinese MPS," Chip said. He turned his notebook computer toward Dempsey. On screen was a picture of an Asian man.
According to the masthead of STT, this man is Yulin, the vice president of sales and marketing. In reality, MIB identified him as Ding Baokun, a Chinese national who is the operations officer in charge of the STT-branded 110 station.
Let me stop you there, Dempsey said, frowning. You just said that MIB identified this guy. Why the hell did we route this request through MIB when we have reason to suspect that MIB is compromised?
Chip glanced nervously at O'Halloran.
Well, we didn't start there. We routed through DIA first, which ran the image through all our domestic databases and the Five Eyes, but when we didn't get any hits, Sean thought...
The young analyst's voice tapered off before finishing the thought. Dempsey kept his temper in check but didn't hide his irritation. You should have cleared it with me first.
I understand your concern, but I made sure the inquiry happened out of DIAC, O'Halloran said.
DIAC, or the Defense Intelligence Analysis Center, was located at DIA headquarters on Joint-based Anacostia Bowling in Washington, D.C.
It can't be traced to this location. We're perfectly safe and anonymous here.
Munn slipped into the seat next to Dempsey and set a mug of coffee on the table in front of him.
Thanks, Dempsey said. Then he returned his gaze to O'Halloran. I appreciate that, but it still doesn't change the fact that these individuals... How many did you say we popped?
3.
Okay, so now we have 3 Chinese operatives flagged at MIB. We don't know how or where MIB is compromised, but we know that it is. This will not go unnoticed.
O'Halloran chuckled and leaned forward in his seat.
John, I hear you, but it wasn't going to go unnoticed anyway. They're all dead. The STT massacre is going to be investigated by Taipei Police, and the Ministry of National Defense is going to have to get involved to manage the cover story. Facial rec is going to be run on all these guys by multiple agencies multiple times. Trust me, this is only the beginning of the shitstorm that's going to happen.
Yes, but you guys jumped the shark and ran the query before the storm. And you did it as DIA querying MIB directly.
O'Halloran's smile disappeared as he realized his mistake.
So, I don't understand why that matters, Chip said, looking from Dempsey to O'Halloran. Because in doing so, we linked the STT operation to General Lee's assassination and confirmed our local DIA presence, O'Halloran said.
Shit.
Yeah, Dempsey said, nodding.
Munn leaned over.
Dude, he asked Dempsey in a low voice, since when did you start thinking about shit like this?
I don't know,
Dempsey said, but he knew exactly when and why.
Since I went to work for Arkady Zhukov and had to come up with the plan to assassinate Vladimir Petrov in the heart of Moscow.
I'm sorry, John, that's my screw-up,
O'Halloran said, his clenched jaw suggesting he was already kicking himself for not seeing the possible ramifications.
Dempsey shook his head. Look, it's not catastrophic. These connections are all going to be made by very smart, inquisitive analysts on both sides. But we've got to resist the temptation to trade any of our advantages for expediency. The longer we can stay one step ahead of everyone, the greater our chances of mission success. We need to find and assemble the missing puzzle pieces before the bad guys scoop them up and bury them. Make sense?
Everyone at the table nodded.
All right, enough of that,
Dempsey said, putting the matter to bed. He glanced at his watch and took a long sip of coffee before continuing.
Read me in on what you learned, then let's get a video conference with Buzz and Amanda, who should be in the air and en route on the Boeing. Our next priority is to come up with a plan for her to meet with General Lee's number 2. What's the dude's name?
Vic Kaneshiro,
O'Halloran said. Yeah, Kaneshiro,
Dempsey echoed, his gaze going to the middle distance as his mind started wargaming out next steps.
The Chinese are going to be watching to see what our next move is. And when they figure it out, they're going to try to stop us. And we can't let that happen.
Chapter 24. MSS Cyber Facility Island, codenamed Golden Dragon, East China Sea, 8 kilometers southeast of the mouth of the Haitan Strait, Fuqing, China,
12:18 local time. Seated at a workstation, head bowed, Shazi massaged his temples. He had a headache, a bad one, and it was impacting his ability to think and work at an optimal level.
I wonder if this is a migraine.
He knew that other people suffered from migraines, but he'd never experienced one himself. He'd always believed headaches were just another malady suffered by those who were already in poor health, like gout, gastrointestinal problems, skin afflictions, and so on. So many things in life were self-evident. Healthy people with robust constitutions didn't suffer from chronic illness.
This is a sign that I'm under too much stress, and my body is weakened, he decided. I need to rest and recharge my chi.
Unfortunately, he did not have time for that right now. The limited amount of sleep he had managed had been restless and ruined by distressing dreams. Something was needling him, something percolating in the depths of his subconscious that refused to float to the surface and make itself known. Until he figured out what it was, he would remain off-kilter. He'd watched a little less than half of the surveillance video recorded of the American assault on the Smart Trade Taiwan complex. Despite the relatively high-quality recordings and good ambient light, the Golden Dragon cyber team had been unsuccessful in using facial recognition algorithms to identify any of the American operators on the raid. This was a telling data point in and of itself and lent credence to his working theory that the team that hit STT was an elite covert unit, one that the Americans actively scrubbed from databases and social media to keep them anonymous. He finished massaging his temples, opened his eyes, and clicked play on the next video clip. In this segment, one of the external cameras located on the front of the warehouse had recorded a two-man team entering the office. He watched as the operators expertly breached the exterior door and disappeared inside. Then one of the operators reappeared, coordinating with a teammate off-screen who fired rounds to blow out a second-story window. Then, with remarkable dexterity and perfect timing, the American operator pulled a grenade from his kit, quick-stepped away from the building, and lobbed the munition up and into the second-story room. The grenade detonated a beat later, killing the MPS agent inside and eliminating the Chinese sniper threat. The American operator turned and sprinted down the hill to try to intercept Shazi, who'd slipped out the back of the building with the unconscious Wang on his back 2 minutes earlier. Shazi watched with wonderment at the speed with which the American operator closed the gap before disappearing off frame. Shazi stopped the video and went back to the moment the soldier first emerged from the building and took a position with his back to the exterior wall. He pressed pause and zoomed in on the man's bearded face, half of which was lit, the other half bathed in shadow. Something about this man seemed eerily familiar.
Precise, fast, and fearless.
He pressed play and watched the grenade-lobbing sequence unfold for a second time before the operator charged headfirst and heedlessly toward danger to rescue his teammate. A swell of excitement buoyed Shazi as the connection that had been buried in his mind finally surfaced. He opened a new query window and typed the mission code name for the operation in Delhi, in which al-Ghadab had attacked the American presidential convoy with kamikaze drones in front of the Lahori Gate at the Red Fort. Despite his faults, al-Ghadab's now-deceased leader, Abu Musad Umar, had always been thorough with his methods. The terrorist had positioned cameras to record the entire incident and had planned to broadcast the American president's demise on social media. Because Golden Dragon served as al-Ghadab's cyber arm, Shazi had archived all this footage. He'd pored over it after the fact, studying the American Protection Detail's tactics to learn how they had defeated such a well-orchestrated attack, which, on paper, should have succeeded. There was one particular video clip that had grabbed Shazi's attention at the time, and now his interest was piqued again.
"Am I right?"
Shazi asked as he searched for and found the file he wanted. He opened the video file and watched as one of the Secret Service agents separated from the others in the middle of a firefight to chase Abu Musad Umar through the back alleys of Delhi. That the man was able to spot Umar at 30 meters while in a running gun battle spoke volumes about his situational awareness. That he was able to catch up to and kill Umar single-handedly spoke volumes about his tactical prowess. That he did it alone? Well, that spoke volumes as well.
Same build, same movements,
Shazi murmured, pausing the Al-Ghadab video and comparing the man in the frame to the operator who hit STT. He leaned back in his task chair and shook his head. He couldn't make out the face due to the poor resolution and pixelation, but it didn't matter. Shazi knew.
It wasn't a Secret Service agent at all. It was him. The same man.
Suddenly energized, Shazi stood abruptly and began to pace. The United States had many arrows in their covert operations quiver they could fire, but it seemed that Shazi had just identified their sharpest and straightest bolt.
So, it appears the Americans have deployed their most elite Black Ops unit against me twice,
he thought, running his fingers through his jet-black hair.
Is this a coincidence, or does President Jarvis know of my existence and my activities?
Luckily for Shazi, the answer to that question was sitting in a detention room down the hall. With fire in his belly, he whirled to the door and set off to begin the bloody business of filling in all the gaps. Chapter 25. Team Lounge, Embers Executive Boeing 787-9. November 103 X-Ray Lima, en route to Taiwan, somewhere over the Pacific Ocean. Amanda clutched the sofa armrest with a death grip as the full-size luxury business jet navigated a swath of turbulence at 31,000 feet. The Ember Boeing was the nicest plane she'd ever flown on. If given the choice between living on this plane and in her apartment, she'd pick this plane.
Sans the turbulence, of course.
Nervous flyer? Buzz Wilson asked from the leather club chair positioned catty-corner from hers. When she looked at him, she noted that his gaze remained fixed on his computer screen, the slightest hint of a smile on his lips, nearly hidden by his salt-and-pepper mustache.
I don't know. I didn't used to be. Not a fan of turbulence, I guess.